This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Take Care of Me by Gianni Holmes. Narrated by John Solo. Only trust someone who can see these three things in you: the sorrow behind your smile, the love behind your anger, and the reason behind your silence. Unknown. Chapter 1. Declan. As Owen's firm lips trailed the vein that ran down the length of my shaft, I fisted my hand in his short hair and thought about becoming an advocate for mandatory fellatio before all surgical procedures. It was an absolute must, an excellent last memory to have, just in case. It was an even better motivator to remain optimistic, and I was plenty confident about having more of Owen's hot mouth on my dick throughout my lifetime, one that I expected to be long. Damn it. The more Owen sucked, the more I was convinced of its benefits. For one, I was completely distracted from the surgical procedure itself. How could I be anything but attentive to the gentle sucking sounds of Owen's wet mouth guzzling down my cock like his favorite stick candy? I would gladly die a happy man if this blowjob remained with me throughout the infinity of time. Take it all in, I gritted out between my teeth, thrusting my hips upward carefully to indicate what I wanted from him. More. Greedy bastard that I was, I wanted to feel the tip of my cock at the back of his throat while he swallowed all around me. Fuck yeah. That's Daddy's good boy. He gurgled a sound while he took more of me, squinting his eyes against the tears as he fought to control his gag reflex. With a loud gasp, he pulled back and gulped air into his lungs, but I didn't need to tell him to get back on it. He descended once more, running his tongue along the prominent vein in my cock. Fuck, suck on the tip, Owen, I told him, instructing him how I wanted him to please me. He shifted between my legs on the hospital bed before latching his lips around the swollen head of my cock. He took his damn time about it, toying with the soft glands. I raised my eyes to the door of my hospital room, and my breath quickened at the thought of being caught. I returned my gaze to Owen, who was making love to just the head of my cock with his lips. His eyes were heavy with desire, and I wished I could touch him, pleasure him the way he did me, but there was so little time. As though reading my mind about the possibility of being caught in this compromising position, Owen's eyes widened. Declan, he murmured, releasing my cock. The more you stall, the longer this will take, I told him, and guided his lips back to where they were needed. It's up to you to make Daddy come, I moaned, because he was sucking me deeper, harder, wetter. Or perhaps you want the nurse or even the doc to come in and watch you pleasing me? Is that what you want, Owen? For everyone to know how well you clean your daddies? Owen's nostrils flared at my words. There were other things I planned to initiate him in as our relationship progressed and he became more comfortable. And this was one of them. I wanted to dirty talk him so bad. I wanted him on his knees, begging me for a taste of my cum, or to fuck his ass. Seeing how eager he always was when we had sex, I had the feeling he was more open-minded than perhaps he even knew. I was looking forward to helping him discover what he liked. Fuck, I gasped as he grazed me lightly with his teeth the way he knew I liked it. Oh shit, I'm so close. I bucked my hips, angling my cock into his mouth. You want to swallow my load, don't you, boy? He nodded as he bobbed up from my cock, then sank back down. He wrapped a hand around the root of my cock, and with 2 hard pumps from him, I was gripping his hair tighter, grunting, panting, fucking his face, and I cursed as I finally came, hard. So much fucking spunk hitting his tongue, and he didn't let a drop go to waste. He moaned, sucking down my length one last time, squeezing my balls gently. Then he released me. As if nothing untoward had happened between us, he covered me back up with the blue Gianni gown I wore. "You enjoy this, don't you?" I asked him huskily, running my hand over the sharp line of his stubbled jaw. "Sucking you off?" he asked, turning his head slightly to place a kiss in the palm of my hand. "Not just that, but everything. Us, the lifestyle I've brought you into. Are you happy being my boy, Owen?" "More than you can possibly know," he answered. "To be honest, I thought this would be a fun, short experiment between us. But now..." "Now what?" With a sigh, he slid from the bed and sat back in the chair that was next to me. He gave me a smile. "I think we should get back to this conversation after your surgery." "Okay, I'll let you stall. For now," I told him, raising my hand to stop him when he opened his mouth to comment. "It's okay. We'll have plenty of time after the surgery to discuss this. Us." He nodded. "Exactly. First, let's get over this procedure." At the mention of the surgical procedure, anxiety flickered to life inside me. I still wasn't enthused about the idea of being under the knife, but I owed it to myself and to those who cared about me to take care of myself and get well. I tried my best to comprehend what was happening to my body, but I only had a vague idea because of the medical terms the doctor had used to explain to us before leaving. I knew they had been checking for some H. pylori infection, which had turned out negative. While I was relieved the diagnosis was not cancer, the bleeding from the ulcers in my stomach required surgery to repair the hiatal hernia. The perforation in my stomach, though, caused by the ulcer, was too wide, too damaged by my negligence. So the doctors wanted to go in with an open surgery instead of laparoscopically. The part I was most concerned about was the length of time it would take to resume normal activities. Several weeks without having that man sitting beside me sounded like torture. "You should go home," I told him, loathing the idea of having him hang around the hospital, waiting for me to get out of surgery. He frowned at me. "I'm not going anywhere. If it was allowed, I would be in the room with you. But since I can't, I will be in the waiting area." I groaned. "The surgery is going to last 2 to 3 hours, Owen. You could go home and get some rest. You're still wearing your uniform, so I know you came straight to Ridges from work." "I can rest after. And stop worrying about me. I can take care of myself, and I've been doing it for longer than you've been in this world." I glared at the cheeky grin he gave me, but inside, I was pleased he was able to refer to our age in a jovial manner. I studied his face, his neatly trimmed beard, and the crinkles at the corner of his eyes, which deepened when he smiled. I swallowed the urge to tell him how much I loved him at that moment. It sounded too final before surgery. Afterward, when I was home recuperating, then I could show him and tell him how much. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he asked, cheeks turning ruddy, and I chuckled, because as a man who had just given me a blowjob in my hospital bed, he should be beyond feeling such embarrassment. Before I could respond, a knock sounded on the door. The knob turned, and Dr. Dover glanced from me to Owen, then finally settled his gaze on me once more. Behind him an orderly entered, and my heart skipped a beat. This was it. "We're ready for you, Mr. Moore," the doctor stated. "Do you need more time to speak with your partner?" A few more minutes wouldn't help us any at all, so I declined his offer, because the sooner we got the surgery done, the faster I would be able to return home. "I'm ready," I replied, and Owen rose to his feet from the chair where he had been sitting. He leaned over the bed to kiss me hard on the lips, and I found it downright amusing that what if the last thing I ever tasted was my spunk on his lips. I didn't bother to share my amusement with him, lest he became upset at the thought going through my head. "I'll be waiting for you," he said, so softly nobody else heard. Instead of reprimanding him and insisting that he go home to rest, I nodded my gratitude. Maybe it wasn't such a bad idea for him to be around. Him being close by was certainly more comforting than thinking I was doing this alone. "Everything will be fine," I repeated over and over in my head, willing myself to believe it. Chapter 2. Owen. The hospital's waiting room was top-notch, the very best I had ever seen. The tan color of the walls blended quite nicely with the plush cushioned furniture strategically placed for comfort and privacy. Typically, 4 armchairs were arranged in a circle, the backs together so no one invaded the other's individual space. There were other seating areas with desks, complimentary iPads attached to the table to amuse visitors, and charging stations. An open door led to a play area off the waiting room for families with children. None of it kept me amused. I was painfully aware of every second that ticked by while Declan was still in surgery. I tried to keep occupied, first talking to my kids, which only reminded me that I needed to speak with them about Declan. We had said the 3 words which meant there was no turning back now. I was in this. Declan wasn't just someone I enjoyed in the sack, although that was a heck of a bonus. He was also the man I had fallen in love with, and that feeling wasn't about to change any time soon. I couldn't tell them over the phone, though. I had to see them in person for that, and given Declan's recovery efforts after his surgery, I might not be able to travel to Columbus for a while yet. I intended to be at his side every step of the way. As I had watched the orderlies wheel him out of his room to get him prepped for surgery, I hadn't missed the look of uncertainty in his eyes. His youth had struck me then, and I became contemplative for a long time while in the waiting room. It was easy to forget sometimes that he was so young because of his dominant personality. Sitting back in the chair, I found my next e-book and started to read. But Declan's youth kept returning to my mind. He was only 2 years younger than my sons. They still needed guidance at times, and they had me to come to when they fucked up and needed to talk. They knew I wouldn't judge them, and despite what had occurred when they decided to keep James from me, they were still aware that they could come to me. Did Declan know he could do the same? The first hour into the surgery, I went through the timeline of our relationship and concluded that my partner didn't trust me enough yet to talk to me about everything. He had not trusted me with his illness. If his best friend Ridge hadn't sent for me, I didn't like to think about what would have been the result. Closing the e-book I was planning to use to while the time away, I opened my browser, logging on to the hospital's Wi-Fi service, and began to read up as much as I could about Declan's condition. Much of what the doctor had explained had gone over my head anyway, and since I was already waiting, I might as well find out what he would need for post-surgery care. I had no intention of leaving him on his own while he was going through recovery. I had seen Declan in action, and he could be unintentionally self-destructive. It was difficult to associate the man I had come to know with these insecurities, but we all had them. He didn't like appearing as weak in my eyes, which was endearing, but when it jeopardized his health, I couldn't allow it. not as his lover, and not as a father. I didn't expect him to readily accept my offer of help, but he would get it anyway, and I would gladly endure his spanking or corner time to ensure he was well. By the time I raised my eyes from the phone to give them some time to rest, I had to swallow the hard lump that had formed in my throat while reading. Declan's condition was treatable, and in most cases didn't even warrant surgery. But because of his negligence, his had become complicated. An untreated ulcer that swells or scars can block your digestive tract. It can also perforate your stomach or small intestine, infecting your abdominal cavity. Severe internal bleeding is life-threatening. I couldn't stop thinking about that last line of the article I was reading. It tied my stomach up in knots and made it difficult for me to breathe. With a groan, I covered my face with my hands and squeezed my eyes tightly shut. I should have pried more when I noticed that something was wrong, and I had noticed. He had been worried about cancer, and although the diagnosis was different, this could end up being just as bad. "Excuse me, sir. Is everything okay?" I raised my head, removing my hands to address the nurse who stood before me. She had a pleasant smile and a look of concern that was refreshing to see. Several individuals had passed me back and forth, but none had even glanced my way. "I'm fine. Thank you," I answered, returning her smile. "Just waiting for my partner to get through his surgery." She nodded in understanding. "I hope everything works out. And please, make use of the coffee bar. Also, feel free to take refreshments from the fridge. That's what it's there for." "Thank you. I will." She gave me another smile before continuing through the door, and once more leaving me alone to the deafening silence that reverberated from the walls of the waiting room. I rose to my feet, not really needing anything, but finding something to do. I had noticed the coffee bar and refrigerator, but didn't even contemplate they were there for visitors' use. The public hospitals I'd used before didn't come with these luxuries. There were definitely interesting perks to being wealthy. I made myself a cup of black coffee and grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge before I changed seats to the work desks to check out their iPads while I continued to wait. They had pre-downloaded games, which I amused myself with for a while, but I became antsy again, checking my watch. Another hour crept by, and I moved on from the games to reading again. But that didn't work either, so I switched to writing. I hadn't written anything for a while, but it still felt good to be able to express my thoughts in a logical manner that I could see. I had started writing a couple of years after I discovered a love for reading. Each time I tapped the keys, Declan came to mind, until I stopped fighting it. I allowed my fingers to fly over the flat screen, writing about my feelings for him and everything he had become in such a short time. Organizing my thoughts on paper made me calmer, made everything that had happened between Declan and me so much clearer. I was so engrossed, I didn't hear anyone come in until there was a tap on my shoulder. "Hey, how's everything going?" I startled as Ridge sat beside me. I quickly saved what I'd written to the cloud before logging out and erasing my history from the tablet. "Good, I think," I answered. There was a part of me that didn't want to like this young man because of how close he was to Declan. But I couldn't. Not in all good faith. I owed him one for sending Silas to get me. "How much longer?" he asked, frowning at the clock on the wall. "I wanted to see him before he went off for surgery, but I had an emergency to deal with." I reached across to squeeze his shoulder, because he was just as concerned as me about Declan. It was good to know someone else shared in that worry and wanted him to be okay. "He was much better when he went in," I answered, an image of me going down on Declan flashing through my mind, and I hoped my face wasn't as red as I felt. I cleared my throat and ended on a cough. What on earth had possessed me to go down on him in the hospital bed? Because he'd needed it at the time, and you would do anything to know he's all right. Well, if that wasn't the truth. "I'm just so happy I gave in and decided to have Silas reach out to you," he stated with a sigh. "He wasn't listening to a word I said to him." "He can be pretty stubborn," I agreed. It was one of the things I loved about him, the way he stood his ground. Simultaneously, it was also his biggest flaw. "That he can be. We've been friends for as long as I can remember, and Dec's always been that way." I gave a non-committal response because I didn't know exactly what to say to this. "He does a lot for others," he continued. "He's always been there for me, you know. I guess you could say I don't have the best judgment sometimes, which leads me now to apologize for Columbus." "Columbus?" "Yeah, you know, almost ruining your quiet time when I got drunk." I sucked in a breath and glanced away from him, shifting uncomfortably on the chair as I was reminded of what had gone down in Columbus. He had been drunk and knocked out, so I highly doubted he knew the full extent of what his best friend had done to me that night. But knowing he had been next door was kind of awkward. If he hadn't been unconscious, he would have heard Declan spanking the crap out of me and me moaning as he fucked me into the mattress. Fuck, I couldn't have possibly been as loud as I remembered that night. "It's, quite fine," I answered. "You didn't ruin anything at all." Ridge chuckled, and not dryly either. The sound was full of amusement. "Don't I know it?" I frowned at him, wondering what he was getting at. He winked at me, and I froze. Had Declan told him about that night? He didn't strike me as the type to kiss and tell, to fuck and squeal, but that gleam in Ridge's eyes, he hadn't just said what he had to poke fun at me. He knew. How? Had he somehow heard us? I climbed to my feet. "I need to use the restroom. Can you stay until I get back? He should be out any minute now, and I don't want the doctor to stop by to give an update and not find anyone." "Sure thing. Take your time." I made a quick retreat to the restroom provided just off the waiting area. I did need to take a leak, but I also needed some time away from Declan's friend after less than 15 minutes with the guy. I wasn't intimidated by him in the least, but I was at a disadvantage, not knowing much about his relationship with Declan. Had they been more than friends? Or had they crossed that line at some point? Not that it mattered much now, but I felt unevenly matched. He obviously knew more about me than I did about him. I didn't dare spend too long in the restroom, so all too soon I returned to the waiting area. My stomach churned with anxiety when I noticed Dr. Dover talking to Ridge. I would have been uncomfortable at the thought of the doctor talking to the other man if not for the fact that he was Declan's emergency contact. He glanced up at me, but his face was impassive, and I didn't know what to think. He had always been professional the handful of times we had spoken, but he'd had a relaxed air to him. Now he looked a tad exhausted. "Mr. Long," he said as I approached them, "I was just telling your friend here that we believe the surgery was a success." Tension rolled off me in waves, and I breathed a long sigh of relief. Thank God. Thank God. Dick's gonna be fine. Thank you, I told the doctor. Do you know when I'll be able to see him? He's being transported to the recovery unit so we can monitor him as the anesthetics wear off, he answered. Patients react differently to it, and... He trailed off on a frown, staring down at the chart in his hand. And? I prompted. Is something wrong? We had more complications than we anticipated going in, the doctor explained, and all the blood drained from my face. He must have seen my reaction because he rushed to add, Now remember, he pulled through the surgery. That's all that matters, and there's no reason to believe his recovery will be complicated. Ridge sidled up to me and placed a supportive hand on my shoulder. What complications should we be aware of? He asked, which I was grateful for, because I was too numb to form words. Chapter 3. Declan. I almost panicked when my eyes fluttered open and I was able to see the ceiling, but unable to register where I was or why the fuck my body felt so lethargic. I tried to move my legs, but my body didn't cooperate. My limbs were numb, and I wondered if the brain was usually the last to go when someone died. My mother's body had stopped functioning before she eventually succumbed to her fate. A long gasp tore from my throat in a pathetic attempt to speak, but an image leaned over the bed, blocking the painfully bright overhead light. I blinked several times to focus my vision. Slowly, the haze passed, and with it, the smiling face of the man I loved more than anyone else in the world came into view. His lips moved. He leaned forward to kiss my forehead. But, like the rest of my body, my hearing was still lacking. I was too groggy to understand what he was saying, but the softness of his lips on my skin was comfort enough. I drank in the sight of him, feeling a calmness that went beyond my desire for control. It was a peace of mind from knowing he cared. He was here, and had not left me despite me giving him permission earlier to go. He had made it through the surgery with me, and it took that moment to realize how relieved I was that he had stayed. I reached for his hand weakly, and he placed his in mine. I squeezed it, content with just touching him while I waited for the anesthesia to fully wear off. I was already remembering bits of what had happened earlier. Owen pleading with me to go to the hospital. Owen staying with me while the doctor broke the news that I didn't have cancer, but would have to go through surgery to stop the bleeding ulcer and make repairs in my gut. I also recalled Owen going down on me and making me come a few minutes before the doctor appeared and had me moved to the prep room. Smiling at the memory, I relaxed even more. Given the dull pain in my abdomen, it seemed I was right in calling that blowjob before surgery. It might be a while before I could get laid again, although I hoped for the sake of my sanity, not too long. What's that smile about? Owen's voice penetrated the thick cloud that continued to slowly lift from my mind. Along with it came the distinct, steady beeping of a machine. I glanced at it before returning my attention to Owen, who continued to hover. Just thinking, I croaked before my voice cracked. My throat was so damn dry. Here, drink some water, he offered. The hospital bed was already elevated, so I wasn't fully reclined. Owen extended a glass, hand cupping the back of my head gently as he encouraged me to drink. I sipped a little of the water and grimaced at the discomfort of swallowing. "Just a bit more," he murmured, his voice smooth. "The doctor said you have to stay properly hydrated for your post-surgery care, but you won't be able to manage large amounts for a while." A bit of water sloshed down my chin, and he pulled back the glass while wiping up the wetness with a napkin. I frowned at the way he was treating me like a baby or an invalid. "If you give me a straw, I can manage myself," I told him, sounding much stronger than when I had attempted to speak before. "Sorry, Daddy. No straw for you," he answered, and even managed to look sympathetic. "Too much airflow into your stomach, which isn't good for you right now." I tried to scowl at him, but my face wouldn't cooperate, so I sighed. The glass disappeared, and he returned to brush a lock of hair from my forehead. "He didn't leave," I stated, taking in his uniform, which he was still wearing. "Now don't start with me, Dick. I told you I would be here, just—" "Thank you," I said, cutting him off before he could finish. "I appreciate waking up to your face hovering over me." He glanced down and brushed my chin, avoiding my eyes. "Sorry, I'm hovering. His voice broke, and he cleared his throat. "I'm just glad you're okay." I frowned at his demeanor because he was visibly upset, although he was trying like hell to hide it from me. "What's wrong?" He had been so confident before the surgery, and now, after the procedure, he seemed to be almost freaking out. Had something else been discovered while I had been unconscious? It was the only explanation I had for the reason he was acting so strange. "Nothing. You're okay. That's all that matters." I tightened my grip on his hand. "Boy, don't lie to me. Now look at me and tell me what's wrong. What are you hiding from me?" "Dick, look at me, Owen." He did, and I was both confused and alarmed to find a tear rolling down his cheek. "Fuck," he cursed, scrubbing at the wet trail. "I'm doing exactly what I told Rich I wouldn't do. Fall apart. It's just I can't stop thinking about it, although I'm trying. If it's your intention to freak me out, Owen, consider yourself successful. Is it that they've discovered it's cancer, after all?" He shook his head. "No, not that. Just give me a minute." I wanted to demand that he spit it out, but from his reaction, he was really taking whatever it was hard. I had no idea what to think, so I let him process his thoughts. "I've been sitting here for almost an hour, waiting for you to wake up." He started on a shaky breath. "It was the longest damn wait of my life." His words shed some light on what his worry had been, and although I didn't particularly like the thought of death, it warmed my insides to know Owen was affected by the idea of me not being around. I knew he loved me, but seeing his love in action was gratifying. "Were you worried I wouldn't regain consciousness?" I asked him. He nodded once. "Yeah, I'm sorry, but the doctor—" He started, then paused. "Damn, why is this so hard?" I assured him I would rather break the news to you when you woke up. "You're obviously not doing a good job of it, though," I teased, to get him to lighten up. "You're right." He sighed. "Okay, so the good thing is that your surgery went well. although he'll be here shortly to talk to you about that. The rest isn't even that big of a deal, I guess, but still, you have to know. Jesus, Owen, if it's obviously so distressing to you, then let the doctor handle it when he gets here. No, I should do it, he insisted. He said that you flatlined for less than a minute while you were on the operating table. What? They resuscitated you quickly enough. He rushed to explain. But your hemorrhaging got out of control, and for a minute there, they lost you. As Owen's words processed, I sank into the pillows at my back, trying to let the information sink in. I died? I said hoarsely. His fingers laced through mine, and he carefully brought my hands up to his lips to plant a kiss. Your heart stopped for a few seconds, he answered. But it doesn't matter now, because you're alive, and I'm so fucking grateful. I smiled at him distractedly. The steady beeping of the machine I had taken for granted, now music to my ears. It wasn't exactly comforting to know I had lost a few seconds while being operated on. In fact, it was downright disturbing. But I could hardly do anything about it. Hey, I'm still here, aren't I? I squeezed his hand reassuringly, because he looked as though he was still reeling with shock from the news. I couldn't imagine what it had to have been like for him to wait for 3 hours for the procedure to take place, only to hear that we almost lost out on what we had. Yeah, that's the only thing that's keeping me sane. I almost lost you, Deck. But you didn't. He still didn't look any more reassured by my words. I felt so fucking useless as I was, still a bit disoriented from my surgery and too weak to do anything except try to calm him down with my words. You and I, we have unfinished business, I told him. We're not nearly through yet. No, we're not, he agreed on a sigh. You know what I couldn't stop thinking about after the doctor told me? What? How stubborn I was at first because of our age difference, he remarked. I kept thinking about the future and what things will be like later down the line, when I'm too old for you. I was taking things for granted that we're sure of the future, and that I'd be the one to go first. But this reminded me that we're never certain of tomorrow. All we really can do is to live in the moment. And I want to live in every moment with you, Deck. Hearing his words, his final acceptance of us, I had never loved anybody as much as I loved Owen. But before I could tell him, the door opened, and the doctor entered, followed by the anesthesiologist. Mr. Moore, it's good to see you awake, Dr. Dover stated, approaching the bed. How are you feeling? Like someone's had a knife in my gut, I replied. The doctor chuckled. You still got your sense of humor. You seem to be recovering well. Let's check you out. The anesthesiologist checked my vitals and pronounced me recovered, though he explained about the after effects that some patients experienced for 24 hours. When he left, Dr. Dover remained behind to confer with me about post-surgery care. I take it that you two talked? He asked, glancing from Owen, who remained right by my side throughout the examination. Yes, I told him. Owen replied. Good. Do you have any questions about that? Dr. Dover directed his question to me. We can go into details about the hemorrhaging. I shook my head. No, it's fine. I mean, are there any implications for what happened that I should know about? None that we can say for certain. You weren't out long enough for us to be concerned now that you've pulled through the surgery. For precaution, we'll keep you for a couple of days and monitor your first 48 hours of recovery, make an assessment, and then you should be free to go home. I didn't relish the idea of being in the hospital for 2 days, but I wasn't about to complain. I had done enough damage already with my refusal to have myself examined sooner. You'll require assistance at home when you're released, the doctor continued. You should look into that as soon as possible. That's no problem, Owen answered before I could say anything. I'll do it. I'll have him move in with me where I can keep an eye on him and ensure he's not overdoing things. I scowled at Owen. I can hire a nurse. Then go ahead, he replied. I'm not stopping you, but I'll still be there, taking care of you. A private nurse is helpful, Dr. Dover remarked, but not at all necessary if you follow our recovery guidelines. If your partner would like to assist you, then you should let him. A strong support system is at the heart of recovery, and I can tell Mr. Long is committed to seeing you well. I grunted. Of course he is. He has interesting ulterior motives for me getting better soon. Owen's eyes widened at the meaning behind my words, which wasn't lost on the doctor. He turned a bright shade of red as Dr. Dover pretended to cough into his fist, but he didn't quite hide his grin. I think that's a bit too much information, Owen croaked out. Mm-hmm. Dr. Dover cleared his throat, but his serious face gave way to a chuckle. In any event, sex will be limited for you for a few weeks. Wouldn't want to disrupt the wound and cause excessive bleeding. Just means we have to get creative, Doc. Owen groaned. Don't you think it's a little too early to be talking about that? He asked. Let's focus on your recovery. Everything else will happen in good time. I'll be back to check up on you before my shift ends, Dr. Dover remarked, backing away to the door. It's quite normal to feel discomfort in your chest and abdomen. Swallowing may also be difficult, but if the pain gets acute, let us know, and we'll see about putting you on stronger meds. Thank you, Dr. Dover, Owen said, and the other man nodded before closing the door behind him when he walked out. Then he turned to me, his face only slightly less red. Jesus, I can't believe you mentioned our sex life to your doctor. I shrugged, then wished I hadn't as pain radiated through my shoulder. I gritted my teeth against it and the nausea that the anesthesiologist must have been referring to. Why not? I asked Owen, trying to hide my discomfort from him. He knows you're my partner. I gave him permission to talk freely with you about my health. You don't think he's got it figured out as yet that we're fucking? You didn't have to spell it out for him. You could have left a little mystery. I did leave a little mystery. He doesn't know how you moan daddy when my cock's up your ass. Owen's mouth fell open, and he glanced at the door like he expected the doctor to reemerge. Well, my ass is off limits until you're better. I'm not going to risk you bleeding like the doctor said because you can't control yourself. It doesn't cost me much effort for you to sit on my face. I smirked at him. My tongue works just fine. Owen's breath hitched and he shook his head. But you heard the doctor, Dick. No sex until you're back to normal activities. I didn't bother to correct him that we'd definitely be having sex before I was physically capable. I could find 1,000,001 ways to please him that didn't involve my cock in his ass. I could show him the different ways I could make him come. No, as busted up as I was quite looking forward to it. Chapter 4. Owen. No sooner had I braked on the parking deck across from the hospital than my phone rang. I removed my key from the ignition and reached for my phone I had dropped in the cup holder, already aware by the ringtone that it was Summer at the other end of the line. If it had been anyone else other than one of my kids, I would have ignored the call. "Hey, sweetheart," I answered, unlocking the car door but making no attempt to get out just yet. "What's up?"
"Hey, Dad,"
she replied, sounding breathless.
"Just got in from the gym and thought to give you a call because I haven't in a couple of days."
Although she didn't say, I could hear the question in her tone of why I hadn't called her either. Usually we kept in touch at least once per day, but I'd been busy with work and spending every waking moment at the hospital with Declan, entertaining him. He was not used to being inactive and was so restless that I was relieved tomorrow he would go home. I was hoping his temperament would improve once he was in familiar surroundings. "Sorry, honey. I've been a little busy," I told her. I wanted to explain about Declan, but not over the phone. That was way too impersonal. I would prefer not having to keep repeating myself. I was aiming to enlighten them all at once, and our usual July the 4th hangout would be perfect. I was still uncertain about making it to Columbus this year, though, if Declan wasn't better by then. I couldn't in all faith ask her and the boys to take the party here either, when their father, James, had something already planned.
"Need some time to wrap your head around the idea of James too, huh?"
Summer inquired. "Actually, I'm quite fine with James," I answered, treading lightly in a territory I hadn't wandered with her before. I had been all about giving her space, rather than forcing her to accept and forgive James for abandoning us. But, having experienced Declan's health scare, life was too short to hold grudges.
"You are?"
"Yeah. He stopped by some days ago, and we spent some time together and talked. It had mostly been okay before he had tried to kiss me. We hadn't spoken again since that morning. The only thing I had received from him was a text message apologizing and expressing his hopefulness that I wouldn't change my mind about staying over for his holiday activities planned."
"Oh my God, that's why you've been busy,"
she blurted out.
"Are you guys like a thing again? Because it's been like 15 years.
"You're right, 15 years is a long time. And no, I've not been busy because of what you're implying. We just talked, and he explained more about his decision to leave."
"Yeah, well, the twins tried to explain it too, but I still say it's fucked up what he did."
Normally, I would reprimand her for her language, but despite being her father, we were all adults here. "Yeah, pretty fucked up," I agreed. "But we all make mistakes, some worse than others. But if it's any consolation, he seems genuinely sorry about the whole thing. Won't you at least consider talking to him? Hear him out. Then you can decide what you want to do after that." She blew out a breath.
"I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious about what he's like after all these years. I barely remember him in my life at all, Dad. Not like Oscar and Augie, who still have memories of him. Whenever I try to think about him, I come up blank. You're the one I remember being there, not him."
"But it doesn't have to be that way anymore," I said, feeling for her. She was right about not having the memories the boys had of James. She had been so young when my ex left. She gave a dry laugh.
"I never had the experience of a mom, and I already have a dad. Why do I need another one?"
My heart broke for her and James at her question. "Get to know him," I urged her. "It doesn't have to be all at once. For now, meet him, at least for closure, and to let him know how you were affected by him leaving, but also listen to his struggles with his identity. Neither of us had that solid foundation you kids had with me.
That's how we found each other, because we were both confused and had no one else to confide in. Instead of learning more about ourselves, we tried to become what society wanted us to be, husband and a wife. Not that I am supporting what he did, but he sounded like he was truly struggling, Summer, and I can't begrudge him trying to find his way, even if it meant leaving us. I could hear her sniffs over the phone, and I wished she was close, so I could comfort her. But she was no longer a little girl, and there were times when she would have to hurt alone. It was a part of growing up. When she was little, she would come running into the house, showing me her skinned knees. I'd wipe away the blood, place a cartoon Band-Aid over the wound, and kiss it better. There was no store-bought adhesive that I could wrap around her heart, though, and make her hurt any less. I'll consider going. At least you'll be there. Conflicted, I groaned. Going to Columbus meant I would have to leave Declan at home alone for the day. He would have had a few weeks to heal, but I had already made the promise to be there for him throughout his recovery. He would be mostly immobile for the next several days he would be home, but maybe, depending on how he was in a couple of weeks, I could make the trip back and forth in a day. It would be worth it if it meant Summer had the opportunity to meet James. I had a feeling if I told her I wasn't going, she wouldn't either. I still need to confirm if I can get away, I told her. But whether I can or can't, Summer, I want you to go. I'll respect your wishes if you don't. But if there's one thing I've learned recently, it's that life's too short to hold on to the past and to dwell on the future. Embrace the moment and try to have few regrets. Geez, Dad, have you been watching Dr. Phil again? I laughed at her exasperating tone. I'll take that as a compliment. It is. You always say the right things, even if I don't like it. That's what I'm here for. She grunted in the phone. I've got to go, Dad. I'm going shopping with Penny. Okay. Do you need anything? Are you good for money? Yes, Dad. We're being careful with money. Good. Just let me know if you need anything. It wasn't like I was spending much these days anyway, with Declan always insisting on paying for everything when we were together. All right. Love you, Dad. Love you too, Summer. For some reason, today, when I hung up, I was quite melancholy about her being away. Declan had been such a distraction before that I hadn't had time to miss her much. He had swooped into my life and filled the void so easily. But now, my heart ached, and I had the urge to call her back and tell her to return home and never leave. I didn't, because she deserved to live her life where she wanted. As I walked toward the elevator to find the main entrance of the public hospital, I stared at the overcast sky, which was welcome, given the days were so hot. It wouldn't get any better for the next 3 months either, but by mid-September the temperature should start to lower in anticipation of winter. The first drops of rain fell as I crossed the street from the parking deck to the hospital's main building. A cold splat landed on my nose, the other square in the center of my forehead as I looked up. 2 drops were hardly enough warning for the torrent that followed. I dashed toward the entrance of the sudden downpour, grateful that, although wet, I wasn't stuck on the deck. I'd been looking forward to seeing Declan all day. He would just have to accept me, wet shirt and all. One glance at the points of my nipples poking at the damp shirt, and I grinned. He would more than likely appreciate the show. I'd spent all morning at home doing chores and tidying up, so I didn't leave the house in disarray when I went to stay with Declan. The time had gotten away from me, and I hadn't bothered stopping for a bite to eat. I made a detour to the food court inside the hospital, which I had become acquainted with over the past 2 days I'd been religiously visiting the hospital. I picked up a club sandwich, some protein bars, and a bottle of fruit juice. Then, making my way to Declan's room, I spotted a gift shop,
and made a quick stop as well. 15 minutes later, when I knocked on his room door, then entered at his growl of, "Come in," my arms were laden with gifts. Declan's smile turned into a scowl the second he saw the get-well-soon balloons. I couldn't help but grin, because I did in fact know they would piss him off. They would be lucky if he didn't pop them all before I left. "I think you got the wrong room," he said, scowling at me. He grabbed the remote control from the bed to mute The Fifth Element, which he was watching on the television mounted against the wall in front of his bed. "What's all this?" "Something to cheer you up," I answered, placing the paper bag of gifts and my sandwich on the small table beside his bed before approaching him. "Does this look like I'm cheered up?" Despite his frown, he couldn't quite hide the pleased look in his eyes. The grumpy little ass wouldn't even admit he was happy with the gifts I'd brought him. Maybe this will do the trick. I lowered my head and kissed him, pressing my lips harder against his. As his tongue dominated mine into submission, I moaned, relinquishing all control to him. He kissed me intently, holding nothing back and rendering me breathless until I had to pull back from his kiss to catch my breath. I stared down at him, disoriented, as I breathed through my mouth. The feel of his mouth against mine had gone straight to my dick, and I shifted so he didn't see the evidence of my desire. The doctor had stipulated no sex, and I planned for us to follow his instructions to a T. "You were saying?" he asked, an eyebrow arched. Maybe kissing is not such a good idea. "No deal. You've all taken away sex. Kissing stays on the table. It's the only thing that makes being bedridden worth it." He crooked a finger at me. "I'm not dead yet, merely recovering. Now come here and kiss me again. Let me show you what I'm going to do to your body with my tongue as soon as I have clearance." My heart beat wildly in my chest at the carnal way he was looking at me, like he wanted to wring every emotion I was capable of from my body. Did he even know how much he had me under his thumb? He was basically an invalid, and still I felt compelled to do what he wanted, as long as I wasn't interfering with his recovery. I leaned forward once more to offer him my lips. Declan's hand reached up to cup the back of my head. With lithe tugs on my hair, he maneuvered our kiss to a barely there existence. His lips ghosted mine, his tongue peeking out to trace the outline. The tip played with the corner of my mouth before he sucked my bottom lip between his teeth. He released gently before claiming me, and my God, did he claim my very soul. His kiss was unhurried, slow, the deliberate placement of lips upon lips, rubbing together to create the most delicious friction. What started as a hurried kiss collapsed beneath the cemented desire that rooted us to each other, making it impossible for me not to succumb to his will. I couldn't have stopped if I'd wanted to. I wouldn't have stopped if his grunt of pain didn't vibrate in my mouth. "Are you all right?" I asked in alarm, pulling back to peer down at him in concern. His features were etched in pain, his beautiful mouth, so firm and seductive, now flatlining from wherever he hurt. "I'll be fine," he answered, exhaling deeply as he closed his eyes. I was enjoying our kiss a little bit too much. I just needed a minute for the pain to recede. I felt guilty for having caved into him. I should have kept our kisses chaste. I was the older one here. But in my defense, the man had me by the balls, and that position was a delicate one. "Okay, I think I can breathe again," he finally said on a sigh, but his face was paler than when I had just entered the room. "Why are you damp?" "It's raining." That royal scowl of his returned. I didn't bother to ask what I had done this time, but waited for him to get to it.
Tell me you at least had Silas drop you off.
I glanced away from him and pretended to be busy while I took out the crossword and Sudoku puzzles I had bought in the gift shop. The crossword books were for me. He preferred anything to do with numbers, and I could see why the guy was a financial advisor. If he wasn't so damn smart, he wouldn't have already finished the one I had brought him yesterday. No, I drove. It was no big deal. I peeked up through my lashes to find Declan glaring at me. His lips were thin, disapproving lines. Had he been mobile, my ass would more than likely have been his target for me being stubborn about refusing to let his driver squire me around.
I'm trying to make this easier on you, he growled at me. You spend the day driving, then you drive yourself here and back home. You must be exhausted when you get home at night. The least you can do is have Silas pick you up when you're not working.
He's not my driver, Deck. I repeated my argument of yesterday, doubting he would still listen. I would feel weird having him pick me up without you there. I emptied my sandwich from the paper bag and loosened the cap of my juice. I pulled the chair closer to his bed so we could talk while I fed my face.
I see it as just his job. Besides, Silas likes you.
He does? I talked to the other man a lot, mostly about cars and a little bit about his family. We were both chauffeurs, which made us somewhat kindred spirits. We knew what it was like to sit behind the wheel for hours, or waiting on a client.
Of course he does. Plus, he knows you're special, so don't give me crap about it being weird for him to pick you up.
I said without another response. How's your appetite coming along?
What appetite? Everything I consume is liquid. I'm thankful for the lack of appetite right now. I can't imagine being hungry and only allowed to drink stuff.
Well, Dr. Dover did say it will take a while to get you back on solids. I chomped into the sandwich, and when I didn't get a reply from him, I glanced up to find him watching me eat. I narrowed my eyes at him. What is it?
I never understood what food porn meant until now, he said on a groan. Bite into that sandwich again, but slower this time.
I laughed, but did as he requested. Tastes good for hospital food.
Speaking with food in your mouth, Owen?
I fluttered my eyes at him. Are you going to punish me? He tapped the right side of his head while he clicked his tongue at me.
I have a list of infractions right up here. Punishment doesn't have to be immediate. In fact, I think I'll enjoy surprising you when you least expect me to strike.
Sounds fun. I winked at him and decided I liked this fun side of me that Declan brought on. I was more pleasant, happier. Yes, that was exactly the word. Tell me about your progress today, I encouraged him.
I'm definitely being discharged tomorrow, he answered, then proceeded to tell me about his accomplishments.
He'd gotten out of bed, though it had been a painstaking process, but he had managed to walk to the bathroom all on his own. Small victories, yes, but they meant the world to him. These were telltale signs of his recovery.
So you see, he ended, I'll be back on my feet soon, and not a day sooner. I have a boy who's getting out of hand and needs a little bit of discipline.
And loving, I added. Don't forget the loving. Because yes, I loved being punished, but nothing beat the care he showed me.
Chapter 5. Declan. The hospital stay was an absolute nightmare, with the highlight of my days being Owen's visits. I got calls from people at the office who shared their concerns and wished me well in my recovery. For those few who knew where I was staying, I received gift baskets that I forwarded to the nurses. They were mostly care packages with items I had no need for. Thoughtful, but unnecessary. Owen ensured I had everything I needed without me having to ask. He was a splendid caretaker, a skill which must have been perfected by raising 3 kids. He spent almost all his time at the hospital when he wasn't working, and although he was good-natured about it, I could see the fatigue in his eyes sometimes. He never listened when I told him to go home and sleep. He stayed until late in the night before driving home, something I wasn't too pleased about, because I feared he would be too tired to get home in one piece. He made me ridiculously happy each time he visited, bringing the rainbow after a rather trying day. His presence right now with me had calmed my restless heart considerably. Despite griping about the get-well balloons that now floated from the IV stand beside the bed, I kind of liked seeing them there. I had told him about my triumph of making it to the bathroom on my own, but in reality, it had been a truly frustrating experience. Getting off the bed by myself had been a challenge, and at one point, I thought I would wet myself before I arrived at the bathroom. But I had made it. Then, I had promptly thrown up the liquid breakfast I'd had that morning. My only consolation was the lack of blood that was usually present, so the surgery clearly had been a success. I wasn't used to being this inactive, and it grated on my nerves. But I was trying not to be ungrateful. After all, I had survived the operation. I couldn't begrudge my body a couple of weeks to heal. Owen and I didn't always talk when he stopped by. Like now, I glanced up from my Sudoku puzzle to find him frowning at the TV as he channel hopped. Although there were some programs I enjoyed, the television wasn't necessarily my first stop for entertainment. I was usually too busy to turn on the big screen anyway, as I was accustomed to bringing work home with me. I spent nearly as much time in my home office as my work office, which was somewhat of a consolation that, once I got home, I could get back into the quick of things. "Damn, I have to go," Owen remarked, glancing at his watch. "If I don't get out of here now, I'm going to clock in late for work, and lately my boss has been nitpicking at everything I do." I refrained from asking him to quit again, even though I wanted to. The man was used to working, and I shouldn't expect him to leave his job without thinking about it, no matter how much I wanted him to give up the position that didn't deserve him. Most of his conversations about his work were of his ungrateful and rude clients. That was the reason I wanted him to quit, and not because I asked him to. "Call me before bed," I instructed him as he rose to his feet and stretched, a few bones popping. My cock twitched at the way his sinewy muscles moved beneath his clothes. The hem of his shirt climbed up like invisible hands were rewarding me with a striptease. It wasn't nearly enough, because not too long after that delicious peek, he tugged down the hem of his shirt. It was the damnedest thing to desire him when I couldn't do anything about it but torture myself. "I will," he promised and leaned over to give me a chaste kiss. "You sure you won't consider staying at my place instead? You're already used to it." "My house is bigger, gives us more space to maneuver, and for you to avoid me if I become an impossible patient." "You? Impossible? Never." The mirth behind his words wasn't lost on me, but I was too pleased at how easily he was fitting into our relationship, especially over these past few days, that I decided not to call him out on it. "Be here at 10 sharp, I told him. "Don't be late. I don't want to spend a minute longer than necessary in this place. Don't worry, your corrective spanking for my tardiness last time was quite effective." With a wave of his hand, he was gone, and I was left alone once more in the tiny hospital room. I was aware that the rooms here were better by far than any accommodations I would have found in a general hospital, but that didn't make the torture any less, and it was torture for a man to be in one position for this long when he was used to being up and about his business. When Owen was gone, I finished another Sudoku puzzle, working from the back this time, since those were a more difficult level.
Then I gave myself a break by placing some calls to the office to ensure the man I had put in charge, Gregory Black, was handling the workload he was unexpectedly saddled with. I was confident he was the best person for the job, though, and as soon as I was reinstated in the office, I would promote him to the desk I had cleared to take on my father's executive position. Being in the hospital, I'd had so much time to waste that I'd taken on being truthful and admitting the whys of some things to myself, like why I hadn't hired anyone for my position if I was taking over Charles's seat. Deep down, I hoped Charles would realize his mistake and return to his office. Our work relationship was the last link we had before us, and if that was severed, I didn't see us communicating anymore. If being with Owen hadn't taught me anything else, I had definitely learned being in charge didn't necessarily mean I had to be in control all the time. Sometimes it meant allowing other people to take the helm too, and it didn't make me any less than who I was. Owen certainly didn't see me in a lesser light, just because I was confined to a hospital bed, unable to fuck him the way we both wanted. If anything, I believed our relationship had grown stronger now that we had explored him taking care of me, and nothing about our dynamic had changed. He still looked to me as Daddy, the man who controlled his pleasure and would see that he was well taken care of. I still saw him as my boy, my responsible, mature boy, who was deserving of every bit of the attention I lavished on him. Dr. Dover stopped by to check on me, and he spent a few minutes going over tomorrow's release to ensure I followed the instructions he had given me for home care. He also forwarded the information to Owen, because apparently they didn't believe I would take it easy enough. It had been funny to watch Owen and the doctor conspire to keep me in bed to rest as much as possible when I was released. After another distasteful liquid meal, I made another attempt to walk around some. Dr. Dover had given me the okay to shuffle around, provided I didn't overdo it. This time I didn't just make it to the bathroom, but I also managed to get out of my room. I walked the corridor, hauling my IV cart beside me, which I also used for support. Apart from a few concerned glances at me, the hospital staff left me alone. The trip back up the corridor was tricky. The surgery wound burned something awful, and sweat beaded on my forehead. Yet, when a nurse asked me if I needed assistance to get back to my room, I shook my head, thanked her, gritted my teeth, and started the slow trek back on my own. I made it back to my room, and had another difficult task ahead of me in getting back into bed. Perhaps after I settled back against the pillows, I'd been so exhausted I fell asleep straight away, but more likely I passed out a bit from the pain. When I woke up, moments later, it was to find the last person I expected in my room, hovering at the foot of the bed. "Charles? What are you doing here?" I hadn't even bothered to call him to let him know I was in the hospital. Since that stunt he had pulled, calling me and attempting to speak to me about my late mother when he was drunk, I hadn't spoken to him. Quite frankly, I was fed up with his bullshit. I got it. He had lost the woman he loved. I had also lost the one mother I had. It was no excuse for the way he had lived his life, or how he had treated me as a child. "What do you mean by what am I doing here?" he asked, but still didn't move from the foot of the bed. "You're in the hospital, and you never bothered to inform me. I had to find out from a work colleague when he asked me how you were doing. Then you wouldn't take my calls, so I contacted Ridge, who informed me of what had taken place. Are you blocking my calls?" Got it right on the first attempt. I ignored his question and tried to sit up straighter in the bed. My stomach was still sore from my trek down the corridor earlier. "There's not much you can do," I responded. "I didn't see the sense in prying you away from the loving arms of your new wife." He scowled at me. I see your sarcasm is still intact.
Not sarcasm, just the truth. You took time off work to spend it cruising with Poppy. I never expected you to derail your plans to come to visit me in the hospital. Where's your wife, by the way?" No sooner had I asked the question than the door opened, and his wife entered. Dressed in a pair of white shorts, a fussy top, and heels, she tottered over to my father's side. I didn't miss the way he stiffened at her presence. Just what I need. More of Charles's fuck-ups to deal with while I'm in the hospital.
"Declan, dear, we heard what happened,"
she cried, her voice louder than was necessary given we were in a quiet room, just the three of us.
"Your father insisted on us getting the first flight out so we could check on you. We had to cut our honeymoon short, but anything for my stepson."
I winced at her referring to me as a stepson. I had never acknowledged any of Charles's wives as anything but what they were, a temporary distraction for him. By the way he was trying to extricate himself from her side, this one would indeed be quite temporary.
"Poppy, I thought I asked you to stay in the waiting room,"
he said, frowning at her.
"But what kind of mother would I be to not want to see your son?"
she asked, turning her attention to me.
"What happened? Is it serious? Charles told me your mother died from cancer. Is that it?"
I stiffened at her words and glared at the man at her side. Charles, please. If he didn't get her the hell out of my room, I wouldn't be responsible for my choice words. How dare he talk about my mother to a woman who wasn't even married to him for a month? He had never once made an attempt to speak to me about her illness, nor her death. He always pretended like she hadn't existed. And that was one of the things I couldn't forgive him for. I never got the chance to really grieve for my mother, because he made it impossible for me to show emotions around him. He had sent me away as soon as I started crying at the funeral, so I didn't even get to say one final goodbye. The more I thought about it, the more I wondered why in hell I had been so kind to him all these years.
"Poppy, wait for me outside," Charles told her.
"Sure thing, dear." She reached up to kiss Charles's cheek before tottering over to the door. She paused and turned back to us.
"Don't forget to give Declan the good news about our expected bun in the oven."
The color drained from my face as I turned from where she had closed the door and focused my eyes on Charles. God damn it. Had I forgotten to neuter him as well? That was one part of his life I hadn't interfered with. I thought he had that under control, given he hadn't been able to stand raising one child, much more to have others. "She's pregnant?" I spat out at him. "For heaven's sake, Charles, have you lost your goddamn mind? How the hell did you let that happen?"
"I don't know."
"Because you didn't use a goddamn condom, that's why!" I flung at him, then winced from the burning pain in my gut, because my abdomen was clenching so hard in anger. I took several deep breaths and closed my eyes. "That's why you're here, isn't it?" I couldn't quite hide the disappointment from my tone. For a minute there, I thought he had come because he cared what was going on with me. I should have known better. Owen had been right. Why did I keep hoping, after all these years, when time and time again he continued to show his lack of regard for me?
"No, that's not true,"
he answered, but there was something about his tone that didn't ring true. From all these years of dealing with Charles, I knew him well enough to be able to figure out when he was keeping something from me. "Look, Charles," I said on a sigh, "I don't want to know. I don't care if you've found another woman or if you intend to raise this child or not. Right now, I have a lot to deal with in my own personal life. I have to think about getting better, and there's building a stronger relationship with my partner. I'd appreciate it if, for once, you would clean up your own mess and give me a break to handle my life. That sounds a bit fair, doesn't it?"
"Partner?"
He frowned at me.
"You and Ridge?"
I scowled at him. "Ridge is my friend, you know that." He scoffed.
"I know you've been sleeping with him, and he's been secretly in love with you. If not him, then who?"
I ignored his bite about Ridge, though I knew there was a smidgen of truth to it. "It doesn't matter. Just know that I don't need your pretense to care when I have someone who actually does care about me."
"Of course I care about you,"
he argued. "I'm sure you do." He cared about having me around to take care of his indiscretions, but this time he would have to work out this unborn child of his. To think that at my age I might end up with a little brother or sister, I couldn't wrap my head around it. Not after all these years of being alone. And Poppy. What the hell kind of parent could Poppy be? I felt sorry for the kid already. Worse yet, what if I ended up being saddled with this child because they were both inept at their roles? There was no way I could let Charles fuck up another child. "You need to work out your priorities with Poppy," I told him. "One minute you're telling me you want a divorce, and another you announce you're expecting a child."
"I didn't know about the baby until I told her to stay behind, but I came back here to check on you."
"So you don't even know if there's an actual baby?"
"There is a baby,"
he confirmed. "Then, for once in your life, Charles, grow up. Think about someone else for a change. Think about that baby, and what's the best thing you can do for it. Now, if you don't mind, I'd rather you go." Chapter 6. Declan. Disturbed by Charles's visit, it was little wonder I tossed and turned that night when I settled down to sleep. I couldn't stop thinking about him raising another child, and every time the thought crossed my mind, I found myself having flashes of disturbing memories from my childhood. A negligent Charles who was never really there, and whenever he was, he only made matters worse. His actions, after my mother's death, had left me so confused and frightened. The nightmare I tried to keep at bay returned full force. I had watched the maids enough to know how they disabled the alarm systems. Besides, the security system was designed to keep people out rather than in, so it wasn't hard to pull a chair across the room to the keypad and punch in a bunch of buttons. Aware that if I was caught, I would be severely punished by my father, I punched in the last digit and held my breath. "Alarm system disabled." I froze at the automated voice, having completely forgotten that it would do that. I waited, heart pumping way too hard in my chest as I expected to hear feet coming down the winding staircase to investigate. When nothing stirred inside the house, I unlocked the door and grabbed my small shovel. Perhaps Papa wasn't home. Closing the door behind me, I hurried down the steps, pausing only a few seconds as I felt the light drizzle of the rain. It had been pouring earlier, and I thought it had stopped. I contemplated going back in to grab my coat, but I wasn't certain if trying to get out of the house a second time would be hoping for too much. So I ignored the droplets of water hitting my face and getting my PJs wet. I had a destination in mind, and I trekked across the yard, my little legs slipping on the damp earth. I fell twice, skinned my knee once, but I was not to be deterred. The closer I approached, the more upset I became. Charles's words from yesterday echoing in my head.
"That's the hole where we're going to bury your mama. She's gone. She'll never come back. You hear me? That's where she'll go, and she's not coming home. So stop your sniveling and don't you ask me ever again when she's coming home." tears streaming down my face. I brushed them away with my hand, sniffling as I came to the big black hole. She shouldn't be here. I wanted her home, where she belonged. Shovel in hand, I started quarrying the earth packed at the sides of the hole back inside. It was a tiring task, and my arms became tired after only a few attempts that did nothing to fill the hole. No, Mama couldn't be buried in this hole. They had to bring her back. Frustrated, I threw aside the shovel, which was gaining me minimal traction, and started to scoop the earth up with my bare hands. I stepped closer to the hole, which I couldn't clearly see through the darkness. I couldn't see the bottom, but I remembered the men excavating the ground yesterday and wondering why they were destroying our property. Lightning streaked across the sky, followed by the frightening cackle of thunder. Caught off guard, I stepped back, but the ground, softened by the rain, crumbled beneath my feet. Crying out and clawing at anything to break my fall, I tumbled into the darkness. Waking up from one of those nightmares that had started plaguing me in adulthood, since I thought I was dying from cancer, I was disoriented at the blinding light that pierced my pupils. I clamped my eyes shut and tried to move, but something was holding me down. Pain seared through my gut, making me nauseous, but for the life of me, no matter how much I tried, I couldn't move. For a few seconds, I became disoriented, uncertain if I was awake or still caught up in the throes of a memory that had become a nightmare over the years. Hands snapped a half mask onto my face, lifting my thrashing head to secure the band into place. I sucked in rapid, deep breaths, oxygen filtering into my starving lungs as I continued to hyperventilate. "Mr. Moore, can you hear me?" A concerned voice asked above me. "You need to stop struggling. You are safe. Do you understand me?" I continued dragging panicky breaths into my system, and as the oxygen hit my bloodstream, my mind began to clear. I forced my eyes open, and they darted all around as I tried to figure out what was happening to me. Light, not darkness. Surrounded by air and oxygen, not water and the fear of death. But one thing remained. I was still restrained like that 6-year-old boy who couldn't get out of the grave that had been dug for his mother. I tugged at my hands that were strapped to the sides of the bed. "Let me go," I gasped out the order. "We'll release you just as soon as you calm down." The doctor who spoke came into view. He wasn't Dr. Dover, but I knew him because he visited me when Dover was off duty. For the life of me, I couldn't remember his name. "I am calm," I refuted, my chest rising and falling too fast for my claim to be valid. "In just a minute, Mr. Moore," the doctor replied. "We have quite a mess here to deal with. Once the endorphins wear off, you'll begin to feel the pain." What are you talking about?" I grunted, then raised my head to find out for myself what he was so fascinated by. I almost passed out from the amount of blood that stained my clothes and the white bedding. "You were having some sort of panic attack," the doctor explained. "A bad one by the looks of it. There's no mention on your chart that you suffer from panic attacks. Or is this recent?" "I had them when I was a child," I answered, dropping my head back to the pillows, because I couldn't stand the sight of all the blood. This was all Charles's fault. I had experienced panic attacks for several years after I fell into the hole and hadn't been discovered until the morning. Mostly the attacks had been triggered by confining situations and closed spaces with limited room for movement. I hadn't given thought to these attacks in a long time. Even with the nightmares and the inability to sleep, which had plagued me for a couple of months, I had never had an attack. All I could think about was this complication preventing me from going home. I couldn't spend another day in the hospital, especially knowing Charles was around. I wanted to go home. I didn't want to be taken care of by strangers. If anyone had to, it should be Owen, who I trusted. I wanted my boy to be the one to take care of me. "How bad is it?" I asked, dreading the answer. Chapter 7. Owen. My hand on the doorknob, I hesitated in twisting the key to lock up, an act that had the possibility of changing the way my life would play out from here. As if Declan hadn't already gone and done just that. Changed so much about me. Or maybe I wasn't being fair to him, and he had simply fulfilled desires in me which I had no idea I harbored. I glanced at the 2 cases on the porch by my feet, and second thoughts seeped in. What the hell am I doing? Who locked up their home and moved in with someone they'd met not too long ago? Me. That was who. This was supposed to be simple. It shouldn't be such a big deal. I was just moving in with Declan until he was back on his feet. Then I would move back into my own house. It will just be for a couple of weeks at most. Then why did it feel so final to lock up and cart my belongings to Declan's house? I would have preferred if he had agreed to move in with me. I would be in my comfort zone. But he had made an excellent point about the space. Plus, I was certain he had access to facilities at his house that he wouldn't have at mine. He had a butler, for one, and that would make me feel less guilty when I had to go to work. I would function better if he had someone at home with him until I got off. For all his bravado and recuperation, he was still extremely limited in what he could do. Since I had thrown out his idea of having an in-home nurse, it was up to me to step up to the plate and ensure I delivered. "Need some help?" Silas's voice pulled me out of my thoughts, and I turned the key in the lock and removed it. Just a couple of weeks. No big deal. When he had showed up 15 minutes ago, I hadn't been able to hide my smile. Since I had refused to call Silas to arrange pickup, Declan had done it for me. Even when he was not well, he was thinking of me, taking care of me. How could I not return the favor? "Sure. Here, grab this one." I handed him a covered box with what I probably should have left behind, but I couldn't bear to part with. It held unfinished business I hadn't sorted out yet, but have always promised myself I would. Then I got too busy and forgot it. Yep, that's the story I'm going to stick with. Even when the work was unfinished, because of my fear of what I'd have to do next when it was complete. Would I discard it, or put it before critical eyes? For now, I liked that it was there, but only for my eyes. Maybe I'd work up the courage to even have Declan see it sometime, to get his opinion. Maybe he could help me to see how futile that dream was. Together, we placed my belongings in the trunk of the car before Silas and I headed for the hospital. We drove mostly in silence, as nerves dug trenches into my stomach and left me queasy. Despite my nerves, I was relieved and excited that today Declan would be discharged. He wouldn't be able to spend another day in the confinements of the hospital room. He had been good-natured about the whole thing, but his restlessness was evident. A man as busy as Declan wasn't used to being in one place for so long. He thought I wasn't aware, but he was still making business calls from the hospital, keeping tabs on what was happening at the office. I was almost certain, too, he'd have a visit by someone from work, but I hadn't pressed the issue of him relaxing. As long as he wasn't taxing himself, I needed Daddy to be on his feet, and not just for the sake of sex, either. "We'll be just a few minutes," I told Silas when he dropped me off at the front of the hospital. "Okay, I can't stay here at the entrance as I have to leave this entryway clear, but ring me when you're on your way down, and I'll bring the car around." My palms were sweaty as I entered the hospital for what I hoped would be the last time. These past few days had been fraught with worry and anxiety. Declan flatlining while undergoing surgery was never far from my mind. I had to keep reminding myself that he was alive, and nothing else mattered. My strides quickened the closer I got to Declan's room. I was 5 minutes early, so we could enjoy his departure without talk of punishment for tardiness. I knocked once at his door, and frowned when there was no call for me to enter. I pushed the door open, and stared in confusion at the empty room. The machines were all off, and the bed was bare, stripped and awaiting its next patient. "What the fuck's going on?" I blurted out, as if the wall's knowing gaze could give me the answers I sought. I backed out of the room, heart pounding in my chest as I left the door open. The empty bed mocked me, and I collapsed against the wall for support, hands clutching my knees in my hunched stance. I inhaled deeply, then let out the breath, but it didn't help. Don't think about it. Don't even think it, Owen. There has to be some explanation. He was fine when you left him yesterday. I desperately clung at the positive thoughts, but an unwanted, distant memory wormed itself in like a long-forgotten ex showing up at a wedding. About 8 years ago, my great-aunt Noreen had been admitted to the hospital after she suffered a massive stroke. Her hospital bed had been stripped just like this when she had died. A nurse had informed us that a doctor would be with us shortly to speak to us.
"I'm sorry, but Noreen passed this morning at 3 a.m. We have been trying to get in touch with your family."
I hadn't thought of great-aunt Noreen in forever. We hadn't been particularly close, but now, as I remembered her passing, I failed quite miserably at not panicking. I snapped upright and marched for the nurse's station to demand an explanation. "Declan's fine. He has to be." My legs moved faster, and before I knew it, I was running, shoes skidding a bit on the tiles as I rushed over to the nurse's station. The startled nurse glanced up from the computer when I came to a staggering halt before her desk.
"Sir, how can—"
"He's gone!" I cried, gripping the edge of the desk. "Where is he?"
"I'm sorry, sir. I understand you're visibly upset, but if you—"
"Where's Declan Moore?" I demanded, not caring that I might be coming across as rude or demented. "He's supposed to be discharged today, but I checked his room and he's not inside. Where the hell is he?"
"Ah, Mr. Moore," she replied, reaching for a notepad on her desk.
"Yes, Moore," I confirmed, gripping the wood of the desk before me so hard my knuckles cracked. Sick to my stomach, I tried to force the words out. "He's not—" I choked off the rest of the sentence, unable to voice my concerns in the event that it was true.
"Mr. Moore is fine,"
she answered, glancing up from the notepad to give me a reassuring smile.
"They've moved him to another room. I'm just confirming which."
They moved him?" I asked, all the tension leaving my body at once and left me sagging against the desk. My hands trembled, my legs went weak, and my breath hitched. "Why? Did something happen? Can I see him?"
"He's just 2 doors down the hall from his previous room," she answered. "The doctor should—"
I didn't wait for her to finish. "Thanks," I threw over my shoulder as I headed for Declan's new room, uncertain what I would find. The nurse hadn't seemed concerned, but I had to see him for myself to accept that he was okay. Why did they move him during the night? Had his condition worsened? My earlier excitement had long since plummeted. If he required an additional stay at the hospital, I didn't mind, because his doctor knew best, but we had both been looking forward to today being his last day. At his room, this time I pulled the door open without knocking. All that was going through my mind was that I needed to see that he was fine. I still clung to the handle of the door as I came to a halt. Declan and Dr. Dover both turned at the disturbance. I had the utmost respect for his doctor, who had been patient to both of us, but in that moment I couldn't care less about him. I drank in the sight of Declan, like a recovered alcoholic salivating over a drink he couldn't have. But I could have Declan. I had him. He looked fine, sitting on the bed fully clothed. He wasn't hooked up to any of the machines, and though looking more wan than I remembered, he smiled when he saw me. It took all of a couple of seconds before that smile gave way to a frown. "You okay?" You look like you've seen a ghost." I would have been able to hold it all in except for his final comment. I'm sorry. Just give me a minute," I choked out before I walked out and closed the door. I slumped against the wall and cried with relief. Jesus, for a minute there, I thought... Silent tears flowed, and I couldn't stop them. All these scares with Declan were going to be the death of me. It was as if someone upstairs was having fun at my expense, seeing how often they could scare the shit out of me before I cried uncle. I was ready to cry uncle. I'd cry the whole damn family if they wanted, because all this was going to put me in the hospital next from a fucking heart attack. The door opened, and I glanced up to find Declan frowning at me. His doctor was right behind him. He gave Declan's shoulder a squeeze before heading off in the opposite direction. I stared down at my shoes and scrubbed at the tears dripping into my beard. Fuck, I was a mess. "Hey, come here." Declan's arms were open, and there was nothing more I'd like to do than to cuddle up to his chest. For a smaller guy, he gave nice cuddles, and his arms always held comfort. I even made a step toward him before I remembered. "Your wound," I reminded him. "I don't want to hurt you. I'll be fine." He closed the gap between us and pulled me gently toward him. I moved closer because I didn't want to resist and hurt him. One of his hands cupped the back of my neck, and he kissed my jaw, his firm lips rather soft against my skin. I tucked my face between the crook of his neck and shoulder and allowed him to hold me while I gulped deep breaths to calm down. "I didn't know what to think when I saw the empty room," I told him on a sniff. "The nurse didn't tell you they moved me during the night?" "Yeah, after I already saw the empty room." "Oh, you poor boy." He used his thumb to draw soothing circles on the skin of my neck. "You do love your daddy, don't you?" "Yes, I do love you," I murmured, then sighed. "I've had one too many scares in the last few days. I'm not usually a crying mess." When I eased back, he removed his hand slowly from around me. I felt so embarrassed at the way I had broken down that I couldn't look at him. He had to have looked a sight, me crying while he comforted me. He was the one who wasn't well. I should be taking care of him. But he was still intent in taking care of me. "Owen, look at me." Even though I wished we didn't have to talk about it, I did what I was told because, well, when Daddy told me to do something, he expected me to obey. He wasn't smiling, or even teasing. "You don't ever hide your tears from me," he said in that oh-so-calm voice of his that made me want to curl up in his lap and stay there. "I'm not only here to give you a good time. I'm also here for when it hurts. Do you understand?" I nodded, then quickly amended when I saw his frown. "Yes, Daddy." He smiled at me. "Good boy. You deserve a treat as my way of telling you thanks for putting up with me these last few days." "I don't need a treat for taking care of you. You going to argue with me?" I shook my head, even though I didn't want a treat for doing something that I would have done for anyone. "No, Daddy." "Good. Now let's settle my bill here and go home." Being discharged did not take as long as it had at the hospital where James had given birth to our kids. The system here was quite efficient. I hung around while Declan took care of his bills. There was no way I was letting him out of my sight. As I expected, he argued quite a bit when he was told that the only way he would get out of the hospital was in a wheelchair. The hospital wasn't budging on that policy, not even for all his money. They wouldn't even allow me to push his wheelchair. An attendant carried out the service while I walked beside them, hiding my smile because Declan scowled all the way. As much as he argued, I was quite pleased the hospital hadn't allowed him to walk, because it was quite a trip, one he probably would have made because of his stubbornness, but not one that wouldn't have cost him. Silas was waiting when we arrived at the entrance. I didn't miss Declan's grunt when he managed to pull himself up out of the wheelchair. I knew he had exerted himself when he allowed me to help him into the car, and he settled into the back seat with a sigh. After ensuring he was comfortable, I climbed in after him and caught the tail end of his conversation with Silas. Did the right thing despite going against my will. Thank you. I was definitely being too stubborn for my own good. I snorted as I shut the door. Isn't that the truth? Declan reached a hand up to caress my chest through the gray t-shirt I wore. I melted under his caress. And then... Fuck! I cried out at the unexpected grip he had on my nipple. I started to protest before he eased the pressure and circled my nipple with his thumb. My curse ended on a small moan as all the feels rushed to my cock. Declan chuckled. Well, would you look at that? Seems this invalid can still turn you on. You just gave me a purple nurple, I stuttered, rubbing at my pleasantly aching nipple that was now an aroused peak poking through my shirt. I shifted my legs apart, making room for my growing cock. I wanted more. I didn't remember purple nurples being this good back in grade school. Is that what it was? He laughed, then groaned in pain. Are you okay? I asked, concerned. Should we go back in and get your doctor? There's no fucking way I'm ever going back to that hospital, he growled at me. Just had a little setback last night is all. The wound's more sore than usual, because they had to stitch me back up again. What? Is that why they moved you? He nodded. I popped a few stitches while I was asleep. Made a mess of the bed, so they moved me last night to clean up. I ruminated on his words a second before choosing my next word carefully. Nightmares? His head whipped around in surprise. Nightmares? Why would you think that? I reached for his hand to squeeze it. Sometimes when you slept over, you get them in your sleep. He kept talking about a hole. Color rushed into his cheeks. Sorry. I didn't mean to wake you those nights. I didn't mind. I shrugged. Want to talk about them? He laughed, but the sound was self-conscious, and I got a rare glimpse of his vulnerability. This side of him endeared him even more to me. What, want to play shrink with the monsters in my head? I shrugged. Summer says I give Dr. Phil a run for his money. Well, I already got a shrink, he answered, closing me off. What I need is a boy who knows his place. Although his statement was followed by a wink, I couldn't help wondering if he was seriously telling me that there were areas of his life that I wouldn't be made privy to. I wanted to push and pry, to argue that a relationship like that wouldn't work. I wanted to know everything about him. I wanted to share his memories, but he spoke so little about his past. His relationship with his parents had affected him a lot, and I wanted to know what his challenges had been growing up. I wanted to know why, that first night he had slept over, he had thrashed in bed, shouting, I can't get out of the hole. He hadn't settled down until I had wrapped my arms around him, comforting him while he slept. Even though I wanted to push, I didn't, because he wasn't the only one guarding secrets. like a nun safeguarding a virginity that meant more to her than the rest of the world. I held on to my secret. Just a while longer. Chapter 8. Declan. My protesting wound made its displeasure known when I woke up some hours after Owen brought me home. I hadn't intended to go straight to bed when we arrived. I had a grand plan all set out of walking him through the house and showing him everything. I wanted to be there when he explored the rooms and facilities for the first time. Despite the reason he was now here, this was where he belonged. For the length of time he would stay, I wasn't beyond scheming to convince him of that fact. He might be here for one reason, but he would stay for another. Although new additions had been made to the property over the years, I had largely left it as is. The house had been in my family for years, passed down to Charles from my grandfather, who had lived with us until he died. I hadn't just allowed Charles to sign over the property to me, though. I had bought it from him as soon as I could, because he had made it clear he would never live out the rest of his life here. Fearing in a bout of madness he would put the house on the market at an awful price, I had offered him a deal. I had paid more for the house than the current street value of it because of the gravesite on the property. The value had decreased significantly once Charles had decided to bury my mother here, but for me, the value had only increased. When my grandfather had passed away, I had seen it as fitting for him to be buried beside her. It had made sense to section that part of the property into a familial burial plot. I could have let the house go and purchased another, which my therapist had even suggested. Apparently, that would help me to move on from the lingering bitterness over my childhood. Nothing could have been farther from the truth. This was where my happiest memories had been created, and my mother's rose garden was peace for me. To have Owen share this home with me would be a pleasure. Getting out of bed hurt, because while sleeping, I had shifted down the pillows that Owen had fluffed at my back so I could recline in a half-sitting position. By the time I managed to get to my feet, I was blowing hard. The fresh stitches burned, and I lifted my shirt to check that I hadn't irritated the cut. The gauze wasn't bloody, but several hours had passed since I'd changed it, so I shuffled across the room to the bathroom. "Call me when you're awake, and I'll be here to help you." I ignored Owen's last words to me before I had fallen asleep. Yeah, everything hurt, but I had to get used to the pain and fending for myself. Despite him staying here with me, he wouldn't be around all the time. Plus, I was all for pushing myself to recover faster than the doctor anticipated. I wouldn't even let last night's setback deter me. I swallowed the required dosage of pain relievers the doctor had prescribed for me, as well as those to help with the swelling of the wound. Changing the gauze took more patience than I had, but I managed not to damage anything while I wrapped a fresh one in place. The wound still looked raw. The angry pink flesh would fade over time, but a scar would be left as a reminder of my surgery and my folly in not seeking medical attention sooner. Once the bandage was applied, I changed my shirt and headed downstairs. Owen had helped me up earlier, but going down on my own shouldn't be too much of a problem. Or so I had thought. Halfway down the stairs, I paused and wondered which direction I should take. I was spent. If I continued going down, it meant later I would have to go back up, which I now doubted I could handle. Yet, going down meant proving to myself that I could do it. And Owen was also a reward downstairs. "Declan, what the hell are you doing?" Owen startled me, and I peered down the stairs at him. He was standing with an apron around his waist, which he untied when he saw me. "I'm not quite positive," I answered, giving him a sheepish smile. "I could have sworn I was going down, but now, maybe that was a mistake. You should have called me." Owen scowled as he ran up the stairs toward me. He peered into my flushed face. "You stubborn man. I hope the pain was worth it. Right now, I'm doped hyped up on painkillers that are kicking in?" I answered. "Are you going to help me down or what?" "Hang on." I expected him to give me a shoulder to steady myself on while we went down. If I had known he meant differently, I would have declined his offer altogether. He snagged me around the knees and carefully swung me up into his arms. Stunned, I grabbed his shoulders, shocked as he grinned at me while he started our descent. "Owen," I growled at him. "Yes, Daddy?" He gave me that wide-eyed, innocent look of his that stumped me. "Put me down." "I will. I don't want you to hurt yourself." He rushed on without giving me a chance to reply. "Where are we eating? Is the patio okay? I like the view out there of the pool. Holy shit, Declan, did I forget to mention how phenomenal this place was?" His enthusiasm didn't fool me. He was diverting my attention from the fact that he was carrying me in his arms as if I weighed nothing more than a feather. And this was the man who moaned, "Yes, Daddy," when I was fucking him, spanking him. Despite being bigger, he was surprisingly gentle, though in retrospect I shouldn't have been amazed. Owen was big physically, but he was a teddy bear at heart. "You explored on your own?" I asked as he walked me through the open glass doors out to the patio of the infinity pool. "Your butler showed me around," he answered, finally coming to a stop at one of the arrangement of tables and chairs. "Nice guy. You have some really awesome people working for you. I also met one of the maids. She's friendly. You treat people with respect and you'll be surprised at how nice they are," I replied, when he set me on my feet, just as gently as he had scooped me up. He pulled out a chair for me, and when I sat, he dipped to kiss me. "That's one of the things I love about you. Despite all this wealth, you don't treat people like they're beneath you." "I couldn't help it. You're the only one I want beneath me." That made him laugh, and made bright spots appear on his cheeks. "Hearing you say shit like that is still weird sometimes, you know? Just like calling you Daddy around other people. It's gotten so ingrained in me that I find myself wanting to do it in public. But I feel people will think it's strange if I do." It pleased me immensely that he thought of bringing our relationship out in the open. But I also understood the struggles, especially with our age difference. If we went out in public with our domestic titles, we would never get anything done for all the times we would be stopped and asked about our private business. People could be clueless that some things had absolutely nothing to do with them. "I don't mind you using my given name in public," I answered. "But if you get the urge when we're out and about, you can use the alternate." "Sir?" Yep, he had caught on to his role quickly. Yes, sir works just as well, don't you think? It should invite less questions in public. "That should work." He smiled, looking pleased with himself. "In the meantime, you shall be Daddy Deck in private." I brought a hand up behind him to cup his hard ass, kneading the flesh. I couldn't wait to have him naked beneath me again. The more he delved into our new lifestyle, the more I wanted him. There was still so much left to explore between us. "Have you been masturbating while I was in the hospital?" I asked him. "I was too worried about you to think about sex. Why? Am I forbidden from touching myself?" "Yes, except for one condition." "What's that?" "I get to watch you." He whistled low and pulled back. "Damn. You want to watch me jerk off?" I stared at the bulge in his pants, which was more evident than when he carried me down the stairs. "Maybe later. You mentioned something about dinner?" "Well, you can't have buns for dinner," he said on a laugh, pulling my hand away from his ass. "You have to stay on a liquid diet for a few more days." I licked my lips. Then there should be no problem with you coming in my mouth later, should there? "Jesus, Declan, no sex." He backed away from the patio to go inside the house, while I shook my head at him. There was no way Owen was going to be sleeping in my bed without any sexual contact between us. I would believe that only when it happened. I might not be able to do a lot, but I could think of a thing or two we could do without me overexerting myself. In fact, I wouldn't be exerting much energy any at all. Maybe tongue energy, if that was a thing. I couldn't decide whether I hated or loved my life right now when Owen returned with our dinner, until I realized he was having the same thing I was. I had been on a clear liquid diet in the hospital, but that had given way to a full liquid diet, which meant I was allowed to eat a wider variety of foods. Owen had made us a cream-based soup with pureed veggies and meat, though he excluded the latter from my portion. "You don't have to eat my restricted diet, you know," I told him as I took my first taste of the soup and decided it wasn't bad at all. Excellent in the sack, excellent in the kitchen. Definitely needed to keep him. "I want to," he answered. "Later, when you're in bed, I'll sneak down and have a cut of ham." I could have done without knowing that part. I told him dryly. "I'm just kidding." We talked about everything and nothing while we enjoyed our meal. I didn't even finish the bowl of soup, as my portions had dwindled significantly since the surgery. Dr. Dover had promised that as the weeks passed, my portion size would increase gradually until it returned to normal. "The first thing I'm going to do when I'm back on solids is to take you to a fancy restaurant," I declared as he cleared the table when we were through. He disappeared into the house and returned with dessert, which he set on the table. "Are you complaining about my cooking?" he asked me as he sat. "Not at all. You're very competent in the kitchen." I patted the table beside me. "Why don't you come a little bit closer?" He brought his chair next to mine, and we took our time savoring the buttered pecan ice cream we were having for dessert. The sun went down quickly, but we were too contented where we were to move, even though the ice cream was long gone. Words had ceased between us, and we watched as the automatic lights around the poolside came on. With a sigh, Owen placed his head on my shoulder. I smiled, curling an arm around his shoulder, pulling him even closer to me. He turned his head, and I followed suit, giving him what he wanted. My lips settled over his in a kiss that I meant to be chaste, but after a minute of frolicking in his mouth with my tongue, I had worked myself up to quite a happy state. I found his cock with my free hand, rubbing at him through the material of his jeans. He spread his legs open for me, breathing hard into my mouth. I struggled with his zipper with my one hand until he reached down and helped me to pull down the tops of his jeans and his underwear. "I want to fuck you so bad," I told him on a frustrated groan, because I couldn't do a shit about what I wanted. We were both at the mercy of my injury. As horny as I was to push him up against the table and fuck him from behind, it wasn't worth the setback, and he would only feel guilty afterward anyway. Penetrative sex could come later on, but I still wanted to please my boy. "Yes, Daddy," he moaned. "I want it too." He was rock hard, his hips rocking up into my fist with each thrust. I trailed kisses across his bearded jawline and to his ear, nibbling on the lobe. "Do you know what I want to do to you right now, boy?" "Tell me." He was pinching his nipples, and by the quick thrusting of his hips, I was pretty sure he would be spilling quite soon. Watching him left a man feeling inspired. Damn right I was inspired to see how loud he would moan if I had my tongue up his ass. "I want to spread you on that table and eat dessert from your ass." "Oh, God, please do." "Not God, boy. Daddy. Do you want it?" "Yes, Daddy. Please." I released his cock. "Go get the ice cream." Owen jerked to his feet immediately and almost overturned the table in his haste. I chuckled, the amusement better than the sorry state of my own cock that would have to go unattended. He was back in a jiffy, the container of gourmet ice cream and a spoon in hand. He came to a halt beside me, face flushed with arousal. His jeans were barely hanging on to his narrow hips, his underwear askew. How are we going to do this exactly? I eased my chair back from the table and indicated the space in between. Drop your pants and lean over the table. Spread your cheeks for me and show me just how eager you are for my tongue to fuck you. Fuck. Can I just say how much I love your dirty talk? He asked as he dropped his jeans and underwear. Leave them around your ankles, I said, stalling him when he would have kicked them off. Now bend over. Like this? Perfect. Now, tell Daddy what you want. His ass was perfection, punctuated by a solitary stretch mark. I traced a finger over the faint vein before squeezing his right bun hard. I deliberately avoided direct eye contact with my ultimate goal, or this would be over way too soon. Where do you want my tongue, Owen? I asked when he moaned, but made no attempt to answer my question. I want you to tongue fuck me in the ass, Daddy, he gasped aloud. Please. I ran a finger over his tight, puckered hole. You deserve it, don't you? I teased, circling my finger just inside him. You've been such a good boy, taking care of Daddy. Now it's my turn to take care of you. Yes, I've been a fucking angel. I swallowed back a laugh and adjusted his hips to the right angle. You let me know how good it is for you, boy. Got that? Yes, he hissed when I placed a kiss on each cheek. I picked up the container of ice cream and the spoon along with it. Spread 'em. A whimper left him as he reached back to spread his cheeks, teasing me with that sweet, tight hole my cock throbbed to be inside. I ignored my dick, pretty fucking hard to do given the fact it was jammed against the front of my jeans, pre-cum seeping into the fabric. I spooned ice cream in my mouth, then leaned forward to coat his hole with it. Fuck, that's cold, he grunted, body jerking at the first contact with the sweet treat. I circled my tongue in the ice cream, lapping at the sticky mess. The next scoop went straight to his opening this time, and I set my tongue to collect as much of the dripping dessert as I could. I moaned, licking his ass clean, then running my tongue over his taint to lick the rest from his balls. Owen was practically crouched on the table now, bent over so far to give me better access to all of him. I eased back slightly, just to feast my eyes on this big, physically powerful man, spread out before me like a buffet at a homeless shelter. You bet your ass I'd keep going back for more. I worked Owen with my tongue, careful not to irritate my wound in my enthusiasm. He followed instructions pretty well, allowing me to adjust his hips as needed. I played him with my tongue like a bow kissing the delicate strings of a violin. The moans and pants that came from him was the music coaxed from his body with my skilled tongue. I wrung sounds from him that he had no idea he was capable of. Fishing between his legs, I grasped his cock and pumped him to the fluttering of my tongue. I nipped, laved, and pleasured this big, beautiful boy of mine. When he came, it was glorious. His cheeks clenched, muscles bunching in a sexy display, as a hoarse cry strangled from his lips. His cum splattered my hand and the travertine pavers of the patio. Oh my God, Owen groaned, breathless and in awe. Your tongue, Dick. Your fucking tongue. He slid down the table and pulled to the ground between my feet in a subservient heap. I laughed at his theatrics, quite forgetting my stitches, or the throbbing ache in my own cock. Chapter 9. Owen. Home, sweet home. After almost a week of living in Declan's house, it was truly beginning to feel like home. Walking through the front door without having to knock, or without waiting on the butler to let me in, was surreal. It never ceased to amaze me the lap of luxury I was now living in, temporarily. I shut up the snarky inner bitch that was almost always trying to remind me this was not a long-term living arrangement. Declan was healing fine, and before we both knew it, he would be fully active again. He was already doing so much better, and had taken to working in his home office, though I checked up on him often enough to ensure he wasn't doing too much. I didn't take his word for it, so I had David, the butler, reporting to me if he spent too long in his office. Then I would call him and bother him until he decided to get out and lie down for a bit. So far, we'd been back to visit his doctor once, and Dr. Dover was pleased at the rapid pace with which he was healing. Saving Declan? No one else was as happy as me for him to fully recover, and I wouldn't even pretend sex wasn't a part of that reason. It was torture lying in bed with Declan, kissing him, touching him, feeling the way he watched me as I undressed, and unable to go further. That night on the patio with the ice cream had been the first and only time Declan had made love to me since I moved in. It was hard not to be greedy, wanting more of his tongue in every crevice and crease of my body, but I was learning to be patient. "Good evening, sir." David greeted me with a smile when I ran into him at the foot of the stairs. "Good evening, David," I replied, returning his smile. At first, I had found it strange and uncomfortable to interact with the butler. I had absolutely balked at having him do anything for me, but I had since learned that Declan's workers truly didn't mind their jobs. A handsome wage seemed sufficient to keep a sunny disposition on their faces. They were definitely fond of their employer, and it wasn't pretense either. I had watched their reaction around Declan when they thought no one was looking. Everyone had been genuinely concerned about him being in the hospital and attempted to look out for him, but he would have none of it. He hated feeling like an invalid. "Mr. Moore is in the gardens, sir," David advised me when he saw me heading in the direction of Declan's home office. That was where I usually found him at this hour of the evening, but I wanted to interrupt him for dinner. Since living with him, I was picking up on his habits, and when he was working, Declan could forget that he hadn't eaten. "Thanks, David." Although I was still wearing my uniform, I marched along the hall and slipped through the open side doors. The sun was still bright in the sky, despite the hour being almost 7. We still had another hour or two before the sun would go down at this time of the year. As usual, when I entered the garden, I was amazed at the beauty of the roses under Declan's care. I'd wanted to ask him before why he only planted red roses, but I refrained, sensing it might be painful for him to talk about. He was always so closed off from talking about anything to do with his mother. He had lost her at such a tender age, like my kids. The only difference was, the father they had was different from the cloth Declan's father was cut from. The man had thoroughly disappointed in raising his only child. I found Declan sitting on a wooden bench, scowling at a rose bush, a thick pair of gloves on the seat beside him and clippers still in his hand. He glanced up when he saw me, but still continued frowning, although his features softened at my appearance. "Hey, you're home early," he greeted me as I walked over to him. "Client cut his trip short," I answered, kissing him briefly before I sat beside him. "How was it? Did you drive a rich asshole around today?" I chuckled, stretching my feet out in front of me, unlike what I had to do all day with them crouched in the driver's seat. "How did you guess?" I asked dryly. "When are they ever anything else but rich assholes?" "Except for this one guy I met," I answered, aware the grin on my face was probably goofy, but I couldn't do anything about it. I was just so ridiculously happy. "Yeah? Well, come to think of it, he was probably a bit like an asshole when we just met," I amended. He grunted. "How so?" He was quite pushy, wouldn't take no for an answer. "How do you feel about that now?" I stroked my beard as though contemplating the question. "I've learned to trust his judgment." Declan grabbed me by the back of my head and pulled me to him for a hard kiss. "You say the sweetest things sometimes. You've got me hooked. You know that, right?" I stroked his cheek. "That's fine, because I'm well and truly caught." He kissed me again. "What do you want?" I blinked my eyes open to stare at him, confused at the sudden shift in conversation. "What?" "Anything," he said, with urgency in his tone. "You name it, it's yours, boy. Let Daddy do something nice for you." I gave an uneasy chuckle, still not comfortable with all this pampering and giving side of his. Yet I knew he would persist until I said something. There are a few audiobooks I've been meaning to get." Declan released me and scowled. He rose to his feet and stretched a hand out to me. I grasped it, but used minimum of his strength to pull myself up. "You can have anything you want," he said, shaking his head at me. "A brand new car, money, a home, clothes, any gadget known to man, and all you ask for are audiobooks?" I shrugged. "I have everything I need to make me happy, but I'm almost out of audiobooks. I need to order a few." "Okay, make me a list and I'll get them," he replied. "We'll start with your audiobooks and make our way up to other things, bigger things." I kissed his cheek as we walked side by side to go inside. "I just want to be with you. I don't care about anything else." He groaned, holding the door open for me to enter ahead of him. As I passed, he cupped my ass, squeezing hard before releasing, and he never missed a beat in our conversation. "You should know that hearing you say things like that doesn't help at all. It just makes me want to shower you with gifts more." I sniffed at my pits, deciding now was a good chance to change the topic. "Talking about shower, I need one. Do you want to come and watch me play with myself in the shower?" He halted. "As good as that sounds, we're going for dinner tonight. We have a reservation in the next hour. You've been here for a week now, and I haven't taken you out." "Yep, such a stingy daddy," I teased as I made my way for the spiral staircase. "And to think I've been good all week." I saw his smile over my shoulder. "Don't forget to make a list of the audiobooks you want for your stingy daddy," he called after me as I mounted the stairs. "Maybe I can spare one or two." I laughed, making no effort to hide the fun I was having, even when David appeared quickly, then disappeared. "Aren't you coming up to shower too?" I asked him. "Go ahead. I'll put away the tools I was using in the garden. It was pretty much a waste of my time, so I'll get someone out who can actually bend enough to get rid of the weeds." "I can do it," I volunteered. "Nope, I'll get someone on it." "I'll wait for you in the shower." "I'll use one of the guest bathrooms," he answered, spoiling my fun. "And no fooling around when you're alone. I was serious before. No touching unless I'm watching. I glanced about to see if anyone was listening to our conversation. Not so loud, I hissed at him. Grow up, Owen. He laughed at my attempt to shush him. Nobody expects all you've been doing is lying in my bed for almost a month, quoting sonnets about my eyes. With that, he was gone, his strides letting me know that he was mending quite well. Cheeks blazing at his words, I hurried up the stairs to the bedroom I shared with him. At first, I had been hesitant at sharing his bed, afraid that I would hurt him, since he needed to sleep in a semi-reclining position. But he had objected to the very notion of me taking up residence in any of the other guest rooms. The room was luxurious, and every fine detail his interior designer had carefully arranged to showcase Declan's personal style of simple, yet expensive, taste. The smoky black crystal chandelier had been the first thing to grab my attention, before I caught sight of the huge bed mounted on its own dais. The gray carpet beneath the bare feet was how I imagined what it would feel like to walk on clouds. The walls and backdrop of the bed were also a blend of grays and silvers. Since my own room was brightly colored, I was amazed at how calm and soothing his bedroom made me feel. The bathroom was just as beautiful, with the gray and silver theme continuing. The additional black made it just different enough to give the room its own personal feel. The built-in jacuzzi tub and walk-in glass-enclosed shower were opposite each other. I ignored the tub and took a cold shower, dampening the desire I had felt for Declan earlier. If we were going out for a reservation, we had no time to fool around. I cleaned up, ensuring I shaved and trimmed up my beard before I entered the bedroom. The first thing I spotted was a new suit on the bed. Beside the suit was a shoebox, a black jewelry box, and a single red rose. I ignored the jewelry box and ran my hand over the expensive material of the jacket. It felt decadent to get dressed in the suit, which must have cost him several thousands of dollars. I remember not being able to afford this specific tag when I was getting married to James. This wasn't the first time Declan had bought me clothes, and I refused to feel any type of way but pleased at his effort at pampering me. I wouldn't lose any sleep over it either, because he wouldn't, and I constantly told him I didn't need him to buy me things. He already had my affection. The shoes were the right fit and comfortable. I usually hated wearing new shoes and having to break them in, but these were perfect. They neither pinched my toes nor rubbed at my heels. I opened the jewelry box last, not sure what to expect. Inside was a matching watch, bracelet, and silver cufflink set. I was about to slip the cufflinks in when I glimpsed cursive writing engraved in the metal. I brought it up closer to my face for inspection and discovered the words, "Mine." I abandoned the cufflinks to check out both the watch and bracelet. The watch was without engraving, but the two links of the bracelet were fastened together by a small padlock closing. Daddy's Boy was engraved inside the bracelet, along with Declan's initials and mine. I needed a minute to sit after observing the gifts. I had expressed my desire sometimes to refer to our dynamic in public discreetly. Now, he had given me the accessories to show his approval. Did I dare put them on? Chapter 10. Declan. I was ready for a while and waiting by the stairs with bated breath when Owen finally descended. It might have been silly to others, but that was exactly where I had wanted to be when he made his appearance. I was certain he would wear the clothes I'd bought for him, because my boy was always eager to please. What I hadn't been too sure of was him wearing the jewelry. The custom-designed bracelet and cuffs had cost a small fortune to have made, engraved and shipped to me overnight, but seeing Owen wearing my ownership tags on his person made it totally worth it. "How do I look?" he asked in a teasing manner when he arrived at the landing. He made a full turn before coming to face me again. "Like all mine," I answered, reaching for his wrist to rub the cool metal of the bracelet he wore between my fingers. "You've put them on. I wasn't sure how you'd feel about wearing them in public." "They're discreet enough," he answered with a smile. "Besides, you should know how much I like being all yours." I released his hand to cup his chin. "You're one of a kind. I hope you know that. Every other person I've been in a relationship with has only tried to take advantage in one form or another. But you give me nothing but your love, expecting nothing but my love in return." "And do I have it?" he asked, the smile erased from his face. "Do you really love me?" The answer rolled off my tongue without hesitation. "With all my heart." That seemed to please Owen, who fell in right beside me as I escorted him out of the house and to the waiting car. Silas wished us a good evening, and we sat in the back without talking, shoulders pressed against each other. No words were necessary, just to bask in the moment. Within 20 minutes, Silas parked at the Primavera Hotel on East 4th Street, and I led Owen inside, hand rested at his lower back. He was completely unaware, but he moved closer to me, and I rubbed his back through the jacket he wore to set him at ease. "Good evening. Welcome to Restaurant Primavera," the hostess greeted us. "May I have your party's name, please?" "Party of 2, Declan Moore." She blinked at me, then her gaze shifted to Owen before dropping. Yes, Mr. Moore. You reserved the rooftop. Everything is to your specification. Follow me this way, please." The second she abandoned her desk, a young man stepped into her place. Owen faltered, looking uncertain, and I clutched his hand, tugging him along to walk with me. "Rooftop?" Owen whispered so the hostess couldn't hear. "I thought we were dining in the restaurant." I smiled at him. I wanted tonight to be perfect. Did he truly believe I would share him with a roomful of other diners? I didn't want him self-conscious during our meal, but to enjoy our first night out since we started living together. "I made arrangements for our privacy," I answered, and didn't explain further. "You'll see." I was quite pleased with the restaurant's efforts to organize everything in short order. The panoramic skyline view was breathtaking. The rooftop was empty, with the exception of a single table setting in the center. A red umbrella hovered over the table and chairs. The centerpiece consisted of red roses with baby's breath, and candlelight in small glass containers adorned the floor. As soon as we appeared, a violinist started playing. Owen visibly startled at the unexpected lull of music that cloaked us. "Declan," Owen murmured, clinging to my hand, but before he could voice his thoughts, the hostess interrupted him by wishing us a good evening and assuring us that our servers would be with us momentarily. "Thank you for accommodating us on such short notice," I told her, with a smile that made her blush as she headed back to her station. "Oh my God, what did you do?" Owen asked, glancing all around us. "You don't like it?" "It's beautiful," he answered, eyes wide like a fascinated child's. "When you said we were going out for dinner, I never expected this. This must have cost you a fortune." "Don't even think about the cost," I assured him. "You need this as much as I do. I've watched you work your ass off for the past week. I should be the only one to work your ass that hard." I winked at him, and that seemed to set him at ease. No sooner had we taken our seats than 2 waiters appeared as our personal waitstaff for the evening. A small trolley was pushed to our table with a bucket of ice and the wine I had ordered. I hadn't taken my medications earlier, because I intended to have 1 glass of wine tonight, and knew better than to mix alcohol with my pills. "Should you be drinking?" Owen asked, frowning as the waiter topped up our glasses. "Just 1 glass," I told him. Figured I could do without the meds for one night. "You sure that's wise?" I reached across the table to place my hand over his cheek. "Owen, I don't want you to worry about me tonight, okay?
Let's just enjoy the evening before I take you home and make love to you in the very limited way that I can." That put him at ease, and Owen at ease was the best version of himself. He relaxed, he teased, he made jokes, and most of all, he was himself. Our dinner was a quiet, romantic affair. Just us, with the violinist in the background doing such a splendid job that I had every intention of tipping him generously before we left. Although, given the go-ahead to eat solids, my appetite still wasn't back to normal, so I mostly nibbled, while I watched Owen dig into his feast. His obvious pleasure at everything was so adorable that I couldn't stop staring at him. He really was perfect. I had no idea what I would do if I somehow lost him. I pushed away the thought, and after dinner asked him to dance with me. At first he was shy about it, and tried to make excuses. "But your wound—" "Will be fine," I answered. "It's a slow dance, Owen, not exactly twerking." "I'd probably do better at that than slow dancing. I haven't danced in years." "Yeah?" I rose to my feet and held out a hand to him. "Well, tonight all that's going to change." With a groan, he placed his napkin on the table and got to his feet. I tucked him to my chest, and we swayed to the music. "Relax. You're doing fine," I told Owen, when he kept staring at his feet, biting his lip hard in concentration. "Come on, look at me." He finally lifted his head, and I smiled encouragingly at him. He was so eager to please that it was killing me inside. We left enough space between us to avoid the contact with my wound, and the truth was that we barely moved any at all. We didn't need to. It was enough just holding him and knowing he was mine. The cufflinks he wore said it loud and clear. The bracelet, too. But, most of all, so did his heart. "Declan." He breathed my name softly. The ringing of my cell phone shattered the moment. I'd completely forgotten I had my phone with me. Tonight was for Owen and me. No outside distractions allowed. This evening was going so well, I had no desire to let the world mess this up for us. "Sorry, I thought I'd left this at home," I answered, frowning when I recognized the ringtone meant Ridge. I rejected the call and slipped the phone back into my pocket, but it promptly rang again. "Seems urgent," he remarked. "You should get it." I groaned. "It's Ridge. What the hell does he want?" Owen shrugged. "Won't know until you answer." Disgruntled at Ridge for disrupting our night, I swiped my phone to answer the call. "This better be important, Ridge," I snapped in the phone. "I'm occupied." "So sorry," Ridge slurred. "I'm sorry if I disturbed you, but I need a ride, please." I closed my eyes tight and gritted my teeth. This could not be happening. Of all the nights for Rich to pull this stunt, why tonight? "Have you tried calling a cab?" I asked him. "Don't know where anything is," he replied on a groan. "Was in alley with someone. Sold everything and ran. I'm stranded. Come get me, please." Jesus, Ridge, are you okay? On the one hand, I wanted to shake him something fierce for ruining my date, but on the other, I was worried as hell about him. "I'm fine. Just need to go home." Running my fingers through my hair, I winced at the sudden disturbance to the incision in my stomach. I glanced at Owen to find him sitting in his chair and popping cherries into his mouth, but he was listening to my end of the call. How much did he suspect of my relationship with Ridge? Not that he had anything to worry about, because Ridge and I had nothing going on now, but I was uneasy about this whole thing. "Where the hell are you?" I asked him, and he named a club that was just 10 minutes away from the restaurant. Where exactly? After gleaning the information from him, I told him to stay put and hung up. "Let me guess, we're leaving?" Owen asked. The disappointment was evident, even as he avoided looking directly at me. We don't have to, I answered, trying to salvage what was left of our night. I can call Silas, have him pick up Ridge on his way here. We'll drop him off at his place and we finish up at home. I did promise you some good lovin' when we got home. When he smiled, the disappointment erased. I wanted to kick Ridge where he would hurt most. It was impossible reasoning with him when he was drunk, though, which made any conversation between us futile until he was sober. Just give me a minute to call Silas. I placed the call, quickly explaining to Silas, who assured me he was on his way to pick up Ridge. I wished I could have been the cold-hearted bastard to leave him there, but he had always been there for me. He had put up with me when I took sick, and had even ensured that Owen knew where I was and how I was doing. The least I could do was to get him home all right. Despite my fevered attempt to salvage the night, the mood had undeniably shifted. We ended up with Owen using the restroom while I took care of the exorbitant bill I had accrued for an interrupted night. I hadn't smoked in years. I wasn't a smoker, really, although I had that odd year in college when my grandfather had died. I felt the need for a smoke now to allay my nerves. I was annoyed as hell. Owen met me outside the restaurant where we waited in silence for Silas to arrive. Owen took one look at Ridge, sprawled in the back seat, and decided to sit up front with Silas. He didn't even give me the chance to object, nor did he spare Ridge a second glance. "Are we home?" Ridge asked when I pushed his feet off the seat so I could sit. "No, we're at the restaurant where you just ruined my date." I checked him over and sighed with relief that whoever had mugged him had only taken his stuff. "Date?" Ridge struggled to sit up and leaned sideways heavily on me. "You still dating that driver guy, huh?" I stiffened. It was just my luck to be saddled with the not-so-drunk-that-he-passed-out version of Ridge. This was the worst version. At least if he had passed out, then we wouldn't have to listen to the nonsense he usually said. "Yes, I'm still dating Owen," I answered through gritted teeth, wondering how much of our conversation could be heard from the front seat. "Ridge, why don't you shut up and try to sleep? I'll wake you when we get you home." "Don't want to go home," he cried, pressing his face into my side. "Please don't let me go home. I'm a fucking mess, Dick. I can't go back to that empty house unless you'll stay the night with me." Then came the waterworks before I could tell him no. They were real tears backed by heart-wrenching sobs that gutted me to find my friend in this condition. I knew what it was like to be lonely. I knew quite well he slept around so much because he never felt he belonged. I was the only friend he had had since we met in boarding school. The son of wealthy parents who hadn't given a shit about him. All they'd done was shovel their money at him. Ridge had followed me around faithfully. The same college, and later buying that house in Cincy so we wouldn't be distant friends. If Owen wasn't in my life, I wouldn't have hesitated at all to take Ridge home with me. I'd done so dozens of times when he was this drunk. He would crawl into my bed, and I held him while he slept it off. But I couldn't do that for him anymore. Not when I had Owen. I had tried to explain that to Ridge before, and sober, he'd kept his boundaries, but there was no telling what he would say or do. "Owen, do you mind if I take him home and get him settled a bit while Silas brings you home?" I asked him. "Silas will come back for me. I just can't leave him like this." Owen didn't even turn to face me. He shrugged his shoulders. "Why go through all that hassle? Just have him sleep the night at your home. You have enough guest rooms." His voice lowered, but I heard every grumbled word. It's not like he's never stayed there before. Chapter 11. Owen. I couldn't figure out Declan's best friend. I was grateful to the guy for contacting me when Declan had been ill, and for that reason I shrugged off any misgivings that he harbored any feelings for Declan. However, I was already pissed that our night, which had been going so well, was ruined. It wasn't every night that your partner took you to the fanciest restaurant in the city and booked the entire fucking rooftop for just the two of you, complete with candlelight, dancing, and your own personal musician. It wasn't every day that a man got me to dance with him,
During the ride home, I tried to tune out the conversation in the back seat of the car, but Ridge's drunken voice wasn't exactly low. He was a mess. A hot mess who was lucky all that had happened to him was being mugged. Wearing a fishnet top that left his glittered torso bare and black pants so skin-tight it gripped every line of his body, things could have easily been much worse. He clung to Declan, crying, leaving me feeling partly sorry for him. The other part of me was too confused about what exactly was the relationship between him and Declan. Clearly, he had a drinking problem. I remembered the night we had taken him to Declan's hotel room back in Columbus, and wondered how often this happened. How often did Declan have to rescue him? It bothered me greatly, because this was the sort of thing that Declan did. He loved being needed. He loved taking care of people, and that was fine, but something about the way Ridge seemed to need him bothered me. And I didn't know if I was supposed to feel ashamed for my reaction to him helping a friend. Still, when we arrived home, I found myself going to help him with Ridge. There was no way I could have allowed Declan to take his weight when, for all his foray of activities tonight, he was still supposed to be resting. Declan thanked Silas and led the way inside the house. The cloying scent of alcohol coming from Ridge was enough to make me gag. "Where do you want him?" I asked Declan once we were inside. "Upstairs. There's a room he usually stays in." Hearing that Ridge had a designated bedroom made me feel better. If he had a different bedroom, then it was possible he and Declan had never been involved. Maybe it was just my imagination that they had a romantic history together. I followed Declan up the stairs, Ridge loud and talking all sorts of things that didn't make sense to me. I didn't miss the way Declan bit into his lip as he climbed each riser. He was obviously in pain, and had exerted himself too much tonight. I didn't even care about the sex and the good time he had promised when we returned. I was worried about getting him to bed so he could rest. It turned out that Declan wanted me to put Ridge across from our bedroom. He opened the door for me, and I crossed the threshold to support Ridge toward the bed. He flopped down onto the covers with a moan and turned onto his stomach before curling up into a ball. He started crying all over again. It was pitiful to watch, and I backed away to give him privacy, not sure if he would have wanted me to see him like that. "I'll get him under the covers and join you in bed," Declan said to me. Without a word, I nodded and headed for the door.
"Daddy, will you please hold me for a minute? Make me feel better?"
I clutched the doorknob tightly, my body rigid at Ridge's mumbled words. The color drained from my face, leaving me sick to the stomach. Daddy? Declan had been his daddy. Not waiting for Declan's response, I slipped from the room, closing the door firmly behind me. I crossed the hall to our own bedroom and shut myself inside, leaning against the door while fighting the jealousy that threatened to overwhelm me. Jealousy. I laughed bitterly at the word. Jealousy wasn't an emotion I had experience with, but there was no mistaking it for something else. I was jealous of another man calling Declan Daddy. Not just anyone, either. A man he obviously had a connection to. They had more history together than Declan and I had. Insecurities got the better of me as I undressed. Removing the cufflinks didn't help. Mine. I was his. But was he truly 100% mine? Was he at this minute giving in to Ridge's neediness to hold him? I couldn't get the bracelet off fast enough, the metal burning my skin and branding me as a fraud. Did I even belong in this house? The clothes, the expensive things. Was he trying to make me more like his friend? Deep inside, I knew I was freaking out over nothing, but I had never had to fight these feelings of insecurities before, and I didn't like it at all. I never had them with James. I never had to worry about our age and whether or not he would later regret us
and find someone younger, someone more youthful, trendier, and more suitable to his lifestyle. Someone more like Ridge. Dressed in a pair of sweatpants and a Pride t-shirt he had bought me when we were in Sao Paulo, I couldn't make myself get into the bed. I grabbed my phone and earphones, the vast room suddenly too confining. I slipped out of the bedroom, deliberately avoiding the guest room across the hall, as I headed for the stairs. The lighting system in the house was sensory-operated, and as I walked through the sliding doors out to the patio at the back where the pool was, the lights came on. Soft, romantic lights glowed from the floor, mocking the way I was feeling. I had intended to listen to an audiobook by the poolside until I calmed down enough to return inside. The second I saw the pool, however, I couldn't resist. The night was quite warm, so I placed my phone on a lounge chair and shucked out of my clothes, with the exception of my underwear. I was too high-strung to swim lazily in the pool, so I struck out to the other side like I was involved in an Olympic event. My arms sliced through the water with ease as I pushed my body, exerting enough energy to drain the excess emotions. The swimming worked better than I'd hoped for. When I was satisfied at how calm the physical exercise had made me mentally, I floated in the water, staring up at the sky, and tried to think rationally about the situation at hand. The first chance I got, I would ask Declan to clarify his relationship with Ridge. He owed me that much after tonight's interruption of our date. I had to know if this was something I had to look forward to in our relationship. A drunk friend who didn't know when he'd had enough, and one who called him Daddy. "Are you getting out any time soon?" Declan's voice startled me, because I didn't hear him come out, nor had I seen him at the other end of the pool. Caught up in my thoughts and staring up at the night sky, I hadn't been paying much attention to my surroundings. I turned to observe him. He was standing at the edge of the pool, still dressed in his dinner outfit, except for his jacket. He held a glass half filled with liquid in his hand, and I frowned because he wasn't supposed to be having any liquor. He was ignoring his meds, but he needed those painkillers. I'd seen the way he winced earlier. "Not yet," I answered, when I realized he was still waiting for my response. "I still need to cool off a little. We need to talk." Those 4 words hit me in the solar plexus and made me nauseous. Those words had ruined my marriage. James and I had never been able to come back after he said them. It hadn't taken long after for him to leave me, and the regret in Declan's words were loud and clear. Did he no longer want me? "I'll be out in a few." My heart was pounding in my chest, and maybe one lap around the pool would be enough to calm me down again. "I meant now, Owen. Get out of the pool." Shit. I stalled, not sure what to do. Defy him and incur discipline, something I was familiar with and would know how to handle, or face the music head on and know where I stand with him. I wanted to defy. God knew I did. Why should I make this any easier for him? Damn it, he owed it to me to be damn sure I was what he wanted before I had fallen for him. My arms sliced through the water as I swam in the opposite direction of him. I could sense in the way my heart pounded in my chest that I had made the wrong call. My heart protested the stupidity of my brain. I should have gone to him, listened to what he had to say. Maybe he just wanted to explain. That was what I wanted, right? I took a U-turn and returned to where Declan had been standing. But when I hoisted myself up out of the pool, he was gone. Shit. I cursed because I knew he wouldn't take this lightly. I had defied him, and while he hated punishment, he was consistent in delivering it when I deserved it. He wouldn't let me off the hook, and the fact that he had walked away was evidence that he wouldn't let this slide. Clothes and gadget bundled tightly in my hands, I strode for the house. The closer I got, the sicker I felt inside.
Declan leaving without pressing the issue of us talking felt like him bringing on the silent treatment, which I despised. It made me feel crappy when he ignored me. He never did for long, but the whole time he did, I was left in an agony of worry about what was going through his mind. When I entered our bedroom and didn't find Declan, I almost panicked before I heard him in the bathroom. I let out a long sigh, followed by rapid exhaling breaths to calm down. I was about to go in after him when he walked out wearing only a pair of boxer briefs. He no longer wore his bandage, and the angry wound where he had his surgery was stark against his otherwise unblemished skin. Declan walked by me without a word. It was as though he didn't see me at all. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath before I desperately tried to fix this situation. I'm going to take a quick shower, I said in the quiet of the room. He didn't answer, but casually walked over to the closet. I gritted my teeth against the stinging in my nostrils and escaped to the bathroom. The silent treatment. He was well and truly mad. I stepped in the shower and fought the tears that burned my eyes. No need to overreact. Shit happened in relationships. I already knew this firsthand. We'd talk about things and get over it. Or one of you will have had enough. I made the shower quick. I just needed to wash off the pool water anyway. I quickly dried off, my hair still slightly damp when I pulled on my clothes, sans underwear, and returned to the bedroom. Declan wasn't in bed like I thought he would be. He was sitting on one of the recliners that were against the wall, with the mirror beside it. I'd always been fascinated by that mirror, and how sexual it could be. Now all I could focus on was the frowning Declan, who looked so wan as he tapped his fingers on his knee. "You should be in bed," I told him softly. "You've done way too much tonight." "There's absolutely nothing going on between Ridge and me," he said, ignoring my observation. "Nothing." Apparently I hadn't hidden my jealousy well after all. "Did you have something going on with him?" I asked, since he wanted to talk. If I kept him talking, he would forget that he was supposed to be giving me the silent treatment. Punishment number 1 that I hated. "Yes, we did," he answered. "But it was never anything serious. He was always aware of this. Our sexual contact was also minimal. We haven't had sex in a couple of years." That made me feel a little better, but there was still one thing that bothered me. "He called you Daddy, Deck. How am I supposed to feel about that? Is it a thing where you have more than one person calling you that? Because I thought I was the only one who did. I thought it meant something. That it was special." "It is special," he said, slowly rising to his feet. "And because it is, I expect you to trust me. That's the basis of our relationship, Owen. Because if we don't have trust, we don't have a goddamn thing." "He called you Daddy," I reiterated, stressing the honorific. I reacted accordingly. "It doesn't mean a damn thing when he says it," he replied. "He's drunk. For all the fuck I know, he thought I was one of his infamous daddies. He's had several. He's called me that as a joke before, but he's used to having his own daddies, okay? He probably made a mistake because he's wasted and used what he knows to ask for comfort." I pushed my hands into my pockets because I didn't know what else to do with them. "And that's all this is?" "Pretty much. I helped him out because he's a friend. We've been friends for a damn long time. He needs help. There's a lot of shit that he's been through, so I help when I can. But now, I see he'll need additional care that I can't give. I'll ensure he gets it from someone suitable." Oh. The moment I realized how serious I was about you, Owen, do you know what I did? "What?" I breathed hard, prepared not to like the answer. "I sat Ridge down, and I defined the boundaries.
Do you know why I did that?" I swallowed hard and shook my head, nervous at how low his tone had dropped. "Answer me!" I almost jumped out of my fucking skin because I'd never had Declan raise his voice to me before. Pissed. He was seriously pissed at me. "No," I stammered. "I did it because of you," he replied, pointing at me. "I considered your feelings. I didn't want you to get the wrong impression. I wanted you to know that you had my undivided attention, and the only reason I am not more pissed with you tonight, boy, is because Ridge fucked up." "I'm sorry," I said quickly. I don't remember giving you permission to speak." I clamped my mouth shut and swallowed my response. "When I tell you that I love you, Owen, I mean every word," he continued. "When you call me Daddy, do you know what it means? That I'll respect you and cherish you. It means that you're mine to protect and care for. You've entrusted yourself into my care, and I don't take that kind of trust lightly. I won't cheat on you. I won't walk out on you. I've not given you one goddamn reason to doubt me." Ashamed. That was how I felt at his words. I was ashamed that I had immediately thought the worst of him, when I should have known better. Declan had never once given me reason to disbelieve him. He had always been frank with me. "I don't take those 3 words for granted," he said, frowning at me. "In 19 years, I've never said them to anyone else. My mother was the last person I told those words. Do you know how you belittle what I feel for you with your lack of trust and faith in me?" His beautiful words, tainted with his anger, were barbs cutting into my heart at the way I had hurt him. He was right. This was the way love was supposed to be. I should believe in him, especially when he'd never given me cause to think differently about him. "Permission to speak, please?" I begged him. "Go ahead. What do you have to say for yourself?" "You're right," I stated, clutching my hands because they were shaking. I don't know what came over me. Wait, that's not exactly true. I was jealous of the history between you and Ridge, and I was insecure about my rightful place in your life, whether it should be me or him." "Is there a reason why he should suit me better than you?" "Well, there's so help me God if you mention anything about your age, Owen," he roared. I clamped my mouth shut, because I was about to do exactly that. "I'm so pissed with you right now," he said when I didn't respond. I winced at the way he glared at me. He wasn't joking about his anger. His body was rigid from the potent stuff. I wanted into his arms to know we were all right, but I was afraid he would reject me, afraid this wasn't the best time. "I know, and I'm sorry." He gave a curt nod. "I would have handled Ridge tonight if he was sober, but he's not. Tomorrow I'll deal with it. You need to trust me that I'll always fix these situations that may come up." Got it. Trust him. Believe he will do the right thing, because he loves me. "Are we good then?" I asked softly, because I needed to know. He scowled at me. "Did you not hear me say I love you, boy? It's going to take you pissing me off way more than this for us not to be good." I emitted a long sigh on the breath I had been holding. Thank God. I hate it when you're upset at me. "We're not done yet," he was quick to add. "Not only did you fail to trust me, you insulted everything I feel for you. And let's not forget you disobeying me. I can't let those infractions slide." "But you said we're good," I answered. "We are, but I'm not yet appeased. and it will be some time before I get over what you thought me capable of tonight. You understand why I have to punish you?"
I didn't like it one bit, but I understood. "How many spankings?" I asked hopefully.
"Nice try. A spanking is no punishment for you," he answered. "Tonight, you sleep alone."
I blinked at him, panicking as my gaze landed on the bed where I had lain by him for the past 7 nights. If he sent me away from his bed, would he want me back?
"You will sleep alone until you've learned to trust me. When I think you're ready, then you can come back to our bed."
"How is that supposed to make me trust you?" I asked, frustrated with this punishment.
"Because you'll learn that you sleeping in another room doesn't make me want you or love you any less," he answered.
"Can't you discipline me some other way?" I begged him, because I didn't want to spend nights away from him in any of the other big beds in the house. I was used to waking up beside him in the morning. How can this be anything but a setback in our relationship? How the hell is him sending me away supposed to teach me that he loves me?
"I can, but I won't. I'll do what I think is best for you, and this is it. You'll be sleeping in the guest room at the end of the hall, and you'll have enough time to think about your part in this whole mess tonight."
My mouth fell open in shock, and my heart squeezed like a death grip held it. All the way down the hall? This wasn't just a house with 1 or 2 guest rooms. There were a total of 12 bedrooms on this floor. To sleep so far away from him would be torture. As though sensing my distress, Declan's features softened as he cupped my face between his hands.
"You'll be fine," he told me,
then leaned forward to press a kiss in the center of my forehead.
"Believe it or not, this isn't just punishment. It's a discipline for your own good. Now come on, let me walk you to your room for the night."
The night? As much as I hated it, that didn't sound too bad. I could survive a night before I moved back into his room, if he wanted me back.
Chapter 12. Declan. Disciplining Owen by assigning him another bedroom to sleep in was just like punishing myself. After last night's debacle, I woke up with a headache and my healing wound aching more than usual. Remembering I hadn't taken my pills yesterday, I carefully skirted off the bed and to the bathroom to down the recommended dosage. Then I crawled into the shower, feeling like death warmed over, and all the while blaming myself partly for last night. Apparently, I hadn't been clear enough with Ridge that day I had sat him down and spoken to him about boundaries. He had ended up in my house on a date night I had carefully planned for a romantic affair with Owen, and he had called me Daddy. Of all the idiotic things to do in Owen's presence, the worst of it all, though, was knowing he probably wouldn't even remember any of it when he woke up this morning. The throbbing in my head had dulled to an inconvenient ache by the time I got out of the shower and dressed. Today was Owen's day off, and since I'd had great expectations for last night, I hadn't planned for us to resurface any time soon. I had ordered us a big breakfast to be delivered at the house to avoid Owen cooking for us, since he had assumed that role without me asking him to. Before going down the stairs, I made a detour to the guest bedroom where Owen was staying, ignoring the one across from mine. Ridge I could deal with later, but I had to ensure Owen was okay after sleeping alone. If he was anything like me, he would have had a fitful night. I was certain after addressing matters this morning I would head back to bed to rest. Yesterday I probably had overdone it, and the next checkup I had with my doctor, I wanted to be given the all-clear to return to normal activities. Back to the office, sex with Owen, and not necessarily in that order either. At Owen's bedroom, I knocked once before letting myself in. The bed was vacant, the covers already arranged neatly in place. My eyes roved the room as I entered, hoping he hadn't left. I hadn't even considered him leaving when I'd banished him from my bed last night. Like he needed to trust me, I also trusted that he wouldn't give up at the slightest challenges we faced. We would never survive as a couple if he ran each time we had a problem. I sighed in relief when I spotted him standing on the balcony, lost in thought. With him completely oblivious of my presence, I spent some time watching him. His body slumped slightly. He wasn't happy with his current location at all. Served him right. He couldn't be in my bed while harboring thoughts of me double-crossing him and fucking around with anyone else. He needed to know that wasn't the kind of man I was. I slid the glass door open, and he turned slightly, acknowledging my presence without really acknowledging me. His back straightened as if he was mentally preparing himself for a fight. A pity he still had a lot to learn about me. I had no intention of continuing an argument from last night. I had said everything I needed to say to him. I approached him from behind, arms going about his waist to hold him against me. I kissed the back of his neck, lips rubbing gently against his skin until he relaxed. We didn't speak for a few minutes. I just held him, assured him with my presence that, despite sleeping apart, it didn't change how I felt about him. "I'm so sorry about last night." He was the first to speak. His voice was so low that I strained to hear him. His heartbeat picked up, pounding hard in his chest. I rubbed his stomach and rained kisses over the expanse of his neck to soothe him. "So am I answered. "But I'll make it right."
"I thought a lot about what you said last night. You were right. You've never given me a single reason to doubt you."
I smiled into his neck. "You're not just saying that because you want back in my bed, are you?"
"No,"
he answered, then sighed.
"But that too, Deck. I never thought I'd hate anything more than your silent treatment. I fucking hated sleeping alone last night. I know it hasn't been long, but I've gotten so accustomed to falling asleep beside you and waking up to you, I couldn't sleep. And the pillow was no helpful substitute."
I enjoyed his honesty and plainness, and I damn well approved of him speaking openly about his feelings. I hadn't been sure how he would react this morning, given he would have had some time to reflect about last night. He could have had a chip on his shoulder about me sending him to sleep in another room. Instead, he had taken the time to consider what had happened last night and why I had been upset with him. He wasn't prolonging our misery and stubbornness. "I agree," I answered. "My bed was lonely without you, but it's too soon to relieve you of your punishment." Owen turned in my arms, face miserable and earnest.
"Please, I'll do anything else, anything. Just don't forbid me from sleeping in your bed."
I thought about it a lot, about the fact that he did seem to regret his part in escalating last night's issue. We'd all had a hand in it, even me. "All right. I'll consider having you back in my bed tonight," I told him. "But I'll have to substitute for something else." The smile he started to show dropped.
"Like what?"
"We'll see. I'll think about it. Let's put it behind us for now and go down for breakfast." He nodded.
"Sure, I can make us something to eat."
I didn't bother to correct him as we left the balcony and walked through the bedroom to the door. He didn't say anything as we passed by the guest room, then descended the stairs. I knew I was asking him a lot to have faith in my ability to handle Ridge and my timing, but if he had objections or questions, he didn't ask. I could have woken up Ridge and demanded that he leave my property, but I already had in mind what was going to happen, so I didn't force the issue. Sooner or later he would wake up feeling like crap, and then I would get to address him. I had no intention of letting him leave here today without understanding the boundaries I had set for my relationship with Owen. David was already at work and greeted us at the foot of the stairs. He had helped me make the calls to the restaurant yesterday to arrange the dinner for Owen, so he knew about our plans last night. He probably figured we were both in a good mood from last night.
If only he knew what really went down. "Good morning, sirs," he said, with an uncertain smile when he saw us. "I trust you rested well." "Good morning, David." Owen and I both returned. "Thank you," I continued. "Did our breakfast order arrive?" "Yes, sir. I've been keeping everything warm. If you would inform me where you'll take your breakfast, I'll bring everything out." "Owen?" I asked, leaving the choice to him. He was startled that I had deferred to him. The breakfast room is good." "Very well, then. I'll be with you shortly." Owen and I made our way to the breakfast room, and because I could sense that he had gotten tense again, I squeezed his shoulder. "Relax." He sighed. "I'll try. I had no idea you ordered breakfast." "It was part of last night's plan. After our planned night of debauchery, I thought the least I could do was to feed you in the morning." He groaned. "Oh, we missed the debauchery. Rain check?" "Oh, yeah, definitely a rain check." "Maybe." That didn't seem to please him, but he didn't argue as I led him to the breakfast room, which was a quiet, cozy nook right off the kitchen. Opening the double doors gave us a nice view of the gardens. David brought out our breakfast, but before he could go, I stopped him. "We'll need another setting for Ridge, and when you're finished, can you inform him that I expect him to join us shortly?" I kept my eyes trained on Owen as I made the request, and the fork he had taken up paused mid-air. He made no commentary, though, as he replaced the fork to his plate without touching his meal. "Certainly, sir," David remarked, and exited the breakfast room, leaving us alone. I could sense Owen's curiosity, but he didn't ask about my intention, and I didn't volunteer. I wasn't a man of talk. I was a man of action, and I would live up to my word that I would handle what happened last night. We ate in silence for about 15 minutes, only interrupted once by David, who returned to set a place for Ridge at the table. A casual comment was made between us every now and then, but otherwise Owen guarded his thoughts, and I allowed him, not badgering to know what was going through his mind. Ridge joined us half an hour later, when we had all but ended eating. Owen didn't even spare him a second glance as he entered the breakfast room and remained standing just inside. His face was pale, and he looked like hell. His eyes were full of misery and regret. I had seen him like this too many times after such an episode to not know what was coming. However, where this sort of thing had been acceptable before, I couldn't let it continue. I had already warned him about the boundaries. "Hi, good morning," he said, digging his hands into his pockets. David invited me for breakfast, but I can't stick around. Thanks for picking me up last night." I frowned at him, wondering if he thought that apology would be enough this time. "Sit down, Ridge," I told him. "We need to talk." He didn't move, but glanced between Owen and me. "Right now?" "Yes, right now," I answered, indicating the place setting. "I figure you won't want anything to eat, but at least help yourself to the coffee." Ridge slowly made his way over to the table, clearly not wanting to stay and listen to what I had to say. Across from me, Owen appeared just as uncomfortable. I glanced up at him when he pushed back his chair. "Maybe I should go and allow you two to talk." "Sit," I instructed him. "Whatever I have to say concerns you." Reluctantly, he repositioned his chair, but didn't make any attempt to finish the last piece of croissant he had been eating. Ridge helped himself to a cup of coffee and toast, ignoring everything else, and there was still plenty of food left over. "I'm sorry about last night," Ridge said, staring into his coffee. "Shit, I feel terrible for ruining your date. You should have just left me there. I'm sure I would have gotten home, somehow." "There was no way I could have left you there. You were a fucking mess, Ridge." He stiffened and raised his eyes to look at Owen, before returning his gaze to me, pleading with me not to get into it in front of Owen. Usually, I wouldn't have. I believed in dealing with matters privately, but this one couldn't be ignored. His actions last night had made Owen insecure about us. "Yeah, I know," he commented.
I was drunk. Anything that happened, or I said, was utter garbage. You put me in a very awkward position with Owen last night, I told him. And I can't allow that to happen. I already spoke to you about this to avoid it. You know how much he means to me, and I can't have you pulling stunts like last night and expecting me to be there for you. This is the second fucking time, and you've got to clean up your act. I'm not going to jeopardize my relationship with Owen because you can't keep your shit together. I didn't mean to cause problems last night. You've got to believe that, Declan. I'm glad you found someone. I'm really happy for you. He turned to Owen, his eyes sad and repentant. Look, man, Declan and I are just friends. I do fucked up shit sometimes, and he's always there, but that's it. He's crazy about you. Owen nodded. I can't say it was exactly a pleasure seeing you in his arms, or hearing you call him Daddy, but I can't blame him for your actions. Ridge paled, plunking the cup of coffee quickly on the tabletop. I did that, he wheezed. Oh my God, now I know why you're so pissed. That was so wrong of me. Ridge, I said calmly, and he finally looked at me. You're using again, aren't you? I hated asking that question, especially when I had seen the evidence of it on his arms. I hated the idea of him putting himself in danger. But I had seen him through one bout of drug use before, and this time, he needed more than me. There was only one person I knew who could help him, a man neither of us had spoken to in years, but one who would be willing to help. It was just last night, Ridge answered, but I already knew he was lying to me. I spoke to Heath last night, I told him. Ridge gripped the end of the table, panic in his eyes. Heath? You know I can't go to him ever again. He's expecting you. But, Heath... Declan, I'd rather go to one of those bunny farms or something. I shook my head. I don't trust you. I trust Heath to straighten you out. I can't force you to go, Ridge. I'm just a friend passing on some friendly advice. I have something amazing going on here with Owen, and I need to be able to focus on that. I need to focus on him without worrying about you doing something stupid. So please, for my sake and yours, go to fucking Heath. Ridge rose from the table. I'll think about it. I have to go. And sorry about last night again. I'll wait outside for the cab I called to pick me up. He strode from the breakfast room. I would have gone after him in the past, but now I could see how my actions might have been enabling. He fucked up. I comforted. I made him feel good again, when what he needed, was a firm hand. I couldn't pass on that firm hand to him, but Heath could. Heath was the only man who could handle Ridge with his high-maintenance, spoiled, bratty, and self-destructive tendencies. Daddy Heath could get him back on his feet. Damn, this is more serious than I thought, Owen remarked. He should have said something. I didn't want to talk about it without him being present, I answered, hoping some of this at least made sense for Owen now. He has a past, one I won't be able to share with you because it's his story to tell. But behind that sass, there's a depth that scares even him. Is he going to be okay? He asked, staring at the entrance as if he thought Ridge would appear. That guy Heath will be able to help him? I smiled at him, glad to see that he had bypassed his own jealousy because of his concern over Ridge's welfare. Let's just say Ridge is to Heath what you are to me, I told him. He'll go to Heath, who will take care of him. That's good, then. He reminds me a little bit of Oscar, and it's sad that he's struggling so much. I'm sorry again for doubting you last night when you were merely helping a friend. Apology accepted, I answered, then sat back in my chair. Are you ready to find out what you have to do in order to get back in my bed? Chapter 13. Owen. Shit.
I pulled back from the pricking of a thorn and only managed to rip a tear into the skin of the fleshiest part of my palm. It took a while before the red dots bubbled up to the surface, and I pulled off the tattered work glove and pressed my palm into the cleanest part of my shirt that I could find. I applied pressure and waited for the blood to stop flowing before I stubbornly pushed my hands back into the glove and continued working. Declan's plan was to get someone to manage the garden for him while he was recuperating, but I wanted to do something special for him. It meant a lot to him to take care of the garden personally, and the fact that he hadn't hired anyone yet to weed out and trim the bushes was enough for me to decide to do the work for him. For the past couple of days, since our lovers spat, Declan had spent more time resting. He had pushed himself too hard that night, which had left him with aches that his doctor informed him was his body's way of telling him he needed to rest. We'd had lunch earlier, and then we'd sat up in our bedroom together, me reading to him, until he eventually fell asleep. I'd been walking through the gardens when I'd noticed the weeds choking the roses. David had helped me to locate Declan's tools, and I'd started working. It was harder than it looked, working around flowers with thorns, and my poor hands would need to be soaked after this. But I was adamant to finish what I had started. So yeah, I was partly still feeling guilty about being suspicious of Declan the other night, and I wanted to do something nice for him. He had forgiven me, but this would make me feel better. In a way, it was like serving penance. Even the 500 lines he had given me to write about trusting him wasn't enough. And writing lines was almost as bad as sleeping in a separate room from Declan. Gritting my teeth, I worked my way around the thorns, by now working out a system to avoid the prickly demons, but it was already too late. All I prevented was further damage to my hands, where enough had already been done. To say I was relieved when I finished was an understatement. I needed a shower. I was as bloody as I was dirty, and perhaps a couple of painkillers weren't such a bad idea either, to numb the pain. "Mr. Long!" David exclaimed in horror when he noticed me walking back into the house. I'd already put away the pruners and scissors in the shed. I held my hands in front of me, because holding them down hurt. "It's not as bad as it looks," I said, sheepish of my appearance. I bet he never had that horrified look on his face when Declan took care of the gardens. At least the garden looks good. Declan should be pleased about that. "But your hands." He reached for my elbow and steered me in the direction of a bathroom downstairs. "He'll have quite a fit when he sees your hands, regardless of how the garden looks." "I think I'll gladly bear his wrath for this one," I remarked. I admit I never thought about how hard it would be to get this done. "Mr. Moore had a professional instruct him how to care for the gardens before he tried," David said fretfully, pushing the bathroom open to let me in. "I should have never showed you where his things were, but I thought you meant to cut him a few roses like he does for you." I groaned, certain my cheeks were the exact color of my hands. "I don't suppose we'll be able to hide this from him." "Hide what from me?" At the voice, both the butler and I jumped in conspiratorial guilt. I spun around to find Declan at the entrance of the bathroom, frowning at us. He glanced from the butler to me and narrowed his eyes, his mouth firmed in disapproval. "Declan, you're awake." "Yes, and I'd say just in time," he answered, folding his hands across his chest. "What are you trying to hide from me?" I remained silent and casually lowered my hands, hiding them behind me, though the gesture was foolish. He would eventually see my hands. I couldn't hide them from him forever, but I'd hoped to at least have them cleaned up and looking more presentable first. "This is all my fault, sir," David said, coming to my aid. Bless his heart. But I couldn't have him bear Declan's anger over my stupidity or willingness to help, depending on how he would see it. "David's being kind," I countered. "Nothing is his fault. He only did exactly what I asked." Declan's frown deepened. "Will someone tell me what's going on, or am I going to have to run the surveillance footage over the past few hours to find out for myself?" I nodded at David. "It's all right. Thanks for your help." The butler sidled by Declan, who didn't seem to notice. His eyes were fully on me, and I squirmed like a little boy facing a parent after having committed a naughty deed. I didn't want to write more lines. Hell, I wouldn't be able to do it anyway with my busted-up hands, but I didn't want to sleep another night without him either. Owen. Shit, I knew that tone only too well. "Can you please not be mad?" I asked as I removed my hands from behind my back and displayed them before him. "I was working in the garden trying to surprise you. It was worth it." "Sweet Jesus, Owen, what have you done to your hands?" He wasn't mad, more like concerned. In one stride he was before me, taking my hands by the wrists and observing the cuts and scrapes. "Those thorns are some mean little fuckers," I groaned as he gently ran his thumb over the deepest gash in my palm. "I told you to let them be, Owen. But I wanted to do it for you, okay?" I replied. "You've done all these amazing things for me, and I just wanted to do something in return." He frowned and motioned for me to stand at the sink. He tested the water before indicating that I place my hands under the flow. With a gentleness that no longer surprised me, he reached for a white towel to wash my hands. "You're going to ruin that towel," I protested, trying to tug my hands away. "Don't you have anything older?" He scowled at me. "Be still. I can afford to buy towels. What I can't afford is for you to get a damn infection in your hands to save my towels. Why didn't you stop? You must have realized that you were hurting yourself." "Your stubbornness rubs off?" I shrugged as he glanced up at me. We were so close I couldn't resist leaning in to kiss him. He pressed his lips to mine hard before releasing me. "Kissing later. Right now, we need to patch you up." Later that evening, my hands felt better and no longer throbbed after the salve Declan had rubbed into the wounds. It had taken a lot of pleasing and cajoling from me for him not to go through with his threat to take me to a doctor for a tetanus shot. He had only caved in when I promised not to give him any lip as to the care of my hands, which he had wrapped with strips of white gauze. My hands did hurt, but it was so worth it. I had been in the living room watching television, my feet up, Daddy's orders, when he entered and pressed me back into the sofa. He had kissed me over and over until David had cleared his throat and announced Declan had a business call to take in his home office. He had whispered his gratitude for me handling the garden before he wandered off to take his business call. He spent much of the afternoon holed up in his office, but he wrapped up everything for us to have dinner together. Depending on my driving schedule, I wasn't always around at dinner time, so when I had my days off, we took dinner together in the dining room. On occasions, he would even have us dress up. I would have thought it foolish once, but sitting across from Declan, just the two of us decked out for each other, seemed more intimate than us going to a fancy restaurant. That night, I had a hard time using the cutlery with my bandages, so Declan had me sit right beside him and fed me. Of course, he enjoyed it, and after a while, I even got into the appeal of him feeding me. When we were both full, we sat back in our chairs and basked in the aftermath of a delicious meal I hadn't cooked. Declan had ordered a meal again which had been delivered to the front door. I was used to ordering take-out meals, but his were elaborate 3-course meals from popular restaurants. I must have gained at least 10 pounds since I've been here, I groaned, peeking at Declan. "You're spoiling me rotten. You know that, right?" I'm just getting started. Your birthday is coming up, isn't it?" I frowned at him. "At my age, that's not something we like to remember." "We all get older every year," he answered so nonchalantly with a shrug. "And some gets older than others," I pointed out. "Being 47 is hardly anything to celebrate." "While I understand what you're trying to say, it won't stop me from making your birthday special." I figured talking to him wouldn't make much of a difference. He would do what he thought was best all the same. Okay, but nothing elaborate, please. I acquiesced, just to please him. I'll just buy you more audiobooks, he said on a sigh. That would be just perfect for you, wouldn't it? I chuckled. You know me inside out, don't you? Yes. You sure you don't want a favorite book of yours narrated specially for you or something? I started laughing before I realized he was serious. You can do that? I can do almost anything, babe. Would that make you happy? I'd be over the fucking moon, I answered. But why are you telling me this now? Shouldn't it be like a surprise or something? He grinned at me. It's not your actual present, just a warm-up. He rose to his feet then. Come on, let's go for a walk. You're not the only one who thinks he's gained a pound or two since we've been together. We should make use of the gym together, don't you think? Our schedules will make that difficult. Don't worry, I can adjust mine to fit yours. On a whim, I reached for his hand between us. Well, the tips of my fingers, more like it, given the gauze was wrapped around most of my hand. He glanced down at where we touched hands and smiled, but didn't pass a remark as we walked out of the house together. Despite our walk being last minute, Declan clearly had a destination in mind as he led me across the courtyard. I always knew the property was huge, but not how vast, until we began walking. Oi, should I be worried you're leading me so far away from the house? I asked him jovially. We're almost there, he answered. I spotted the plot then, that had a gate enclosure. My heart skipped a beat when I realized what this was about. I'd had no idea his mother was buried here. Not just his mother, either, because there were 2 headstones. Very few people went to that extreme to add a family burial plot to their property, knowing the value would decrease drastically. I haven't been here since the surgery, he remarked as we came to a stop, and he released my hand to open the little gate. We entered the plot and walked over to a headstone. Red roses were planted around it, but needed care just as his garden had. If I had known, I would have taken care of these as well. I know this one's your mother, I said softly. And the other? My grandfather, he answered, his tone somber. He drew me to his side, and I went willingly. He practically raised me as best as he could after my mother died. Charles was of no use to me after we lost her. He sounds like he was devastated at the loss, too. More than likely. He loved her, but seems to have been on a quest to destroy her memory ever since. That sucks. Maybe he hasn't gotten over it. Just like, in some ways, you haven't. His sigh was long and filled the night. Before my surgery, I would have disagreed with you. But in retrospect, thinking about how irrational I reacted when I thought it was cancer, I agree. It wasn't easy losing her at such a young age, and the way she died was beneath her. That damn sickness robbed her of everything. I bet it didn't rob her of the love she had for you. He smiled at me, but then got a faraway look in his eyes. I used to pick her flowers from the garden and take them up to her. She liked that. She always looked better after I did, so I took them to her as often as I could. But Charles found out. He was livid that I was in her room so often. He didn't want me to see her, tried to keep me away, but I snuck in whenever he wasn't at home. Sounds like he was trying to keep you from seeing what the cancer was doing to your mother. He went silent for a while, until I began to worry I had said something to offend him. You know, I've never thought about it that way. I always considered him as a worthless excuse for a father who didn't give a damn about his son. Maybe there's more to that story that you should find out about, I suggested gently. Things are rarely what they seem. Maybe. Another minute of silence passed between us before he added, I grew up dealing with night terrors and PTSD. That must have been hard. There were a few tantrums after James left us, but my kids adjusted well, I think.
Because you're an amazing dad,
he said matter-of-factly.
But my struggles weren't just about my mother's death. I had something very tragic happen to me the day before she was buried.
Yeah?
I didn't really understand, he explained. All I knew at the time was that they were going to put my mother into this hole. So I tried to prevent it. I snuck out of the house that night, and with the little shovel she had bought for me, I tried to fill the hole back up.
My heart broke for him as I visualized a distraught Declan, heartbroken and dealing with death on his own, something that he wouldn't have fully understood at that age. James's abandonment had that effect on Summer to this day.
It had been raining that night, he continued. Lightning and thunder. I got spooked and fell in.
Oh, no. It was even worse than I had thought. I held on to him. Please tell me someone discovered you were missing.
The next morning.
You spent the night in that hole? Just thinking about it traumatized me. Oh, God, Deck. I can't even fathom what that must have been like for you.
I still remember every detail of it, he said softly. I wasn't sure if I should scream, too terrified my father would find me and punish me, because I wasn't allowed anywhere near the hole. I tried to claw my way out, but it was too slippery from the rain, and the water was already up to my knees because it had been raining all day.
I blinked back the tears for a 6-year-old boy too frightened to call for help because of fear of his dad. How in the world did you get through the night, Declan? He shrugged.
I tend to be claustrophobic because of it, he answered. Although it's better now. It explains why our house has so much free space. My bedroom especially. Sometimes, when I wake up at night and the room's too small, I get a panic attack. That happened at the hospital.
Now it all made sense. The night before I was supposed to pick you up? That's when you tore open the stitches and had to be moved?
Yes, that's it.
Seconds ticked by as I stood beside him, soaking in everything he had just told me, and wondering how in hell he had survived all this when he was a child. He had spent the night in his mother's grave the night before her burial. I couldn't imagine the terror he must have felt. Declan. I grabbed him to me and enveloped him in a hug. I massaged his neck as I held him. I'm so sorry you had to go through all that. But look at you. Look at the man you've become. He raised his head and his eyes were haunted. I'm nothing much. I was nothing before I met you. All this wealth, it meant nothing if I didn't have someone to share it with. You give me focus, Owen. You give me purpose. Because a daddy is made complete only when his boy will have him.
Chapter 14. Declan. I couldn't get what Owen had said about Charles not wanting me to see my mother suffer off my mind. For years I had done my duty by him as a son, but I always harbored a resentment over the way I remembered the events surrounding my mother's death. What had hit me hard was the way
he would have angry outbursts whenever he found me in my mother's room. In my 6-year-old eyes, I had pegged him as a monster, someone who wanted to prevent me from seeing my mother. Now, I was faced with an alternative as to the real reason he might not have wanted me around her in the end. I had enough time to ponder on this, recalling memories from my childhood of a time when Charles had been a decent father. He had tried to explain to me before, when he was on his honeymoon, about the mistake he had made, but I hadn't been prepared to listen. Had I shunned other attempts of his to talk to me? Questions burned in my mind for the next couple of days that I was home alone with my thoughts for company. Owen had returned to work from his days off, and he had a crazy schedule which had him working overtime. I hated it like the plague, but short of telling him to quit his job, there was little I could have done about it. When he returned home, he was usually dead tired on his feet. He hadn't even eaten the dinner I had dropped off at the house today and kept all warm for him. He had mumbled that he had grabbed a sandwich while working. A quick shower, and he was in bed and out like a light 10 minutes later. When he was tired, Owen snored loud enough to put a trumpeting elephant to shame. The next day, after procrastinating for hours in my office at home, I finally decided to call Charles and invite him over. The last time we had spoken hadn't exactly ended well. As much as we didn't have a conventional father-son relationship, we had always managed to keep things civil between us. I would like at least that measure of civility to return, especially if he was expecting another child. His cell phone rang 3 times before he answered. "Declan, is something wrong?" I frowned at the way he answered the phone, tapping my pen on the steno pad on the desk in front of me. "Everything's fine," I answered. "Why would you think something is wrong?" "Because I didn't get the impression after the last time we spoke that you were interested in small talk." "Nothing's wrong per se," I told him. "There's something I'd like to talk to you about, though. Are you free any time today to come over? Alone, or perhaps you'd prefer for me to drop by your house?" "No, I'll come," he said quickly. "I can drop by after a game of golf at the country club." "Great. And please, whatever you do, don't bring Poppy. I want to talk to you alone." "Sounds serious." "It is," I answered. "I want to talk about Mother." The other end of the line went silent. "It's been 19 years, Declan. Let it go." "You mean the way you have?" My hackles had risen, but I didn't want to get into an argument with him, so I reined back the rest of the words that came to my tongue. "Will you just drop by?" "I'll try to make it," he said, then hung up. I didn't like his half-hearted promise at all. He didn't need to try to make it. He had seemed quite fine over the phone until I mentioned what I wanted to talk to him about. Perhaps I should follow his advice and let it go, but I couldn't. For the first time, I intended to get to the bottom of what exactly had transpired that had changed our family. Owen's ex had left, but his kids had adjusted because of their supportive father. Instead of watching the clock until Charles showed up, I plunged into the work I had on my desk to do. I still had one final checkup with my doctor for full approval to return to normal activities. I worked from the office at home, though, having one of our workers drop off urgent materials that I needed to access. I held web conferences with executive members of the office and kept up to speed with what had been going on since my absence. I didn't intend having to try to play catch-up when I returned to work. When I took a break for lunch, I walked the gardens, pleased at what Owen had accomplished. He had done this for me, destroying his hands in the process. I hadn't called for a landscaper because I hated anyone else being in the garden. It felt intrusive rather than helpful. I had expected to feel anger that Owen had disobeyed me and touched stuff without my permission, but the instant I saw the work he had put in, I was simply grateful to him. After lunch, I took a nap, which was more out of boredom than anything else. I woke up lethargic and made for my home gym to use the treadmill. The doctor had approved its usage, provided I kept the pace to a sedentary one. I would have preferred walking the expanse of the estate, but it was raining, and I needed to get back into the physical activity. I was back in my office, working, when the intercom on my desk crackled to life. David knew better than to interrupt me when I was working, so it had to be something good. My adrenaline spiked at the prospect of my father showing up. "Yes, David?" "Sir, Mr. Charles is here," David informed me. "I'm in the office. Send him in. And would you like refreshments brought in?" "Just the usual drink for Charles." "Okay then, sir." I closed the folder I'd been working on and tried to get work off my mind before Charles entered. The best part of our relationship had been business, but even that had soured after a while, when it became obvious that he had little interest left in maintaining our legacy. Charles walked into my office, clearly having come straight from the country club, where he spent more time than he should have while working. He had used the excuse that the men he golfed with were business partners who shared an interest, and not all business had to be discussed in a boardroom. Well, he was right. His trips usually yielded nothing of worth to our company. Locker room talk was the only thing we had to show for those missing hours of his. "Charles, thanks for coming." I winced at the note of formality in my tone as I gestured for him to sit. "How was golf?" He snorted and sat across from me. "I didn't actually golf. We were checking out a ladies' tournament." He tapped his finger on the chair handle. "Where's that butler of yours with my drink?" I held my tongue as David chose that instant to walk into the office with a tray bearing Charles's favorite glass of bourbon. I should probably stop keeping a bottle specially for when he dropped by, but I had learned he was easier to talk to after he had his drink in hand. "How's Poppy?" I asked, after David had slipped out. "Have you decided what you will do about her as yet?" He took a gulp of his drink before waving his hand at me. "Poppy's not the reason I am here. You said you wanted to talk about my mother, Charles." I spat the word at him, because he didn't seem capable of coming out with it by himself. "Her name was Miranda. She was the woman you made vows to, the woman who gave you a son." He finished the drink and slammed the glass down on my desk. "You think I don't know that? You think I've forgotten?" Well, that truce didn't last long. "You damn well act like it." He rose to his feet and leaned over the desk to face off with me. "You don't know shit about anything." "You think I don't agree with that?" I asked, getting to my feet as well. "I barely have any memories of my mother because you did your damnedest to erase her from my life after she died. What kind of father does that to his son?" "I'd say you turned out pretty damn okay." He threw right back at me. "What the hell do you have to complain about? You stand to own a fucking billion-dollar company thanks to my father and me. Look at the house you live in. You had the best goddamn education that anyone could possibly have. I'd say the decisions I made worked out for your own good. Grandfather raised me, not you." "I was around." I laughed bitterly at that statement. "Yes, that you were. Around every goddamn where except with your son." "I did the best I could by you." "That's the best you could have done?" I cried in anger. His offhand response has only made me more upset. I inhaled deeply to control the urge to lash out at him in anger. "I didn't ask you here to talk about us. I want to talk about Mother, and what happened to her." He scoffed a sound of disbelief, then laughed, the sound hollow. "You really think we can discuss the one without the other? Our entire relationship took a turn when your mother became ill." "Why?" I demanded. "Why did you change so much when she got sick? Do you know how shitty I felt as a child thinking I did something wrong?" "I don't have to listen to this," Charles remarked, walking backward to the door. "I told you, it was 19 years ago. Let it go." "I can't let it go, Charles."
because you robbed me of a normal childhood. I feared going to the doctor and getting myself properly checked out because of you.
That's your own damn fault,"
he growled, eyes flashing as he came to a halt.
"Don't pin that on me. I did everything I knew at the time to prevent you from seeing her that way. No child deserves to see their mother like that. I was only trying to protect you, but you never listened. As soon as my back was turned, you returned to her bedroom, watching her being eaten by the cancer."
I deflated at his words. You were trying to protect me from seeing her that way? Charles was red in the face as he stalked toward me, a finger pointed in my chest.
"You think you're such a wise guy, don't you? You think you can control every damn situation. Well, I've got a news flash for you. You can control shit only for so long. I did everything I could for your mother. I would have sunk the damn business just to have her get well. I paid for the best doctors to tend to her, the latest breakthroughs they had at the time. Nothing worked. Nothing."
He paused to drag a deep breath in, but then plunged right ahead, his face getting redder.
"I don't even remember half those days because I was all over the damn place, willing to try anything to get her well. And you wouldn't listen to stay the hell out of her room. You think seeing her on her deathbed was how I wanted you to remember her?"
When he finished, he breathed hard, shoulders shaking from his effort to hold in a sob. I had never seen him like this before. At my mother's funeral, he hadn't shed a tear. He had insisted that I shouldn't cry, even though the night before I had been partially submerged in water in the hole they had buried her in. He was choked up, more affected than I would have ever thought about that event that had changed our lives for the worse. The death of the woman we had both loved. Why couldn't you have explained that to me? He hung his head.
"Because you're right, and I was a shitty father. Explaining would be seeking justification for my behavior. While some things I did for your own good, others were just plain hateful, and I didn't deserve your forgiveness. You loved your mother, and I couldn't save her. I failed her. I failed you. I was so lost those first years without her. And that's when Dad stepped in."
He gave a bitter chuckle.
"He wasn't much of a father to you either, but he at least did a better job than me. By the time I came to, I realized how much damage I had already done. I didn't deserve for you to call me father anymore. So I decided Charles would suffice."
I sat back in my chair, trying to take it all in. He was right that none of this excused his treatment of his only child, especially one who had already lost a parent. But at least now I knew why. He had clearly not gotten over my mother like he wanted people to believe, even after all these years. "You must have loved her a lot," I murmured, my thoughts instantly going to Owen, wondering how I'd feel if I lost him. It hurt to even think about him not being in my life.
"More than you'll ever know."
I shook my head at him. "Then why did you marry all these crazy, unsuitable women? Women who were the opposite of everything she represented." He gave a bark of laughter that was just sad.
"Because I wasn't trying to replace your mother. I never wanted to replace her memory. But I was so lonely at times that I fooled myself that maybe I could be happy with someone. Then the guilt would come. I didn't deserve to be happy after failing her. After failing you."
Chapter 15. Owen. Long?
I glanced up from the burger I was trying to wolf down before I was expected to go on my final run for the day. A gig that would last for way longer than I liked. I didn't even try to kid myself. Runs like these hadn't bothered me before, but this time, all I could think about was going home to Declan, relaxing in our living room downstairs, reading to him while I pulled my feet up in his lap for a foot rub. I didn't even feel bad about my lackluster attitude toward my job these days. Declan gave the best damn foot rubs. I'd choose that over having Trevor gripe at me as he had been doing these past few weeks. Trevor came over to the table where I was sitting in a small break room they provided for the drivers to replenish before getting back on the road. I replaced my burger in the wrapper and checked my watch, wondering if I was late or something for my next gig. Lately, he found every little excuse to approach me with one concern or another, petty things that he had been willing to overlook before. "What's up?" I asked as he came to a stop at my table. He frowned.
"Is that any way to speak to your supervisor?"
I visibly blanched, taken aback by his attitude, although I shouldn't have been surprised. I should have sensed it a long time coming with the way he had developed a frosty mien whenever he was around me. We weren't too professional around here with the yes sir and no sir. It had always been that way since I started working with Cush. Everything had changed when he found out about Declan and me. "Excuse me?"
"I think we're too casual,"
Trevor replied.
"Sometimes we forget our place, don't you think?"
I shrugged, deciding not to give him the satisfaction of seeing me riled up, although I was seething inside. I couldn't decide if his attitude had changed because I was dating a former client, or because he now knew I swung both ways. While I had never been one to hide who I was, it had never come up as a topic to talk about before. "It's your show," I replied. He could do whatever the hell he wanted.
"That's right," he stated. "And I'll have to make a tough decision with regards to you, but hopefully everyone else will learn from it."
I stiffened, his words leaving a bad taste in my mouth. "What do you mean?"
"You've come up in our management meeting."
My heart sank, but I refused to show it. I can't imagine why. Of course I know. The sneaky bastard probably brought me up.
"You broke one of our rules when you made business into pleasure. That kind of behavior can't be tolerated. And if we don't deal with it right now, we may have a crisis on our hands with other drivers believing they can cross that line."
I could barely argue about becoming personal with a client when I was living with Declan. But for God's sake, we were both adults who were in love. He was acting like the world would come to an end because I had fallen in love with a client. "All right then, I understand. How much of my pay are you docking?"
"We're putting you on suspension."
"What?"
"It's a decision that management made. 2-week suspension."
I swallowed hard, thinking about those 2 weeks that I would be without work. I wanted to protest, but what would I say? I had broken a rule, and 2-week suspension meant 2 weeks off to spend time with Declan. I should have felt guilty about where my thoughts veered, but I couldn't argue the extra time to spend with Declan. I suppressed a grin. "All right," I answered. "That's maybe fair."
"Your suspension starts now," he remarked. "I've already assigned your next client to Jake."
Ouch. He couldn't even wait to get rid of me. Well, I wasn't one to argue. Neither did I want to come across as insubordinate, so I rose to my feet and held out the car keys to him. "Here you go."
"Thanks. Please stop by my office on your way out to leave your employee ID and collect your letter of suspension, which details your infraction and when you are expected to return."
I collected my personal belongings from the locker room, then knocked on his office door. It felt strange, handing in my work ID. It also felt strange for him to ask for it. I had never seen another worker having to relinquish their IDs unless they were dismissed.
Enjoy your time off, Owen.
I nodded, distracted. I will. The words came out before I could stop them, and Trevor frowned at me. Before he could say anything else, I left the office and went to find my car, wondering how Declan would react to the news. I didn't want to tell him, because I feared he would try to take matters into his own hands and fix it. But his money couldn't fix this one. I was too deep in thought to listen to any of the audiobooks Declan had bought for me. I'd given him my list of 5 books, and he had handed it back to me to add more. When he gave me back the list a second time, I'd jokingly written my top 100 list of audiobooks I wanted to listen to. I never expected him to buy them all, but that he had done. There was an unfamiliar car parked in the courtyard when I got home, one I didn't recognize, and I had seen all Declan's cars in the garage. At first, I paused, contemplating leaving, so he'd have privacy with whomever had visited him. I was being a coward, not sure what to expect. Other than his staff, who made me feel at home, no one I knew was aware of our relationship. I hadn't met any of his friends or colleagues yet, except for Ridge, and Declan had confirmed he was with Daddy Heath, whoever the hell that was. In the end, I decided to go in. There was no time like the present. Declan and I lived in this bubble he had created for us, but eventually we would be presented before the world. I had to face the inevitable that there were people who wouldn't like our match, because we were the same gender. Others would disapprove because of our ages. I sincerely hoped my kids wouldn't be among those, as I planned to inform them of my relationship with Declan once we met up at James's home for the 4th. Damn, I keep forgetting to mention that to Declan. There was no sign of David when I entered the house, but the place was huge and he could be anywhere. I usually found Declan in either of 2 places when I returned home, the gardens or his office. He wasn't in the gardens, so I made my way to the office. I stood outside, hearing the muffled voices from inside. I didn't want to disturb him, but I planned to stick my head in out of curiosity to find out who he was with and to let him know I was home. I knocked on the door twice. "Come!" Declan's voice was snappy and full of tension. My curiosity bolstered, I pushed the door slightly open to afford me enough space to see inside. Declan was sitting in his chair, and across from him, turned in my direction, was Declan's father. I'd met the man only twice, but I couldn't forget him. Father and son were more alike in appearance than they probably saw. Declan would grow up into an attractive, distinguished older man, if his father was anything to go by. With his devastating good looks, the silver highlights in his hair only accentuated Charles's playboy image. "Hi," I stuttered, because his father's presence threw me. I never expected to encounter him again so soon, considering I had learned how their last conversation had played out. When Declan had told me about their talk at the hospital, he had sworn he would no longer be bothered with his father. "Owen?" Declan got to his feet, checking his watch. "What are you doing home already?" "No, don't get up," I urged him. "I just wanted you to know I was home. I didn't mean to interrupt. We can talk after." Before I could slip back out, Charles's voice stopped me in my tracks. "Don't I know you from somewhere? You look familiar." I glanced at Declan, willing to take his cue on this one. There was a thick, uncomfortable air between the 2 men that had me wishing I had waited before barging in. Well, I did knock, and I did try to leave. "Stay," Declan said, and it was almost like a plea. I glanced between him and Charles and figured whatever they had been talking about hadn't been all pleasant. Concerned, I entered the office, closing the door behind me. I remained at the door, not sure what to do now since I was conscious of his father staring. Declan solved that for me as he came around his desk and walked toward me. The closer he got, this surge of tense energy choked the air around me. Not good at all. He and Charles must have been fighting. Before I could ask him if he was okay, he kissed me. It startled me at first because his father was right there, but it was a quick kiss, though there was a little tongue action there for a second. There was no coming back after this. We were officially confirming our relationship before his father. Surprisingly, it wasn't as difficult as I thought it would be. All it took was one simple kiss. "Charles, this is my partner, Owen," Declan said, hand on my shoulder as he steered me closer to his father. He squeezed my shoulder. "You've already met my father, Charles." I stuck out a hand, as was only appropriate when officially meeting the father of the man you occasionally called Daddy, and nope, it wasn't awkward at all. "Nice to meet you." The seconds ticked by as he stared at me, and I held my breath, a sinking pit in my stomach that he might ignore my hand. At the last minute he claimed my hand, though in a brief handshake. "The chauffeur guy," Charles announced, sounding triumphant at having remembered. "That's who you are. The chauffeur guy who drove us to the bachelor's party and to the wedding." I could have been called worse, so I tried not to be offended at what he referred to me as. I was the chauffeur guy, although I couldn't say for how long, given Trevor's off-putting attitude. "His name's Owen," Declan stated, hand resting at the small of my back. He did that quite a lot when he thought I might need settling. I smiled up at him because, well, he had just reminded his father, chauffeur guy, had a name. When he stuck up for me, he was the sexiest ever. "Well, damn, son, that was fast." Charles's chuckle eased the tension in the office, but I couldn't decide if I should be offended at him finding amusement in our relationship. "Are you living together?" I opened my mouth to clarify that it was only short-term until Declan got better, but he beat me to it. "Yes, we are. Is there a problem?" Charles shook his head. "No, not a problem at all. I just didn't expect this. It took me by surprise, is all." He leveled his eyes at his son. "To the best of my knowledge, I've never met any of your partners before." "Never seen you living with one before, either." I blinked at Declan in surprise. He was young, yes, but it was easy to forget this because of his personality. I never thought about whether or not he had lived with someone else, but I would have guessed yes. He was a man who loved, needed to take care of someone. "I've never had the desire to live with anyone before this," Declan responded. "Are you staying for dinner?" That spurred Charles into action, and he passed us to head for the door. "I've been away from Poppy long enough. I deliberately left my phone at home so she couldn't keep calling me." He winked at us, all trace of tension I had sensed when I walked in gone. That man had a whole lot of layers, and God help that wife of his. Although, if I believed Declan, that marriage was already rocky. Despite his playfulness, I caught a look of something on his face as he stared at his son for a few seconds. It was almost like he wanted to say something to Declan. And once more, I wished I hadn't intervened. "You don't have to go yet," I told him quickly. "I didn't mean to intrude and can just as easily leave you to, whatever you were discussing before." Charles smiled at me. "I think you came in at the perfect moment. There's hardly anything else left to say anyway. I'll see you around." I would have made another attempt to have him at least stay for dinner, but Declan squeezed my shoulder. "Let him go," he said. "He's right. We've had enough of each other for now." I turned to him, concerned. "What happened? You okay?" He gave a non-committal sound and pulled me into his arms. I went willingly as he embraced me without a word. accepting his silence, for now. If he didn't want to talk about their conversation right away, I wouldn't press him. I only hoped he didn't treat this like the last time, when he'd hidden his illness from me. "You were right, I think," he said, kissing my jaw. "About?" "The reason he did some of the bullshit he did when I was a kid. Like pushing me away from Mother. He didn't want me to see her that way." "I hope that helps you somewhat." He pulled back and smiled at me. "It has. But how to move forward after this? He has a new family to look forward to now. He should concentrate on the new baby." I frowned at him. There's no reason he shouldn't be able to do both. His response was only a grunt. "We'll see. Now why don't you tell me why you're home so early? I thought you weren't getting off till about 9. I chewed on my bottom lip. Damn, he was going to either rejoice that I was off, or he would be pissed. I couldn't decide how he would react, so I thought about avoiding the question altogether, at least until later. "I wanted to talk to you about something," I replied, feeling a little guilty that I was practically telling him a white lie to distract him. "About?" "The 4th. Before the surgery, you told me we would be visiting your kids in Columbus," he remarked. "You wanted me to go along with you?" "Change of plans," I told him. "Well, I'm still going to Columbus, but you were right. It's not the best time to have you meet my kids." "Why? You ashamed of what we have?" "Of course not." I placed a hand on his arm. "I'm planning to tell them about it, and after giving them some time for that to sink in, we have a get-together where you'll meet them." "You're going to tell your kids about us," he said, as though confirming. "Yes, I mean, I never thought about it before when I considered this was just a hookup between us." He scowled at me. "This was never a hookup." "Come on, Deck. You couldn't have meant this to be serious when we just started." "You bet your perfect round ass I did," he answered quickly. "I saw you for the first time standing beside the limousine, and I knew I wanted you right off the bat. I could tell you were different than most men I've met, and that made me pursue you." I chuckled, a little embarrassed as I recalled his pursuit and my unwillingness to give in at the beginning. "I'm glad you didn't give up." He chuckled along with me and nudged me forward to the door. "We should get washed up and dressed for dinner." As I slipped through the door, he closed up his office and followed me. He stuck his hand into the back pocket of the pants of my uniform and felt up my ass. I nearly tripped over my own feet, because I didn't expect him to do that. His hands kept me steady. Declan leaned forward to whisper in my ears, "I want to watch you while you take a shower." Freaky bastard. I wondered what that made me, since I was quite looking forward to it. Chapter 16. Declan. The thought of watching Owen as he took his shower excited me to proportions that would probably label me somewhere in somebody's psych evaluation as a pervert. But it was what it was. I'd make no apologies for wanting to be titillated by watching him. Our sex life was still limited, but a man could dream. Sometimes those dreams became a reality. The reality of a warm-blooded man in the flesh, stripping right there before me in our bedroom, taking his sweet time about it, too. I loved this side of Owen, when he was confident enough to let his hair down and be all flirty and sexy with me. He finally managed to slip the last button of his shirt out of the hole and shrugged the material from his broad shoulders. I was so caught up looking at the nude flesh that was exposed to my hungry eyes that I didn't even protest when he dropped the shirt to the floor in an untidy heap. Ignoring the shirt, for now, I took in the play of muscles where they were, and the softness of bare skin where it suited me just fine. He didn't have a six-pack, but I didn't need one. Many people got off on a slick, oiled chest, I got instantly hard at the fuzziness of Owen's chest. My boy bear held all the sex appeal for me. "Turn around," I instructed him as he reached for his belt. "I want to see you undress from behind." "You enjoy looking at your boy's ass, huh, Daddy?" he asked, with a cocky kind of grin I didn't mind, because he'd come a long way from the man who had sworn never to call me Daddy. As much as I wanted to tease him about it now, I didn't want to ruin the mood. "I love more than looking at it," I replied. He slowly worked on his belt, pulling it completely from his pants and dropping it to the floor. "What else do you want to do to it?" he asked, not even looking at me. "Show me and I'll tell you." The sound of the zipper being released rippled across the room. He tugged down, shimmering his legs a bit from the material to slip free. He was wearing a pair of the tiny white briefs I had bought him when we were in Sao Paulo. They stretched across his hard ass, outlining every round curve to perfection. I tore my eyes away from his backside and watched as he peeled the pants down his thick, hairy legs. He kicked them off and plunged his fingers into the waistband of his briefs, but stalled. "I love putting my tongue in the dimples above your ass," I said as his hands lowered, revealing more and more of his skin. "I love the way my tongue runs over your smooth skin. It's sinful how soft your skin is there. Do you know?" The briefs were halfway down his butt now, but I wasn't stopping for anything. "I love the way you take care of yourself, because you know how much I love sticking my tongue up your ass and driving you insane." "Fuck yes," I heard him murmur. "I love the way you get so aggressive up there with your tongue. Oh, Daddy, believe me, I'd stay just for your skillful tongue game. What you did my first night with the ice cream. I still think about it at the most inappropriate times." "Do you jerk off thinking about it?" I asked. He hesitated, and I had my answer. "Didn't I tell you not to jerk off without me watching?" He groaned. "It was only once." "Liar." "Maybe twice then." He peered over his shoulder at me. "Or more." I arched an eyebrow in his direction. I couldn't stand the thought of him touching himself, pleasuring himself, and robbing me of the opportunity to view him. He fucking glowed when he was in climax. Well, not literally, but his cheeks always got so flushed. His neck and chest would turn red, and his eyes would take on this dazed, far-away look, while he emitted the sultriest fuck I ever heard. This man made cussing downright provocative when I was deep inside him. "Finish undressing," I told him, annoyed and determined to discipline him for disobedience. He silently removed his underwear and snagged the rest of his clothes from the floor. A bit of my annoyance disappeared by the way he neatly folded his clothes before placing them on the bed. "What now?" he asked. "Let's shower." He allowed me to go ahead of him, and I took note of his simmy. The idea of me watching him turned him on. Good. It would have been awkward if he was uncomfortable with me practicing some voyeurism on him. I'd never really been one to get off from watching someone before, and I probably would not have known how sexy it could be if I wasn't still restricted from carving him into two like my dick wanted to. Once in the shower, I instructed him where to stand while I prepared the temperature of the water for him. I was splashed with water, but I would have accepted being drenched just to be a part of his shower. "I want you to take a shower and forget I'm here," I told him. "You don't want me to put on a show for you?" he asked, his words hesitant. "No. Just go about your regular routine. Pretend I'm not even here." Anyone could put on a fake show. What I wanted was to watch Owen shower without pretense. With a shrug, he entered the glass-enclosed shower and pulled it to a close to avoid splashing the floor. I observed Owen through the glass. taking in everything he did, lusting after him. He was so close, and yet the enclosure prevented me from touching him. The glass fogged up from the steam way too quickly, and I was left with no other option but to approach the shower. This had to be the most erotic thing I had ever done in my life. As close as I was, my hands pressed to the glass, it was rather difficult to make him out. I got a glimpse of wet skin here, a bit of limb there, like we were playing peekaboo. A real tea show, and my cock was liking it. At one point, he rubbed his hand over the glass to clear the steam so I could see him, all soapy as he turned the multiple shower heads on full force. He rubbed his hands over his body, nothing erotic about his movements. He was efficient and thorough. He was the most beautiful thing I had ever beheld. I had taken several showers with him before, but watching him perform such a basic task made me hard. He turned the jets off when he was satisfied he was thoroughly cleaned. Deliciously wet, he slid the glass door open and poked his head out. He gestured at his cock, thick between his legs. "May I?" he asked in a small voice. "It should probably be creepy that you wanted to watch me take a shower, but it's so hot." "You like me watching you?" He nodded, resting his head on the glass. "Yes, so much." "Ask me again what it is that you want to do." He straightened up. "May I play with myself while you watch me, Daddy? I'm so hard." I could see exactly how hard he was. It took everything out of me to ignore his erection. Fuck, it was just right there, challenging me, waiting for me to do something to it. That's exactly what you need to ask me each time you want to take what's mine out to play with on your own, I told him. Am I clear? He licked his lips, eyes shifting in nervousness. Okay, Daddy. Now tell me again what you're supposed to say. He raised his eyes to meet mine, and I almost looked away from the neediness that was there. He really was about to bust his nut any time soon. Too bad I couldn't let that happen. Please, Daddy, may I touch myself? He sounded so hopeful, hand already inching toward his hard cock. I felt almost bad to turn down his request. I probably wouldn't have, if I didn't already know I had plans for later. But for now, we both had enough of shower time. Not this time, I replied, and his eyebrows shot up. What? But nothing, I interjected. You've been a naughty boy, touching and coming all on your own, depriving me of watching you. Tell me, Owen, what do you think about when you're jerking off? You? He answered. I think about you, and how I can't wait for you to fuck me again. I cupped my hard cock, and his eyes dropped to my crotch. You want it bad, huh? A moan left his throat. Yes, I do. So much. That's too bad, because we should get dressed for dinner. He groaned. Declan, I can't. I'm not kidding. I'm so hard I feel like I'm going to explode. Discipline. I had to remind myself that this was also all a part of trust building between us. He had to learn to trust that if I withheld his orgasm from him now, eventually he would be allowed to. Just not this time. I strode to the opposite side of the room where I snagged 2 towels from the pile. I walked over to him and motioned for him to step forward. Let me rub you dry. He looked like he was going to argue for a minute, but then he simply sighed and did exactly what I said. He stood still, his body coiled with tension as I patted him gently with the towel. I only made things worse for both of us as I dried him off, touching him intimately without encouraging anything sexual between us. He might not have known it, but I failed in an epic way. Every breath he blew that hit my cheek was our intimacy. Simply having him around me was our intimacy. When I was done, I stepped back from him. Bedroom. My voice came across his hoarse, and I cleared my throat walking ahead of him. He still remained quiet as he followed me. Sit on the bed. I'll find something for you to wear. I enjoyed picking out his clothes, even though he was quite capable of doing it. He never minded either. I'd say he appreciated not having to do the task for himself because he didn't have to decide. Otherwise, he was the kind of man to grab and go. He didn't consider too much about what he had on, but I cared, so I dressed him the way I saw fit. I found a pair of slacks of his that I quite enjoyed on him. They made his ass look exceptional, and they had a slight cup to the crotch, too, so I could usually make out the outline of his cock in them. They molded perfectly to his thighs, and he had once made a joke about his son, Oscar, having bought him the pants when he and his brother moved out. They'd called them his hookup pants. I hadn't been able to stop myself laughing when he told me that story. The stories he told of his sons were pretty entertaining, and I couldn't wait to meet them. "Don't I have any clean shirts?" he asked when I exited the closet, and he saw me holding his pants, but one of my shirts. I had bought the shirt because it was nice, but I hadn't worn it. It was a bit too big for me, but Owen was the perfect size for it to fit him. "Yes, the maid came today," I answered, placing the clothes on the bed. I moved to the chest of drawers to search for the rest of the things I needed. "You should consider getting the rest of your stuff here. It would be more convenient." "I'm not sure if that makes sense now. You'll see the doctor next week, and he'll give you a clean bill of health. I'll be able to return home without worrying that you'll need me." I frowned over my shoulder at him. "What are you talking about? What's the good of being a daddy if my boy's not around?" "I'll be around as often as possible," he answered. I turned to him, jockstrap, beaded butt plug, and lube in hand. His jaw slackened when he saw what I had, and for now, I put off what I wanted to ask him. To stay with me. I stopped before him, dangling the butt plug in front of him. "Have you ever used one of these before?"
No,"
he answered.
"Just a dildo for necessity. Why?"
"Because you're going to get accustomed to it tonight." I took him by the hand. "Get on your hands and knees on the bed, and let me get it in before we go down to dinner. Then you can imagine it's Daddy's cock deep inside you while we're having dinner."
"Jeez, Deck, how did we get to sticking a plug up my ass?"
Despite his grumble, I didn't need to tell him twice to get down in the doggy. The muscles in his broad back shifted as he made himself comfortable. He spread his thighs apart, and I paused, wondering if I should be using the butt plug or my cock. I stood there, contemplating whether or not I could afford to fuck Owen. My gut was still sore from the surgery, and overworking myself made it worse.
"Are we using an invisible butt plug?"
Owen teased.
"Because I haven't felt anything."
Patience, boy. My common sense is debating if my erection is the best course of action for your ass. I cupped one half of his butt cheek, squeezing and spreading him. Holy fuck, that pink little bud hadn't seen Daddy's cock in a while. Owen straightened, twisting his head to frown at me.
"As much as all this is tempting, I think we're adult enough to wait,"
he said, then groaned.
"I don't want to be an adult about it, but I'm not going to let you set back your progress because of a piece of ass."
His concern was sweet and touching. I ran my thumb over his hole and watched it clench before he relaxed. Not just any piece of ass, but you're right. Now bend over and spread. He chuckled, but complied.
"Hearing you say that shouldn't sound so sexy, but it does."
I gave his ass a playful swat before grabbing for the lube. After ensuring he was sufficiently prepped, I lined the beaded butt plug to his hole and pressed gently. The plug inched inside around his moan,
and I carefully worked the toy all the way up inside him, until the only thing that remained was the end. "How does it feel?" I asked, grabbing his shoulders to straighten him. "Is it too big?" I had seen the length and girth of Owen's dildo. The butt plug wasn't too big by that standard, but I wanted to hear him admit it. "It's..." He trailed off, trying to find the right word. "Delicious. Naughty. Should I like feeling it in so much?" I pulled his head back to kiss him tenderly. "You're Daddy's naughty boy. I knew you had it in you. Wait till you see what I have in store for later." His face looked crestfallen. "Not now. I'm going to die from blue balls." I chuckled, heading for the bathroom, but glancing back to admire my handiwork of the plug resting delicately inside him. I envied the fucking plug. "Don't be dramatic. Get dressed or I'll have to cage your cock next. We'll have dinner. Then we'll see where the night leads." Chapter 17. Owen.
If anyone had told me I would become somebody's sugar baby, and yes, I had to look up the term, at 46 years old, I would have advised them to lay off the alcohol. If anyone had told me I would be so in love with a man, almost half my age, I would have laughed in their face. And if anyone had predicted I would be having dinner with that same man, a butt plug up my ass that scraped my prostate whenever I shifted in my seat, I would have suggested a mental institution. My face probably flamed with embarrassment as we ate dinner. Whenever I glanced up at him, he had this cute smirk on his face, and I just knew he was thinking about what was inside my pants. That had me squirming, which made it harder to forget I had an object up my butt. The next time I caught him giving me one of those knowing smiles, I put down my fork and stared right back at him. "You're looking at me." Damn if that didn't amuse him more. "What's new? I like looking at you." "You like looking at me knowing I got something up my ass." I mumbled low, not quite certain if I wanted him to hear. "You dislike it?" For the first time since we sat down to dinner, he wasn't smiling. All trace of amusement had fled his features as he waited for me to respond. I could get out of this. I saw it on his face. If I told him the plug was uncomfortable, he would remove it, but did I want it gone? There was only the slightest discomfort, and it didn't hurt at all. It was more along the lines of me being fully conscious of how I was being kept opened up with that toy. "I don't," I answered honestly, but I couldn't face him. "I like it." I couldn't believe I'd admitted that to him. My ass was in a perpetual state of fullness. I couldn't escape it, and whenever I moved, it reminded me. "Good," he remarked. "You'd mentioned before that you used a dildo, so I figured you wouldn't mind. You given thought to this?" He chuckled. "Don't look so horrified. I've given thought to a lot of things where you're concerned." "Interesting. Now I wanted to know everything." "Like what?" "Like in good time you'll see," he answered, before pausing to fork roasted Brussels sprouts in his mouth. After he chewed and swallowed, he returned his attention to me, though it was debatable whether he ever lost attention at all. "Are you going to tell me why you got off work early?" he asked, taking me by surprise. "You really thought I didn't realize you were trying to sidetrack me earlier, so you didn't have to answer my question?" I resisted groaning, because he brought up the topic before I did. "Well, you were with your father at the time, and I didn't want to add any more news to what seemed like a heated discussion." "Bad news?" "Yes. I got suspended without pay." I wrinkled my nose in disgust. I understood how relationships and business could be messy, but Declan and I were adults. Trevor could have exercised discretion in dealing with us. He could have exercised some leniency. It was as if I went around fucking my clients on purpose, when in truth, Declan had seduced me. He leaned forward, brows knotted. Why the hell would they suspend you? Aren't you like one of their most reliable drivers? You missed out helping your daughter get settled in a new city because of that job. My supervisor found out about our relationship, I explained. It wasn't hard for him to put things together after you made Brazil possible. And since it's against the rules for us to fraternize with clients, they decided to discipline me. Declan's eyes narrowed, and his nostrils flared. I couldn't decide if he was upset at the thought of me being suspended, or of someone other than him disciplining me. You need to quit that job. I've been thinking about it for a while now, but I knew you would have argued, so I left it alone. I can't ignore it now, Owen. I'd had a feeling this was going to be a solution to my problem, but that would be taking the easier way out. I would have considered it if I hadn't disobeyed the company's policy. Since I had, I would accept the consequences of sleeping with the client. I couldn't act the injured party here. I can't quit, I said, although in reality I wished I could. Eventually I would, but I had to come up with a plan first to sustain myself. And contrary to what he believed, Declan wasn't and couldn't be the plan. Give me one good reason. This is my job we're talking about, Declan. I've been with that company for over 10 years. It's not easy to start over. Declan snapped his fingers. Actually, yeah, it's that simple. You quit. You know you have nothing to worry about, Owen. What am I here for? Not for me to mooch off you, I answered. I know I make fun of being your sugar baby, but it's not your responsibility to take care of me. You might not want to accept it, but it is, he counteracted. And I'm not telling you to quit, because your shift is all over the place, making it impossible to coordinate activities for us. So I should quit my job because I got suspended for something I did do? I searched his face for the answer when he didn't reply. That's not how life works, at least not mine. I did the crime. I'm willing to do the time and get back into work. No need to be a martyr for your job's sake, Owen. You complain every day you get home from your job about one thing or another. You're obviously not happy there. I used to be happy there. Before him. I'd noticed the rude clients who took things for granted without so much of a thank you, but I'd accepted it as one of the not-so-perks of what I did for a living. Before throwing out that client's bag at his feet, I'd mostly not been bothered by it. Millions of people thought their jobs sucked. I was happy there, I mumbled. No, you weren't happy, he was quick to point out. As usual, you did what you had to in order to take care of your family. You were a responsible adult, and you did your job well. But I don't think you really enjoyed that job. It was merely a means to an end. I hated how right he was. The only thing I looked forward to in my job was the audiobook of the day. If I don't go back, what will I do? I asked, frowning, because one thing came to mind, but I wouldn't entertain that thought. I didn't even know if I was good, and I'd rather not have anyone make that assessment for me. You can take some time to figure it out, he answered. You're not hurting for money. I still help Summer out, you know, I reminded him. The little work she's doing until the semester of school starts won't be enough for her. I take care of her rent and stuff like that. I can't quit my job until I have those details ironed out. I frowned down at the table, because it was a lot to think about. I wished I could just give up my job, as Declan believed was that simple. But I didn't intend to be one of those parents who left their college kids out in the world to fend for themselves. As much as Augie and Oscar helped out, Summer was my responsibility. And if they helped, it was because they wanted to, not because they had to. They had their own lives to live. I heard Declan's chair push back, but I still refused to look at him. I already knew what he thought. He expected me to quit and depend wholly on him. But I was terrified making that decision would come back to bite me in the ass. Not the pleasant kind of bite like what the plug was doing to me right now. With long strides, Declan was by my chair. His hand came down to cup my chin, and he gently eased my head up. I stifled a groan and closed my eyes, unwilling to look back at him. Declan had the ability to get me to do crazy things for him. I couldn't afford to go to mush right now when I needed my wits about me to make tough decisions. "Owen Long, open your eyes for Daddy." A shiver ran down my spine at the low whisper of his tone. Usually I was the one who used Daddy to make him cave in, because he was such a sucker for the word. Somehow, given our short time together, I had lost immunity to it. I knew what it meant: comfort, love, care, protection. Reluctantly, my lashes fluttered open to find him peering right into my face. He wasn't giving me any space, any chance to resist him. He was so close, and when I inhaled deeply, the scent of him went down hard, hitting me in the gut. I wanted him so badly. It had been so long since I had him the way we both wanted. His nostrils flared as he picked up on my arousal. A small smile gently tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Later," he said, the word holding the weight of a promise I couldn't wait for him to fulfill. "Right now, I need to know that you trust me, because you don't. You're holding back a part of yourself." "Declan," I groaned, "this job is my security." "I am your security. I want to be your security. You know I love this, taking care of you." "But what if—" I trailed off, uncertain about voicing my thoughts completely. What if he walked away one day? Where would that leave me? Without a job, without my security? It would be hard enough to move on from the devastation of a broken heart. Having a job would at least keep me occupied. What if what? I hated the way he was looking at me, thoroughly disappointed. What if we don't work out? What if we break up? Well, it could happen. When I married James, I didn't think I would be getting a divorce either, and my relationship with him had a stronger foundation than what I had with Declan. James and I had known each other for years, and yet we had still broken up. I know it's not a pleasant thought, I said carefully. Hell, I don't even want to think about it. But I got married once, Declan, and I thought it would have lasted. It didn't. "We're not getting a divorce," he said, with a finality to his tone. I chuckled because how could I not? We'd need to get married before a divorce. He still didn't crack a smile. "I know." All the laughter fled. Did he want to marry me? My head swam with the realization of what his response meant. Was this one of the things he thought about? At no point had I ever considered a marriage between us. I always assumed we would just remain as we were. "You thought we'd just shack up like this forever?" he asked. "Come now, Owen. You should have at least had an idea that one day I'd ask you to marry me. But don't worry, I'm not exactly proposing now. But it's something you should think about." "We don't have to get married," I spluttered. "I know, but I want to." He brushed his knuckles against my right cheekbone. "Now, let's get a few things straight, so we can slay these fears of yours. Even if we were to break up, and you were without a job, there's no way in hell I'd leave you destitute. Is that clear?" When I took longer to answer than he expected, his grip on my chin tightened, bringing me back to focus. Yes, okay." "Good. Summer's the baby of the family," he continued. "Not just your family anymore, our family. They don't know about us yet, but I know of their existence, and they are a part of you which makes them a part of me. If they need help, I will assist. Is that also clear? But that's too much. I can't expect. Boy, there's only one answer I'm expecting, and that's yes. So are we clear? But I continued to splutter because I could understand his desire to take care of me since we were together. He didn't need to go as far as to help my kids out, though. Kids he didn't even know. What if they didn't like him? You're not getting the hang of this, are you? I'm trying, I choked out. It's not really hard. It's a simple yes. You understand that your kids are important to me too, and I'll be there for you and them. All right, I eventually croaked out. Finally, I'm not telling you never to work again, he said. That would be selfish of me if you want to be gainfully employed. All I'm saying is that you don't have to be hasty in deciding what you want to do. Take some time, figure it out, and I'll be here to support you while you do that. I couldn't stop staring at Declan, wondering how I had gotten so lucky. Every word he spoke was laced with sincerity. I'd never had anyone so heavily invested in me before, and what I wanted. No one gave a damn if my job made me happy or not. Except Declan. He cared. He really did. But still... I'm 46, I said, hastening to add because I knew how he got when I mentioned my age. I'll be 47 in a couple of weeks. Most people have their lives all figured out and are working toward their retirement by the time they get to this age. I'm too old to start over. Nonsense. He tapped my nose lightly with a finger. You're definitely not too old to find love again. Then you're not too old to have a new career. Something you enjoy doing. You didn't have the opportunity to figure it all out before because you had a responsibility. But now, I'm taking these responsibilities from you and telling you to start over. I'll be here to support you. Don't tell me you've never thought about doing anything else. The damnedest thing was that he was right. I had. I still did. But I didn't have the guts to go through with it. Could I? It would mean putting myself out there to criticism, and I wasn't certain I could handle all that. It was best for my secret to remain that. Maybe I could spend my suspension thinking about it some more. I can tell by the look in your eyes there is something else, he remarked, releasing my chin as he returned to his chair. Want to talk about it? I froze at the thought of talking about my little hobby to Declan. I couldn't bear for him to know, because knowing him, he would want to push me to pursue my dreams, and I wasn't certain yet if it was worth pursuing. I wanted to figure it out on my own first. I may have an idea, but I'll have to think about it more, I answered vaguely. You do that, he responded, reaching for his fork to resume eating. You take all the time in the world you need to figure out what you want to do, Owen. But you should know, if you continue working for Cush, I'm going to end up getting you fired one day. I cocked my head to frown at him. What do you mean? I mean, it's torture for me to hear the stories you tell about how these clients treat you. He did sound angry at the thought of it. I'm not down with it at all. Nobody gets to treat you that way. I've not intervened before because I knew you wouldn't have liked it. But there's just so much a man can take, Owen. And I've reached my limit of you being disrespected by the clients you deal with. Nobody, and I mean exactly nobody, will treat you like crap under my watch, while I do nothing about it. I had to remind myself that the viciousness in his eyes wasn't directed at me. I had seen Declan's influence before in terms of his wealth, but now I was seeing him as a man who looked fully capable of becoming confrontational toward someone for overstepping their boundaries. The way he looked at me, with that fierce protectiveness, was hotter than the plug being clenched in my ass. Chapter 18. Declan. Go on up, I whispered in Owen's ear as we entered the house through the side doors. After dinner, I had suggested we take a turn in the gardens, knowing how impatient he was for the rest of the night. I'd gotten riled up, though, during dinner, and I needed to walk to cool off. Owen paused, still holding my hand. He was a hand holder, and I fucking loved it. Half the time he wasn't even aware he was reaching for my hand, and I didn't bother calling it to his attention. There was a trusting innocence in the gesture I found endearing. "Aren't you coming?" he asked, disappointed. "I'll be right behind you," I answered, giving him a reassuring smile. "All right, then." He had walked off already when I called to him. "Take off your clothes and kneel on the bed. I want your ass to be the first thing I see when I enter the bedroom." I heard his sharp inhale all the way across from him. His eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes, Daddy." I chuckled at the way he tried to slow down his speed as he headed for the stairs, but then he dashed off, crying, "I'm too old for this shit." "Nobody told you to run," I called after him. "Walk, Owen." "Okay." He was still running. I laughed at his almost childlike reaction to getting what he had been hankering for all day. I wasn't stupid. Owen was as wound up as I was. A part of his frustration that he experienced with his job would have probably not been as bad if we were able to resume a regular sex life. But we couldn't. Tonight, I would have to improvise to give him a good time while not hurting myself. I was positive it could be done, and my doctor would be none the wiser. If I could help it. I didn't plan to lay a hand on Owen. He would be the one to do all the touching for both of us. While Owen was in our bedroom, preparing himself for us, I made a stop at the wet bar to pour myself a glass of scotch. On second thought, I brought the whole bottle with me up the stairs into the bedroom. Outside the door, I took a drink from my glass, preparing myself for exactly the sight I had asked Owen to create for me. Owen's perfect ass was the first thing I encountered when I entered our bedroom. He was completely naked, not a stitch of clothing on. He knelt with his arms on the bed and his legs slightly apart. I wasn't certain if he had deliberately taken this stance, but it opened him up to my eyes. That butt plug was nestled so perfectly in his nice little ass that it was a shame it had to eventually come out. "Fuck," I muttered, my eyes roving over his form. That taut ass. With that plug inside him all through dinner, he had to be well stretched for our play tonight. "Are you pleased?" he asked, his voice breathy, and so low I wondered if he had been toying with the plug while I was downstairs. "Did you start without me?" "No, Daddy. I was waiting on you to instruct me what to do next. Just hold that position for a while. Let me admire you the way you are right now." He shuffled his knees a bit, and I frowned, dragging my eyes away from his ass. "Are you okay with this?" I asked him. "Me watching you while you fuck yourself for me?" "As much as I'd like to, Owen. We both know I can't right now." "I understand. I don't want you to hurt yourself." I smiled, approaching him on the bed. "I've not come since you sucked me off right before my surgery." He jerked in surprise. "Not even by yourself?" "Nope. I'm patient enough to wait." He turned then, lifting his chest from the bed so he could look over his shoulder at me. His eyes traveled to the bulge at the front of my pants, and I made no effort to hide it. "I can blow you again," he offered. As good as it sounded, I had other plans. "I don't want you touching me," I explained. "I want to get off watching you touch yourself. Think that's something you can do?" He glanced down at the bed. "I've masturbated a lot over the years, but can't say I've ever had anyone watch me do it before." "It would give me great pleasure to watch you, my boy. Will you consider doing that for Daddy?" He peeked at me, and I didn't move, waiting for him to decide. Maybe I should have considered whether or not he would think me weird for the request. I could have agreed to the blowjob, but it wasn't just a climax which I was after. I wanted the experience of watching Owen and the way he brought himself to pleasure. For the first time since I had my surgery, I was actually thankful I was unable to engage in sex right now, or I wouldn't be expecting a peep show from Owen. I was so turned on by the idea that my dick was already painfully stiff. "Anything for you, Daddy," he said on a sigh. "Just tell me what you want me to do." "Well, aren't you a good boy?" I asked as I undressed quickly. No sense in prolonging what was about to happen. I was quite impatient to get on with the night. A good boy deserves a nice treat, doesn't he? Without answering, Owen's gaze followed me as I placed my clothes on a chair and walked naked into the closet. His eyes remained on me when I re-entered with a satin drawstring bag in hand. I brought it over to the bed and dropped it beside him. "Go ahead. Take a look at your treat." I got the rest of the supplies from the nightstand and dropped the lube on the bed while he shook out the bag. The 7-inch, flesh-toned, skin-touch, high-quality dildo with a suction cup at its base fell out on the bed. "It's brand new," I told him, as if it wasn't evident. "I also took the time to have it all cleaned for your use." Since he hadn't said a word, I added, "If you want to use it." He glanced up at me. "Are you kidding me? If I want to use it?" He narrowed his eyes at me. "Just so we're clear, this can never replace the real thing, but it's damn good enough." I laughed at his expression. "What, do you think I'm going to be jealous over a piece of silicone?" "This silicone can do great things to my body," he replied. I walked over to Owen, unable to resist him. I kissed my way down his spine, pleased at the shivers that ran through his body. "Show me. But wait. I need to get situated." I located the couch in one corner of the room and sat my bare ass on the soft, welcoming material. From my location, I had an awesome view of Owen. He was facing the mirror on the opposite wall, so I could watch the play of emotions across his face while I kept my focus on his ass. "What do you want me to do first?" he asked. Turned to face me. When he did, I was satisfied I was still able to see his delectable ass in the mirror. "Touch your body," I continued instructing him. "Start from your neck. Like this?" He raised his head, displaying his neck, which he was trailing his fingers seductively along the smoothly paved skin. "Yes, perfect. Now lower. Don't skim over your nipples. Take your time with them, boy." He groaned. "But they're so sensitive." I knew. I could see how raised his nipples had become, hard, pebbled peaks that made my own tingle. I had the urge to have him suck on mine. Nothing else, just his lips working over the sensitive buds, licking and laving. "Yes, that's it, baby." His fingers found his nipples and he rolled the raised points between his fingers. A long moan ripped through him, and my cock flexed in response. For a man who had been hesitant about touching his nipples, he was doing a fantastic job of playing with them, now rolling them with the center of his palm. "Fuck," he moaned. "Tell me how it feels," I whispered hoarsely, eyes wide as I took in the change of color in his skin as his complexion turned flushed. "Good," he responded on a gasp, pinching his nipples. "So fucking good. I've never touched myself like this before. Do you like watching me touch myself, Daddy?" "More than I thought I would," I replied honestly. I lazily stroked my rigid cock, feeling the pulsing vein agree with how much Owen turned me on when he was touching himself like he was. It wasn't just the sight of his hands brushing over his eager flesh. I was damn well leaking pre-cum all over my thighs, because of the flickers of wonder that crossed his features as he discovered his body. "How does your cock feel?" I demanded. "Is it as hard as mine?" He groaned, one hand inching over his taut stomach toward his crotch, before he paused and gave me a pleading look while licking his bottom lip. Yum. I could take that bottom lip in my mouth and suck on it. "It's so fucking hard it hurts," he responded. "Please, can I touch it while you watch me, Daddy?" Lurch. There my heart went again, performing impressive somersaults that would make a cheerleader proud. "Go ahead and touch yourself," I told him, quickly adding, "Just the tip." "Yes, that's it. Now, scoop that pre-cum on your finger and lick it off." Holy fuck. Watching Owen lick his own pre-cum from his finger had my heart beating so hard. I wondered why I'd never done this before. After licking his finger clean, Owen stuck the same finger into his mouth, ensuring he got every damn drop off. His moan reverberated across the room. His cock flexed, and my attention was snagged by the mirror, where the plug pressed outward as if an invisible force was trying to tug it out. Owen's asshole clung to the toy hard before he clinched, pulling the plug back snug against his hole. I cupped my balls, squeezing gently on my sensitive sacs as I watched him. So fucking hot. Nobody would have been able to tell that Owen hadn't been doing this for a while. "Stroke your dick for Daddy. Do it nice and slow, so I can appreciate that beautiful cock." "I wish you'd suck on it, Daddy," he moaned, his tone hopeful. "Some other time. Tonight, I watch you. Now do it." He got some lube dribbled onto it before he grabbed the head of his cock and moved downward, circling his hand. He groaned as he kept rubbing his dick while watching me. I never once looked away from him as I matched the movement of my hand to his. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. I was about to jizz all over my expensive couch if I didn't get a grip on it, or get my grip off my dick. "Stop," I told him, just as I found the willpower to stave off my climax by removing my hand. My harsh breathing mingled with his as he reluctantly removed his hand and growled his frustration. "Oh, I want to come so bad," he murmured. "Please, Daddy Dick, I need it. It's so hard." I almost caved in. Soon, but not yet. "Okay, what do you want me to do now?" "Kneel with your ass to me." "Like this?" "Yes, that's perfect." "What next?" I swallowed hard, trying to tame my excitement, but it was a lost cause. "Slowly remove the plug." He braced one arm on the bed and grasped the end of the plug with the other. He moved slowly, twisting and pulling on the toy. By his pants and moans he tried to cover in the bedsheets, he quite enjoyed it. A couple of shallow pumps, and then he tugged, the first bump of the plug sliding out. I watched, fascinated at the way his hole reformed to cling to the smaller end, which he completely pulled out. "Oh, God, boy. Hold your cheeks open for me." The plug had opened him up some, and even though it no longer was wedged up his ass, his hole remained slightly opened, showing the pink insides. My cock jerked, yanking me toward him, but I remained seated. "Fuck, I want to feel your cock inside me so badly," he cursed. "What do I do now?" "Take the dildo and fuck your ass for me, just the way I'd fuck you right now." He eagerly grasped the dildo and slathered it in lube. He applied a generous amount inside his body, his fingers working the slick deep inside his channel. "Go slow," I instructed when he lined up the tip of the dildo to his ass. "Just the head inside for now." He didn't fumble with the dildo at all, reminding me that he had been open, that he knew his way around one. I wondered if it was different for him with someone there, watching him as he carefully inched the dildo inside his little gape. He hissed, swore a bit, then continued slipping inch upon inch inside himself. "That's it. That'll do for now. Work that dildo in your ass." "Yes, Daddy." He glided the dildo in and out of his ass, not completely removing it before the silicone was dipping back inside that sweet hole. I imagined his ass clinging to my cock instead, and had to curl my toes and clench my ass cheeks at the pleasure that ran through me at the thought. "Can I fuck myself harder? Please?" he begged, panting hard. "Yes, harder, deeper." "Oh, God, thank you, Daddy, thank you." He didn't have to thank me. In fact, I should be thanking him for providing me with that show as he worked his ass over with that dildo. His hips pressed back to meet each thrust. Cries and groans grew louder in the bedroom, reminding me of our time back at the hotel in Columbus. Owen could get really loud, but I didn't mind. In fact, I loved it. Loved the way his moans told me exactly what was happening, so I could close my eyes and still not miss a thing. I learned how the sound rumbled in his chest on his groan as he plunged the dildo up his ass, then let out in a sigh as he removed it. "Lie on your back and fuck your ass while you jerk off," I told him, because I was damn well near the edge anyway. The dildo slipped out as he turned onto his back gingerly, presenting his ass to me without me having to ask. He was such a good boy when he wanted sex. He knew well to please his daddy, and then I'd permit him to come. "Oh, shit," he grunted when he slipped the dildo back inside him. He let it rest there for a few seconds, as he paid tribute to his cock, which deserved it. If I was ever inclined to bottom, Owen had a nice, sleek dick. No foreskin, the right amount of girth without being too thick. He was technically longer than me, but I couldn't help feeling smug about packing a girth he didn't have. I dribbled saliva over my cock as I continued to watch my man work his hole with the dildo at the same time as he stroked himself. "Feels good?" I asked him, my hands busy at work. "Tell me how good it feels." "Fucking good," he gasped. "Not the same as you when you fill me up with your cock, but good enough." He grunted. "I'm going to come soon. I can feel it. Oh, fuck, Daddy. Oh, fuck. I love the way you watch me." "Fuck your ass for Daddy, baby," I hissed, rubbing my dick faster. Fuck, I wanted, needed. I couldn't hold it out much longer. My balls were tighter than a 19th century bride's corset. Owen plunged the dildo in his ass harder, faster, pulling out fully each time he withdrew and teasing me with his gaping hole before filling himself up again. I wanted to throw the dildo aside and take over, running inside his ass and filling him up with my cum, staining his insides. "Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck," Owen chanted over and over, his ass lifting off the bed as his hands jerked faster. Ropes and ropes of cum sprayed his chest. His body stiffened at the pinnacle of his climax before he fell back onto the bed with limbs that had gone slack. "Fuck, baby, that was so hot," I moaned right before I gasped, my own climax triggered by the delicious man who lay sated on the bed. He carefully removed the dildo from his ass, widening his legs and fingering himself before my eyes. "I want to see you come," he said, his voice shaky after the powerful climax he just had. "Keep doing that, baby," I encouraged him as he continued gently sticking those fingers inside himself. That silicone cock had fucked him good. Lucky fucker. "Ugh," I grunted, pulling back on the foreskin of my dick and pushing up as my cum sprayed onto my chest. I couldn't drag my eyes away from the thick, cloudy goo that spattered me. Ass clenched tight, I couldn't remember the last time I'd had a toe-curling orgasm. My toes were literally cinched so tight I could feel a couple cracking under the pressure. "Holy fuck," I cursed as I allowed myself to fall back gently against the sofa. That was more than I had hoped for. I didn't expect the climax to hit that hard. Shit, I was already starting to feel a light strain where my wound was.
"Oh my God, that was hot."
I chuckled at Owen's outburst. I watched him push himself up on his arms, and then into a sitting position. He slid off the bed and gingerly walked toward me on the sofa. He wedged himself between my legs, and without further word, leaned forward to kiss me. I cupped the back of his head, wanting to pull him into my lap to straddle my thighs, but I resisted because it would have been too much for me. Damn frustrating surgery. Not that I meant to be ungrateful or anything, I just friggin' missed doing some things with Owen. With a sigh, Owen released my lips.
"Want me to help you clean up?"
I was really too spent to argue, so I nodded gratefully. "Thanks." I wasn't too keen at the idea of getting up right now. He gave me a mischievous grin as he sank to his knees between my legs. Good. That was the answer I was hoping for. His intention was clear, too late for me to do anything about it. Not that I would have anyway. I groaned, plunging my fingers into Owen's hair as he licked at the cum dotting my skin. Chapter 19. Owen. "Sure you've got everything?" Declan asked as I grabbed my overnight bag to take with me to Columbus. Given my suspension, I decided to spend a few days with my kids instead of staying overnight as had originally been the plan. I'd already spoken to James about extending my stay beyond then. "You can stay for as long as you want," James had said to me when I spoke to him 3 days ago. "I have everything, Deck. Will you relax? I don't like the idea of you in Columbus alone," he remarked, and without looking at him I could tell he was frowning at me. "Seriously? Babe, I'll not be alone." The endearment rolled right off my tongue, and I didn't even try to curb the usage, although I had never been one for affectionate talk. It felt right. His concern was touching, a bit stifling, yes, but I knew he was also apprehensive about how things would go once I told my children about us. My kids will be there. And so will James. I walked up to Declan and placed a hand on his neck, gently caressing his soft skin. "You silly man. What does this have to do with James? I'm merely there as a support for my kids, nothing else. Are you going to accept that? Or keep at this jealousy thing the whole time I'm away? It's flattering, but you should know I love you." He gripped my hand from his neck and brought it up to his mouth to kiss my palm. "I'm not jealous of James." At my raised eyebrow, he sighed. "Okay, a little. But you guys have history." "Exactly. History. You're my present. And your future," he added gruffly. "Don't you forget that." "I won't." And because I had to lighten the mood, I added, "Promise. Cross my heart and hope to die." He laughed softly as we made our way from his bedroom and descended the stairs. Last night we had argued about me taking Silas to Columbus with me. I didn't count it as necessary. I could drive myself. Declan didn't agree, but I'd remained stubborn about it. He had tried to give me the silent treatment afterward, but it hadn't worked. He had given in, and we had ended up in bed, my head in his lap as I read for him. "Are you sure you don't want me to book you a hotel instead?" he asked as soon as we were in the courtyard where my car was parked. "I'm certain," I answered, although his offer was tempting. Declan's house had spoiled me for other accommodations that didn't measure up to where I had been living for the past few weeks. I shouldn't accept his offer, though, because I was getting too used to his lifestyle. 4 days ago, Declan had watched me fuck myself, and instead of a reprieve, now I only wanted him more. We would need to take things easy for a while, but I didn't mind getting on top so he didn't have to exhaust himself and put too much pressure on his abdomen. "Call me when you get to Columbus," he remarked, taking the car keys from my hand. I found his reluctance to let me go endearing. "I will," I promised, then smiled at him. "You know, you're being really sweet right now, and I find it so hot." He groaned. "None of that. I get you back inside the house, I may change my mind and keep you under lockdown. No Columbus." I chuckled at his possessiveness. "I'm going to miss you too, Deck, but it will only be a few days." "You should let Silas drive you. He can be here in half an hour." I shook my head. "And what if you need him while I'm gone? This is quite fine. Before you know it, I'll be back. Besides, don't they say absence makes the heart grow fonder?" He scowled at that. "All right, then since you're all set, come here and kiss Daddy goodbye. Make it good so it will last a while." Challenge accepted. I tossed my bag onto the roof of the car and placed my hands on Declan's chest. I could feel the sleekness of his muscles through the expensive t-shirt he wore. The material was so soft that I rubbed my hand up his chest. It wasn't for just the material, though. He was hard beneath my touch. He inhaled deeply, his heart rate increasing as I shamelessly felt him up in the courtyard where anybody could see. "Are you going to get on with it sometime today?" Declan croaked. "What's the rush? I'm making it good. Isn't that what you said?" I kissed his Adam's apple, licking the bobbing bump as he swallowed hard. My lips left a damp trail up the side of his neck where I tried to nip him as discreetly as possible. I kissed his lightly stubbled chin, across his jaw before inching toward his lips. I licked, I nibbled, feeling the whisper of his hot breath on my lips. "You, Owen, are nothing but a tease," Declan growled at me. I gasped in surprise when he grabbed me by the ass and pulled me flush against his body while capturing my flirting lips with his. He wasn't in the mood for teasing as I was, but the second his tongue thrust between my lips, I was right there along with him, clutching his shoulders, moaning in his mouth. Seconds lapsed as we continued kissing, unable to get as much of each other as we wanted. It was good. So good. And frustrating. Hell yeah, frustrating. I didn't want to leave him, but I had to leave him. Plus, we'd spent so much time together that I did believe the time apart could do us a world of good as well. We hadn't been separated since I had moved in with him. I woke up in his bed and went back to sleep in his bed. "I'll never get enough of you," he said on a sigh when he finally released my lips. "You should go before I change my mind and follow you to Columbus." My eyes widened. "You wouldn't." "It's best for you to believe that." Maybe I should have invited him to Columbus with me. I opened my mouth to do just that. "Hey, why don't you come along with me?" But I instantly closed it. Having Declan around would only be a distraction, and my goal for this holiday was to spend it reconnecting with my kids. He opened the car door for me. I hesitated a second before I grabbed my bag, tossed it in the passenger seat, and got in. "Before I forget, I have something for you." Instead of the car keys, Declan held out a black card to me. I'd only ever seen one of its kind before, but I knew what it meant. No limit on spending. I stared from the car to Declan in a daze. What in his ever-loving mind was he doing? "Why are you giving me that?" I asked nervously. Just the thought of having the card in my possession was enough to have me break out in hives. They didn't just hand out black cards to anyone. I happened to know they were invitation-only cards, and the holders paid a handsome fee to get access to such a privilege. "It's yours," he answered. "I've had it for a while now, but there's no opportunity like the present for me to give it to you." "I already have a credit card," I told him. "I know. I've seen your bank statements." "You've been peeking in my financial records?" I choked out in disbelief. How the hell could he have invaded my privacy like that? He wasn't inviting me to take a peek at his fat bank balance. "Just your credit card statements," he answered with a shrug, as if it was common to go around checking someone's credit history. "That's an invasion of my privacy, you know," I told him, upset that we had to have this discussion now that I was leaving. "If you wanted to know something, why the hell didn't you just ask?" "I wanted to do it discreetly," he answered, "and I didn't peek too far. You keep all your statements on your computer desk in the living room. I just happened to encounter them." "So you saw that as an invitation to go through them?" "Maybe I went a little too far looking through them." "You think?" I snapped, gripping the steering wheel. "Fuck, Declan, who the hell does that?" "Someone who cares about you," he answered. "It might have been an unorthodox way of checking on your finances, but you weren't of much help. You're always fine when I want to help you. This way I can figure out what exactly you meant by fine. Having seen my outstanding balance, why the hell are you giving me a black card? Did the company run out of gold ones?" "I'll overlook your tone this time, because I do believe you have a right to be upset," he answered. "And trust me, I saw your outstanding balance. I also saw what those things were for. It was all spent on your kids. Tuition, books. Sure, you have a balance, but you've been steadily paying back what's owed." "The twins are helping me to pay back the tuition," I said on a frown, hating that I had to get into this with him. I was on top of my finances. Their credit card bill was being managed properly. With a few more years, it would be completely paid off. "That's good," he stated. "But now there's Summer, and she's going to need your help too, right? I don't want you to run yourself ragged to aid your kids. I'd like to help too." "I'm responsible for them," I argued. "True, but like it or not, you're also my responsibility. I thought I explained this to you already. I knew you were a responsible guy, Owen, and those bills just proved it to me. You've never missed a single payment as far as I could see. Do you think it's every day I give one of these to someone? I wouldn't even hand one to Charles." How could I be mad at him when he was all but telling me that he trusted me more than anyone else? "You didn't have to do this," I told him. "I know, and I want to." He reached inside the car for my hand and pressed the black card into my palm, folding my fingers around it. "You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but know that it's there." "Aren't you afraid I'll spend too much?" "The opposite, actually," he replied, giving my hand a squeeze. "I'm afraid you'll have need for it, but will stubbornly refuse to use it." When he released me, I turned over the card in my hand. "You're saying that I can use this for anything?" He shrugged. "The key to this, Owen, is that I know you're responsible. If you need to pay off Summer's tuition, go ahead. Just do it and don't worry about it." I scoffed. "Easier said than done." "I don't know, Declan." "Then don't use it until you feel comfortable about it," he replied. "I like knowing you have it, though, in the event of an emergency." It was good to have spare change in the event of an emergency. Somehow I didn't think the black card would be in the same category. "This doesn't make up for the fact that you went through my stuff without my permission," I reminded him. "I know. I'm not sure I can apologize for it either. I love you and will take care of you. When you get back, we'll talk in detail about your finances, so you'll be completely debt-free." "Declan," I protested, because I had no interest whatsoever in having him dissect my finances. "It's what I do for a living, boy, and I'm damn good at it, so don't get into it with me. Just say thank you, Daddy." I sighed and glanced at my watch, the one he had bought me. Perhaps I should be feeling like a kept man, but I didn't. He made me feel valuable, and it wasn't just about him spending money to make my life better. It was also the quality time he invested in our relationship, how he genuinely enjoyed having me around, and all the relaxing moments we had at home, just being two ordinary blokes in love. I smiled tentatively at him, because I might never get used to Declan wanting to spend so much on me, but neither did I suspect he would change. This was who he was, a man given to pampering and taking care of his partner. Plus, as he had pointed out, I didn't need to use the card anyway. "Thank you, Daddy," I said, meaning it, despite him making the request. He deserved it for all he had been to me. "You're welcome," he responded with a smile, his shoulders relaxing. He ducked his head into the car through the window, and I met his brief kiss. "Drive safely." I nodded. "I'll call you when I get to Columbus." Hands shoved into the close-fitting jeans he wore, Declan watched as I drove away from the house. When I glanced in the rearview mirror, it was to find him still looking after the car. An exciting trip. Dinner on the rooftop, a new home, a credit card, talks of getting hitched. What was next? I couldn't decide if the crimping in my stomach was excitement or apprehension. Chapter 20. Declan. "Son, word up." I winced at the sound of Charles's voice behind me. I couldn't remember the last time he'd called me son, or anything else besides Declan. I slowed down reluctantly on my way to my office to pick up the file I had asked my assistant to leave on my desk. Now that I'd gotten through the board meeting I had scheduled for today, since Owen was out of town, all I wanted to do was return home and reorient myself into the finances of the small private company I was handling. I didn't just get my wealth from my inheritance and Charles's company. I also handled the finances of companies that weren't turning in a profit. The owners of these companies paid me handsomely to diagnose their problems and improve their financial situation. I came highly recommended, which allowed me to offer my consultation service at the top of the market price, while picking and refusing at whim which companies I preferred handling. My preference was usually small companies that were failing. It was eye-opening sometimes to point out the small reasons that a business was not functioning at its level of potential earning. Once Charles fell into step beside me, I continued walking to my office. "So, you're back full-time," I commented, because it needed to be said. Charles's plan prior to this had been to go into retirement, but for whatever reason I still wasn't clear of. Since he had been back from his cruise, he had become fully involved in the business again. "It was foolish of me to try and tap out so early," he replied. "I still have a lot of good years left in me." "But what exactly are you planning to do with those years?" I asked. "I have to say, Charles, that having handled the company for the little time you were away, I wasn't impressed with what you left behind."
"I know I fucked up a lot. That's one of the reasons I had to come back, to try and make things right."
At the door of my office, I paused with my hand on the doorknob and turned to Charles. "This business needs someone committed to run it, Charles. I watched from the sidelines while we operated at a loss because you refused to take what we do seriously. I've made enough headway without you, and I won't stand for you running us into the ground. Before I allow that to happen, I'll force you out." Ignoring the look of shock on Charles's face, I entered the office, leaving him to follow or to go. I didn't regret speaking harshly to him. Grandfather hadn't gotten us this far ahead to have the company wrecked by his only surviving son. I'd barely reached my desk when Charles walked in.
"Like hell you will."
I spotted the 2 files on my desk and took them up. "Don't underestimate me, Charles."
"I'm your father."
I was amused that he would bring up that point, but I was also tired of arguing with him. I think the only person who's forgotten that so far is you.
"That's why you're doing this. You have some vendetta against me because I was a shitty father?"
"Actually, no. I'm doing what's best for the company, and you haven't proven to any of us that the best man for the job is you.
I'll have you know that I helped my father to build this company up from the ground.
And does that give you an excuse to bring it back there? I snapped.
I admit I've not done a good job over the last couple of years, he stated, sounding deflated. All of that's changed. I've changed. Don't you get it? I need to do this.
The way he said the word need gave me pause. I observed him, seeing the way he looked almost desperate for this. Why? I asked. Why do you need this? A couple of months ago, all you needed was a cruise and a hot young trophy wife to spend your money.
Poppy left me.
Stunned, I stared at him. What? In all his relationships, Charles had always been the one to dump his girlfriends, or wives.
You heard me. She walked away.
What happened? He stuffed his hands into the pockets of his pants and laughed hoarsely.
I'm not bothered by her leaving. She did the right thing. I was determined to let the relationship work this time, just to show you that I could be responsible. However, that would have been nothing but a disaster.
Nothing that he said made any sense. I shouldn't even care enough to ask him about it. Hadn't I told him to work out his own problems? Something about this seemed different, though. This wasn't the way his relationships always panned out. Technically, yes, it was the same end, but the script had changed. I'm going to need you to start from the top, I told him, walking over to the cabinet in the corner to pour both of us a drink. The usual? I asked.
Actually, I'd rather not.
Shit, this was serious. Charles never turned down a drink. This was new for him. I didn't bother to pour myself any in order not to tempt him on this newly discovered path of his. I always thought he drank too much, partied too much. Maybe with less of that in his life, he would actually start paying attention. How long has she been gone now? I asked him. He sighed, wiping his face with his hand.
2 days. It's a good thing, Declan, so don't go getting all sad on me. I'm sure you didn't want her as a stepmother, did you?
The truth is, no. I don't think she's right for you. Hold on. What about the baby? Does that mean she's not pregnant?
She is pregnant,
he confirmed. Messy. Poppy had played her cards right. She had married Charles. Thank God I had her sign a prenup. Then she'd gotten pregnant by him. She would use that baby as leverage to get as much out of Charles as possible. While I had no problem with us maintaining a child, I was sick to my stomach of the baby becoming a pawn in this sick, twisted game of their mothers. I'm sure we can win a custody battle when the time comes, I said, with more confidence than I felt. This was one area I had absolutely no idea about, but I could find someone to advise us how to do this. Hell, I'd take the child from both Poppy and Charles if it came to that.
A custody battle won't be necessary.
I glared at him. You're not going to abandon your child again. You're going to be a good father to this kid if it's the last thing you do.
That's exactly what I plan to do,
he cried, frustration coating every syllable of his words.
I was glad for the shot to be a father again, to learn from my mistakes with you. I wanted that so much, I almost allowed Poppy to take advantage of me.
How so? Bright spots of red bloomed in his cheeks, and he glanced away from me.
The child is not mine. I knew it from the moment she showed me the pregnancy test that I couldn't be the father of her child. But I wanted it to be true so badly.
Are you sure? If there was even a 1% chance that he was the father, I needed to know.
I had a vasectomy done a few years after your mother died,
he answered.
I didn't want a child again.
I blinked at the man standing before me like he was a complete stranger. I don't get it. If you knew there's no way the baby was yours, why did you agree the baby was yours? He shrugged.
I thought a baby meant Poppy would settle down, and we could become a real family. I know you have no reason to believe me, but after learning you were in the hospital, It was like a bulb went on in my head. I wanted to be a better husband, a better father. But I lost that chance with you, so I wanted to do it all over again. This would have been my last shot.
Pathetic. That was how Charles looked in that moment, and it gutted me, because I had seen him as many things over the years, but never this pathetic, dejected, lost look. Our relationship had been through a lot, and I couldn't guarantee him anything, but hearing his confession was a start. Him making no attempt to cover up how much he was truly hurting reached me in ways no amount of argument between us had ever done. Perhaps he had truly changed. I wouldn't exactly say you've lost the chance with me, I told him, weighing my words as I spoke them slowly to see if there was sincerity in them. There was. I stalled at the next words, wondering if it was truly possible to forgive this man. I held so many grudges against him for the way my childhood had unfolded. Then I remembered Owen, who was on his way to Columbus. He had a big enough heart to forgive his twins and to forgive his ex for walking out on all of them. What James had done was equally as bad as what Charles had done. I'm still here, I continued, aware that Charles was staring at me, unblinking for several seconds. It won't exactly be like going to the park with a father to play, but I'd like to have a better relationship with you. You're family, and family is everything. Owen had taught me that.
But, your new partner, he said. I saw the way you were with each other. I thought for sure you wouldn't have time for me in your life, that you'd moved on and found your own family.
I frowned at him. I'm not aware of any cap on how many people can be in a family. Are you? You're the closest blood family to me, Charles. I've always hated that we didn't get along well enough. Mother would have been appalled. His face fell.
Yes, she would have been. I promised her I would look out for you, and I failed her.
Maybe it's time to let bygones be bygones. After my initial talk to Charles at the office, we had brunch together. There had been some awkwardness, but as we talked about business, which was our safest topic for now, I had felt myself relaxing around him. We had parted on good terms, and when Silas dropped me home afterward, I was hopeful that he was serious about having changed. My phone rang as soon as I entered the house, and I fished it out of my pocket to take the call. "You're late." He was. He should have arrived in Columbus an hour ago.
Sorry, I had some car trouble,
he answered on a sigh.
I had to find a garage and wait on the mechanic to take a look before getting back on the road.
Fuck, why didn't you call me, Owen? I'd have sent Silas to get you.
And that's exactly why, he replied. I didn't want you to worry. Everything worked out fine, and I just pulled up outside James's house. I wanted to call you before I went in. Something tells me with the kids around, the place is going to get hectic for a bit, so I may not be able to call you until later tonight.
All right, then. I'll be waiting up for your call tonight. As silence stretched between us, I asked him, "You okay?"
Yes. No. Shit, I don't really know, Dick. I'm nervous, to be honest.
Fuck. I knew I should have gone along with him. Why?
It's just the first time we'll all be under one roof. I can't help feeling like this shit's about to hit the fan.
Want me to be there? I asked, without even thinking about it. If he needed support, I could be in Columbus in a couple of hours.
I do, he answered. But asking you to drive here for no other reason than to hold my hand is a bit much, don't you think?
I'll call Silas and...
No, Dick, don't. It will be fine. Look, James just came out. We'll call you later.
All right. And don't overthink it. If you need me, don't hesitate to call. My conversation with Owen left me pensive. I closeted myself away in the home office to go over the files I had brought home with me. But after a business call, I rocked back in my chair and allowed my mind to go wherever it wanted. It decided to land on my desire to have Owen move in permanently with me.
Little by little, he would stop home and bring in more clothes. But I didn't want him having to drop by his place to get things he needed. I wanted everything to be here, permanently. After my doctor's visit in a few days, I would have no medical need for him to be around anymore. In all fairness, I couldn't expect him to continue living with me without making it clear to him the direction in which I wanted our relationship to go. Ultimately, the plan was to ask him to marry me, but it was way too soon for that, and I didn't want to freak him out. We'd come too far. I supposed having our living arrangement become permanent would be a step in the right direction for marriage. I left the office and trudged up the stairs, determined to act on my own intentions. In our bedroom, I could no longer consider it mine after sleeping here with him over the past weeks, I crossed the wide expanse of free space and headed for the large closet. I had way too many clothes that I wasn't even wearing. Some didn't fit anymore, and others had been worn only once. The closet was sectioned for my formal and casual wear, with a revolving rack that was automatic. The shoe shelves were lined up against the walls, and I could easily identify at one glance the ones that needed to go. Owen's things were shoved in the corner of my closet, in a little space that was less than 1/3 of the entire closet. If I intended for him to take me seriously, then I would have to back up my words with actions. Since there was no time like the present, I got down to business, rearranging my closet. I never expected to finish the work today, but as soon as I got a half of the closet all cleared, I worked on transferring Owen's things from the little corner. I had almost finished when I kicked over a shoebox of his, which skidded several feet away from me. The lid flew off, and papers fluttered all over the floor. Shit. I swore at the mess I had created. I didn't recall this box being in the picture at all, but it had to be important for Owen to have brought it with him. I reached for the first page and started gathering them before I realized they were numbered. Not only that, but they had a header with the title, When It Hurts. Seeing that it was some kind of story, I checked out another page and found the name O. Long as the header for that one. Had Owen written this? I scanned the page in my hand and confirmed it was some sort of book. It had his name on it, so I could only conclude he was the writer. But what was his manuscript doing in a box? And why hadn't he said anything to me? I knew he enjoyed reading. It was his favorite pastime, but this was different. This was huge. This had to be what he was referencing when I suggested he quit his job, and he advised me there was something he was thinking about. Owen? A writer? I could see it. He was passionate, and often we'd discuss the book he was reading. Sitting on the floor, I continued reading the next page and the next, even though they were not in order. I wanted to continue it just the little bit I had read, but my conscience got the better of me. He had been angry earlier about going through his finances without asking his permission, and I didn't want to add this to it. He needed to come to me about these things. Having discovered Owen's manuscript, I was excited for him, but I was also disappointed that he had kept this from me. Chapter 21. Owen. What the hell had I been thinking? Staying with my ex and kids under the same roof for a few days probably wasn't the best idea I could have ever acted upon. I really hadn't thought much of it, but sitting in the car, fresh off a call with Declan, staring at James, who waved to me from the porch, my stomach flipped. At least it looked like I was the first one here, so I could freak out a little without my kids being none the wiser. Too late to turn back now. I muttered under my breath and grabbed my overnight bag. I exited the car, activated the alarm system, then cleared the distance between myself and James. It still surprised me sometimes that James was my ex. He looked nothing like before. His eyes were the only thing that I recognized. He did seem happy, though, the tentative smile on his face widening when I came to a stop before him, awkwardly. Remembering the last time we'd met, how he kissed me, I felt awkward, not sure how to greet him. A handshake seemed way too formal after all we'd shared. "Owen, you made it." James said, breaking the ice. The color in his cheeks, partially covered by his beard, was brighter than usual. Yes, had some hiccups on the way, but I'm here.
Thanks for coming.
He gave a shy laugh and shuffled to the open front door.
Well, come on in. I've got refreshments, but I'll show you where you'll be staying first. I hope you don't mind rooming with Oscar. Augie claimed the pull-out couch, and Summer gets to room by herself.
Shit. I hoped Summer didn't disappoint him. He was so evidently looking forward to meeting our baby girl. When I said nothing as I entered the house, he glanced at me over his shoulder.
She is coming, isn't she?
I shrugged. I want to say yes, but the last time we spoke, which was about 30 minutes ago, she still wasn't certain. James looked crestfallen, but he nodded and went back to leading.
If she doesn't show, then Oscar can share a room with Augie.
Either way is fine. His house was probably the same size as the one we had shared. Everything was neatly in its place. We passed a living room and a kitchen on the way to the quarter-turn stairs. Nice place.
Thanks. I only got it a couple of years ago.
I frowned at his back. There was so much I still didn't know about him. Maybe it wasn't my place to ask, but I was curious. What do you do for work? He had stayed home with the kids when we were still married, since we'd found it more feasible financially than to hire someone to take care of 3 kids.
Oh, I'm an events planner, he answered. I did some courses and got certified. So if there's a wedding in your future anytime soon, you can hire me.
I gave a non-committal grunt, preferring not to get into my relationship with Declan. He had mentioned marriage, but it was still too soon for us to make such a decision. It still didn't stop me from wanting it to happen, though. I no longer fought with myself about our relationship. I no longer believed I was too old for him. We were perfection when we were together. I made him happy, and I loved that man something fierce. I'm still working as a chauffeur, I remarked as we arrived at the landing, although I'm not sure for how much longer.
What do you mean?
In retrospect, I shouldn't have mentioned the latter detail. Now, as he looked at me expectantly, I struggled to find the words to answer without lying to him. I'll be 47 in a week and a half, I said, choosing my words carefully. Most of my good years are behind me, and maybe it's time I start doing something I love. He stopped at a door and faced me.
But you're almost at the age of retirement. Are you sure you don't want to keep your job? It's a steady way to make a living.
It's just a thought, I mumbled without getting into it. Declan hadn't thought of how close I was to retirement. He had been supportive, even encouraging me to move on to something that made me happier. He didn't even know what that was, but he was willing to trust my judgment and offer support.
Well, think about it some,
he answered, and unlocked the door, stepping aside for me to enter.
I know things have changed for you recently, and you may be feeling a little high right now from being in a new relationship, but you don't want to make any drastic decisions too soon.
The kids are grown, and I've taught them how to take care of themselves, I replied, frustrated, because he had hit the nail on the head. I felt high right now, being in a relationship with Declan. He was the heroine to my addiction without the nasty stuff that came with it. I had been fine in my job before, and my hesitation came from wondering whether I'd still be thinking about quitting my job if I hadn't met Declan. I didn't miss his wince.
Whereas I haven't.
That's not what I meant, I assured him. Just thinking that I can afford not to play it safe anymore. I can afford to take a little risk, knowing they're not dependent on me. Hell, they'd help me out if I was in trouble. I glanced away from him to take in the room, simply furnished with a queen-sized bed, a dresser, and double doors ajar which showed off an empty closet. It was hard not to compare my current accommodations with my living situation with Declan. For the past few weeks, I had been living in the lap of luxury, not even giving much thought to returning home.
"This is the room you'll be sharing with Oscar," James said. "They decided to sleep over rather than to travel back and forth while you're here."
"It's fine," I assured him. Having shared a tent with both boys while camping, I can say this is an improvement. I grinned at him, and he smiled, his shoulders visibly relaxing.
"I'll leave you to store your bag. I'll have refreshments downstairs, so come down when you're ready."
It didn't take long for me to get situated after James left. I tossed my bag in the closet, tried to call Summer a few times, but each time the call rang off to voicemail. On a whim, I rang Penny's number.
"Hello, Mr. Long."
She answered the call, her words so slow that it was obvious she hadn't wanted to answer. When all else failed, I always knew to call her. She never ignored my calls because, really, how could she not answer the call of her future father-in-law? It was underhanded of me, when Summer was clearly avoiding my calls, but I would take my triumphs with her where I could get them. "Hey, Penny, how are you?"
"A bit uncomfortable, to be honest," she answered in that candid way of hers that I loved. "I'm not exactly thrilled to be caught in the middle of this thing with Summer not answering your calls." "You're not supposed to tell him that,"
I heard Summer cry in the background. "May I speak to her, please?" I asked.
"Hold on. Let me check with her."
I tapped my foot impatiently before walking over to the one window in the room at the sound of a car. I pulled the curtains aside and peered out, catching sight of Augie's car. The doors opened, and both he and Oscar climbed out of the vehicle.
"I'm sorry, sir, but she doesn't want to speak to you right now,"
Penny said, returning to our conversation. "Will you place the phone on speaker, then, so she can hear me?"
Sure, I can do that."
I heard the distinct change in the acoustics of the call, which meant Penny had done just that. I cleared my throat and addressed my daughter. "Summer, I know I told you I wouldn't press the issue, but Augie and Oscar are here. I'm here in Columbus, and I'm really hoping you'll show up. Besides, there's something important I want to share with you guys." I wasn't sure what I expected, but it was definitely not the silence.
"Darn it, she left upset,"
Penny said, her voice rushed.
"I'm sorry, but I'll have to go check on her."
"That's okay. Thanks for watching out for her, Penny."
"Always. I love her."
I didn't doubt it one bit. I was at least happy that Summer had that kind of supportive relationship with her girlfriend, and I hoped they lasted. Penny was crazy about Summer, but sometimes my daughter could be dramatic. So far, Penny seemed capable of handling her, though, and she wasn't fazed one bit by Summer's theatrics at times. I wished I could say her behavior this time wasn't warranted and was all theatrics, but I understood her frustration. I had pushed her more than I had intended to, and I would back off now and allow her to make her own decision. Regardless of what it was, I would support her. We all had our own challenges and experiences with James leaving us, and she could be unforgiving if she wanted to. I just hoped it wouldn't come to that. The only reason I was here today was to be supportive for them all. If she wouldn't show up, what was the point of me being here? We were a broken family, but still a family, and I wanted us all to get along as best as we could. After the call ended, I sent Declan a quick text before I headed out of the bedroom and to the stairs. I followed the loud laughter and chatting to the kitchen, where the other 3 men who were a part of the family were enjoying a drink of beer. My presence still unknown, I had the chance to watch my boys interact with their other father. They were so relaxed and smiling. Over the period of time, they had gotten to know James, and they had grown close. They had a bond, and it didn't diminish anything of what they felt for me and how they interacted with me. I found a peace just watching them. This was the way it was supposed to be from the beginning. But now they at least had the chance to know their father. How could I not want that for Summer as well? And if she didn't meet James, how could she be certain whether she wanted to know the guy or not? I cleared my throat to make my presence known. The laughter immediately dried up. It was so sudden how the mirth was sucked out of the room that I immediately felt guilty. The boys observed me, uncertain, glancing from me to James. It was almost as if they were trying to distance themselves from James, because I had entered the room. "Where's my beer?" I asked with a grin. A couple of seconds passed in which nobody reacted, before Oscar stepped forward.
"Hey, Dad. Man, it's so awesome you're here."
"I told you I'd be here, didn't I?" I answered. At the same time, James tossed a can of beer in my direction.
"Think fast."
I had to do some fancy footwork to pluck the beer out of the air and avoid it sailing over my head.
"Nice moves, Dad,"
Augie said, grinning at me. To see him so happy and carefree was wonderful. "Why so surprised?" I asked, winking at him as I pried at the lid of the can. "I'm older, but not dead. Your old man still got his moves." James laughed. Augie's face went red, and Oscar coughed.
"Oh my God, is he talking about what I'm thinking?"
Oscar said, amidst his fit of coughing.
"Gross, Dad. As far as we're concerned, your sex life is non-existent. You're as old as the Ark, and a certain body part doesn't work."
Augie nodded, his eyes wide.
"Definitely doesn't work. Please let us indulge our fantasy where this is true."
At their histrionics, I hid my grin by turning the mouth of the beer can to my lips. If only they had a clue. I couldn't help thinking about Declan and me a few nights ago, when he'd watched me fucking myself with the dildo. A chuckle startled from my lips, but once it started, I couldn't stop. The others looked at me, but I didn't care. I felt giddy about my secret, at least for now, because I planned to tell them about it before I left Columbus. I was dying to see their reaction when they found out I was in a relationship. Good grief, how would they handle me dating a young man their age? Chapter 22. Declan.
God, I hate doctors, I thought, as Dr. Dover checked me over, clicking his tongue and making other idiosyncratic sounds that pissed me off. I was already out of sorts because I was home alone. The house was not the same without Owen there with me, and there was already so much I had immersed myself in, including moving up my appointment with the doctor so I could be checked out before Owen returned home. He would probably get upset when he heard what I had done, but last night I hadn't been able to help myself. He had promised he would call me. I had waited up for much of the night, checking the clock over and over, expecting him to fulfill his promise. He hadn't called. I hadn't wanted to fall asleep and miss his call, so I had done exactly what I had vowed not to do. I had gone into the closet, removed the box with the manuscript I had found, and I had read from page 1 to page 264. By the time I had finished the first chapter, I hadn't been able to stop. I no longer read just to stay up. I was intrigued by the story Owen had written, and I didn't usually read, so that was something. A part of me had hesitated reading the story, because I was afraid I wouldn't enjoy it, and then I couldn't lie to him about that. Whether it was from the many years of reading or something he had practiced for a while, Owen clearly had a gift for storytelling. I wouldn't have believed he wrote the romantic story if I hadn't seen his name on the manuscript. And the sex scenes. I couldn't wait to have him back in Cincy, so I could do all those naughty things he had written about, and more. "What's the verdict, Doc?" I asked when he finally stepped back and stopped prodding my person. He smiled at me, scribbling on his notepad. "You mean, are you able to return to having sex?" I didn't even bother to pretend this wasn't what I wanted to know. "Exactly.
"It's been a while." "Well, then I've got some good news," he answered. "You've been healing fast, faster than most. You should be able to resume your sex life, but keep in mind you'll still be healing over the next several weeks, so you'll want to exercise some caution, or you might feel the after effects of any strenuous activity." "Awesome!" I hopped off the table and smoothed my shirt down my chest. "Seems like I've been waiting forever to get consent to have sex. I can't recall having to do that before." The doctor chuckled. "I'm sure it's kept you on your toes, but intimacy can be shared in so many other ways than sex, so I hope this would have at least helped you and your partner to grow even closer." I grudgingly admitted that he was damn right about this. Owen and I were closer than ever. Spending the past several weeks living together had been nothing short of amazing. Yesterday had only proven that to me. I missed the sound of the television being on as he watched his favorite programs. Last night, I had even accepted my father's invitation to have dinner with him, because I didn't want to eat alone. The dinner had been salvaged by our conversation about the business. I had discovered that I missed talking about business with Charles. It had been the only commonality that we had. Listening to him had convinced me that he meant everything he had said about turning over a new leaf. He had discussed new opportunities that he wanted us to invest in. This time, instead of a harebrained idea, he had come with a plan, a well-thought-out plan, that had left even me impressed. "I appreciate you seeing me at such short notice." I could tell how urgent it was. He even kept a straight face while saying it. "Do you have any questions for me?" I frowned at him. Figuratively speaking, of course. If I exert too much energy physically, what's the chance of ripping open the wound or something? I'd say next to nil. This time he openly grinned at me, shaking his head. It might hurt like the devil when all the adrenaline wears off, though, so I'd say keep a bottle of painkillers within reach to take off some of the edge afterward. I nodded. Perfect. That was exactly what I wanted to hear. The pain I could handle. It would be worth it. So much time had passed since I'd seen Owen's ass, that bright shade of red that we both enjoyed. I couldn't wait to have him beneath me, watching me, and telling me again how much the real thing was better than the dildo he had used a few nights ago. I left the hospital in good spirits, pleased that the doctor hadn't continued my medication. I never quite got in the habit of taking them, and Owen, the amazing, dutiful boyfriend that he was, always ensured I took them. He did write me a prescription for more of the painkillers he had given me the first time around, chuckling unprofessionally that he could tell I would need them. "Where to, sir?" Silas asked when I entered the car and closed the door behind me. I sat there and thought about it. Damn it, I didn't want to go home to be reminded that Owen wasn't there. I could stop at the office, but I didn't really want to. With tomorrow being July the 4th, not much would be happening at the office. It was one of the few days we let off our employees early so they could spend time with their families. "I guess we're heading home," I answered with a heavy sigh as I leaned back into the seat. Still no call from Owen. He was driving me insane. I tried not to think the worst, that he was enjoying himself too much with his family, a family I wasn't a part of yet. I'd been okay with Owen going to Columbus on his own, but now I wished he had asked me again to go with him. I'd even volunteered that I could travel with him, but he had turned me down. I hadn't pushed, because I figured he could do with the space to tell his kids about us, and they probably needed some time to let the information sink in before I met them in person. But what if, at this moment, he's reminiscing about the past with James? "Excuse me, sir," Silas remarked, taking a peek at me in the rearview mirror. "May I speak frankly?" Surprised at Silas's odd question, I nodded. "Sure. What's on your mind?" "Just thinking that you should be with Mr. Owen tomorrow," he replied. I mean, Tomorrow's a holiday and all. Families will be coming together to spend the day with each other. Mr. Owen's your family. You should be with him." I swiped a hand over my face, even more frustrated now that Silas seemed to have been reading my mind. "It's a little complicated, Silas, my friend." He chuckled. "Isn't that what they always say?" "His kids have no idea about us," I answered. "He's supposed to tell them about us over the holiday. We thought it best for them not to meet me when they learn about me for the first time." "Ah, but wouldn't it have given them the chance not just to know about you, but to know you? I think they would come to accept your love for their father when they see you two together. The way you love and care for him is definitely something they will take kindly to. You treat their father well, and if they are smart kids, and Mr. Owen is smart, so I suspect they are, then they will accept what you have together." Silas had a point. Owen telling his kids about us without me there was like him telling me that he was in a relationship with a ghost. Who best to represent me but myself? Just foisting the information on them might not have been a good idea, especially when they learned how much younger than Owen I was. "I think you're right," I told my driver after a few minutes of ruminating on his words. It was too late now to travel to Columbus. Owen would spend the day tomorrow with his kids and ex. Then he would be back home the day after. The only other opportunity we would have upcoming for me to meet his kids was for his birthday. Is it really too late to travel to Columbus? I would have, if Owen had called me at all yesterday after he had arrived. He had sent me one text message that the twins had arrived. That was it. Nothing else from him since. Nada. Zilch. I didn't know if I should be worried and call him or respect his space. Silas dropped me home, and I was walking up the stairs to my bedroom when my phone rang. The ringtone was a dead giveaway. Speak of the devil and he comes out of hiding. I was pleased and relieved at his call, but also ticked off that he had taken this long to call me. "I'm going to spank your ass so hard you'll not be able to sit for a week," I growled into the phone without even a greeting. "Oh, man, I knew you'd be mad," he said on a groan. "I'm so sorry. I meant to call you last night, but one thing led to another, and I just got up." I checked my watch, more irritated now that I saw it was almost noon. What the bloody hell was he still doing in bed at noon? Did he sleep alone? The instant the words were out of my mouth, I regretted them. I sounded like a jealous, possessive asshole. But he had promised to call. I waited up for that call that never came. Well, no, What the hell do you mean, no? Fury washed over me. James? He could not mean his ex. "Jesus, Dick, calm down," he whispered. That only set me off more. "Why are you whispering?" "Give me a sec, I'll explain." Once inside my bedroom, I slammed the door shut and paced the room. "Owen," I started. "I wish I could kiss you right now," he said, speaking in a normal voice now that he had relocated, I assumed. "Yeah, stop trying to butter me up. Who was in your bed?" He laughed softly. "Well, it's touching you think I'm such a hot commodity, Declan. In reality, I am not. Oscar and I are sharing the room. I haven't told my kids yet about us, so I didn't want him to hear my end of the conversation." "Oh, not James, then. His son, Oscar." "Were you really jealous?" Owen asked. "Or were you just stroking my ego?" "Trust me, there's nothing wrong with your ego. There's a whole different stroking that I can indulge in, though. You know, sometimes I forget that you're only 25. And before you get all upset because I mention it, I mean that as much as you're all alpha on me, every now and then, I see signs of your youth. I like that." I didn't know how to respond to his ridiculous observation, so I tried to sidestep it. "I'm still spanking you for not getting in touch with me." "Yes, Daddy," he answered, his voice low. "I'm truly sorry I didn't call you. Last night, was, difficult." I frowned, immediately concerned. "Difficult how? Are you okay?" "I promise I'm fine. Everything was going well. But Summer didn't show up." "Oh, man. She didn't?" "Not at all. It pretty much ruined dinner. It was tough watching James crumble. We had so much expectation set on this. To reconnect with his daughter." She needs more time, then." He sighed. "Yes. I promised not to push her, and I've pushed so much already that I've decided not to get involved anymore. She wouldn't take my calls. I had to call her girlfriend. The twins are taking it quite hard, too. Oscar is all upset with Summer. And Augie has been mostly silent. We perhaps had a little bit too much to drink last night, which is why I passed out before I was able to call you." I didn't like the idea of Owen drunk so far away, but his kids were around, and it wasn't like it happened while he was out, so I could let it slide. Having dealt with a drunk Ridge in public spaces and seeing the number of men who would have taken advantage of him in that situation, I never wanted Owen to experience likewise. "Give her some time to come around," I advised him, because I didn't know what else to say. "And whatever you do, don't push. You might end up pushing her too much. I know it's hard, but you all will have to wait for her to feel okay with seeing her dad. They had to wait all this time to see him. I'm sure he can give her some more time." "You have a point." "Good." More relaxed now than when I had started the call, I sat on the couch where I had jerked off to Owen pleasuring himself. "What are you up to today?" "Help prepare stuff for tomorrow's festivities," he answered. "There's also a play being held later that we may go to watch, And? I prompted. "I'll tell them about us today." "I'm ready, Declan. The truth is that I believe this is it for me. I can't imagine feeling this way about anybody else, and I don't want to keep that from them." I smiled at the confidence in his words. Good. I knew he had been apprehensive about our age difference, so it was amazing hearing him speak about our relationship without mentioning it once. "Hearing you say that is such a turn-on," I told him. "I want to fuck you so bad right now." He groaned, the sound desperate and full of need. "Oh, God, Deck. I can't wait." "Good. Because as soon as I have you in my bedroom, I'm going to fuck you to make up for all this time that I couldn't. I'm going to make you my sex slave." "I'm not complaining," he chuckled. "Slave away on my body, dear master. Teach me the ways of your carnal black heart." I laughed at his teasing tone. My God, I was a goner. Head over fucking heels in love with this man. "Shit, Deck. Someone needs to use the bathroom." Owen continued speaking fast. "I'll call you back later." "You do that, Owen. Don't keep me waiting this time." "I won't. Love you, Daddy." I closed my eyes at his words as they spread like a salve on my heart. "I love you too, Owen. Be good for Daddy while you're away. Always." Long after Owen hung up, I remained seated on the couch, replaying our conversation in my head. Damn. I was the luckiest bastard to have ever lived. The ringing of my phone jerked me out of my thoughts. I glanced at the screen, and my heart leapt in my chest nervously. I still had no idea how Owen would react when he found out what I had been up to. I hoped, even if he was upset initially, he would in time come to accept what I did had been out of love. "Hi, Julia." I answered the call, wondering what it meant that an agent had responded to me so quickly. It was either good news or terrible news. What did I know about romance books anyway? I could count on my one hand the number of romance books I had ever read before. Technically speaking, though, 2 of those books hadn't really been read by me. I had listened as Owen read the stories to me.
Mr. Moore, how are you? I'd like to talk to you about that manuscript you sent today.
Chapter 23. Owen. "Hiding in the bathroom and taking calls, Dad?" Oscar asked, as I ended my phone call with Declan and opened the bathroom door. "What, have a dirty little secret hidden from the rest of us?" He looked just as awful as I felt, barely surfacing after a night of too much to drink. Before last night, I couldn't remember the last time I'd gotten drunk, but the occasion had warranted it. Misery loved company, and James seemed like he could have used some comforting last night. I meant to be flippant with Oscar, but somehow I couldn't manage it. Maybe it was the alcohol still in my system, impairing my ability to shrug off his question. Whatever it was, I was dumbstruck. I tripped over my syllables, unable to string 2 words together to form a coherent sentence. I could feel my face heating up with embarrassment. I didn't even know why I was embarrassed, since I had planned to tell them about Declan today anyway. It was the perfect opportunity to do just that.
Oh, my God.
Oscar's eyes widened, and he gulped as my lack of a graceful response cured him of his hangover. Jesus, did I only raise dramatic kids? "It's nothing to make a big fuss over," I rushed to say in a feeble attempt to downsize the theatrics of this present child.
Oh my God, Dad, are you, dating?
He asked on a rush.
You're dating somebody?
Kinda, maybe, not quite. What the hell was wrong with me, and why did I sound like a 13-year-old Oscar introducing me to his friend Ramon?
"Oh my God,"
he said again, then spun around to poke his head through the bathroom door and yell,
"Augie, Dad's dating someone. Augie, wake your ass up."
"Oscar?" Shit. This was not how I meant to tell them, but now that the horse had run away with the cart, I couldn't catch it and rein everything back under control.
"Hold on. I assumed it's a woman,"
Oscar said, spinning back around to face me.
"Is it?"
"It's not a woman," I answered, just as soon as I heard running steps and something smacking into the bathroom wall.
"What the hell?"
I cried, pushing past Oscar to investigate. Augie was plastered against the wall, hugging it for dear life as though he was still trying to figure out how he ended up there. He blinked stupidly at us, then groaned.
"I'm still so fucking drunk,"
he moaned.
"And I'm definitely going to barf."
He bumped past Oscar and me to rush into the bathroom to do exactly that. Glad that he provided a distraction, I tried to get my bearings back. While he continued to retch, I opened the medicine cabinet and searched for aspirins. We could all do with some.
"What's going on?"
James asked, appearing at the door. He was wearing baggy sweats and a sleeveless undershirt. Damn, he was more ripped than me. And of all 4 of us, he looked the most sober. Fucking great. Now the whole gang is here. Except for Summer. Her absence had been the reason for us trying to drink the others under the table.
"Remember how you asked if Dad was dating anyone and we told you no?"
Oscar answered before I could.
"Well, I think we might have been too quick to answer that."
James glanced from our boys to me.
"You told them?"
he asked.
"I wondered how long you'd keep it a secret."
"Since it's new, I didn't want to say anything yet," I answered weakly. Augie flushed the toilet and crab-crawled over to the faucet to wash out his mouth.
"What the—"
He spat into the sink and gargled more water before finishing.
"Hell is going on? Are you two hooking up? Holy hell, I didn't even think of that."
Oscar cried, rocking on the balls of his feet in excitement. "Augie's right. You're hooking up with each other again, aren't you?"
"No!"
both James and I shouted at once.
"No?"
the twins parroted back at us. I wanted to ignore the defeated tone of their voices, but felt this might be the best time to nip any foolish hopes they had in the bud. That James and I was never going to happen, even if there wasn't any Declan in my life. "Of course, James and I aren't hooking up," I said firmly. "And you two are old enough not to expect this parent trap nonsense."
"Why is it such a terrible idea?" Oscar prompted. "If you two are still single, then it should at least be worth thinking about."
"James and I have been estranged for over 15 years, I reminded them. "We're both different people now. We've grown, and we no longer feel that way about each other." I groaned, planting my hands on my hips as I glared at the boys. "I can't believe I seriously have to go through this with you. You're old enough to understand how relationships work."
"All right, we get it,"
Augie responded.
"How about this guy you're dating? Is he anyone we know?"
"Yeah, is it someone from the car company?"
Oscar added.
"I always thought that Trevor guy being into you was why he called you so often."
"For the love of saints. Look, I'll tell you what you need to know. But can we find somewhere more appropriate than the bathroom? This isn't how I pictured telling you guys."
"I'll get the coffee going,"
James volunteered, backing out of the bathroom.
"I'll make myself scarce so you don't have to worry about me intruding."
I shook my head at him. "You're not intruding, we're a family. You're a part of this family, and you'll eventually meet Declan too, so you might as well know the whole details too." One by one, we filed out of the bathroom. I snuck a text message to Declan that I was about to tell the kids about us as I marched down the stairs behind James. Oscar had detoured to our bedroom for something or another, but Augie was right behind me with the bottle of aspirin in hand.
"This isn't exactly how I pictured waking up this morning,"
he groaned, walking over to the cabinets. As I took a seat around the kitchen table, I observed how familiar he was with the place. He must have visited several times already to be right at home. He filled 2 glasses with water and handed me one while James was busy with the coffee machine. It was the fancy kind that made the coffee overnight, so he poured us 4 cups before getting some sticky buns from the refrigerator, which he stuck in the microwave.
"That will have to be breakfast for now,"
he remarked, then joined us at the table. I took the pills Augie handed me, shaking my head at the picture we created. Nursing a hangover with my sons was absolutely not something I would have pictured myself doing.
"I hope you didn't start discussing anything without me,"
Oscar remarked as he hurried into the kitchen, observing us as though he really expected me not to wait for him to arrive before I started. I had no desire to repeat the information, so it hadn't even crossed my mind. It was bad enough that Summer wasn't here, and I would have to explain to her on another occasion.
"Since you're up, why don't you grab the sticky buns from the microwave?"
James told Oscar.
That's the kind you made us when we were last here?"
Oscar asked, practically salivating as he moved toward the microwave.
"Yes, the kind you guys like."
"Enough about buns,"
Augie said, interrupting them.
"Who gives a damn about the food? Our father is dating some guy we don't know."
"He didn't exactly say we didn't know the guy,"
Oscar rebutted, placing the container of hot buns on the table while he took a seat to James's left. At his comment, 3 pairs of eyes focused in my direction.
"So, do we, Dad?"
Augie asked. "No, you don't know him," I answered, taking a sip of my coffee. It was almost as good as the expensive grounds that Declan kept stocked, since we were both heavy coffee drinkers.
"Well, tell us about him, or do you prefer for us to ask 20 questions or something?"
Oscar said. I glared at him. No need for 20 questions. There's not really much to tell. Not that it was any of their business anyway. My sex kink with Declan was our business alone. And we decided who we brought into that circle of trust. Definitely not my kids. I didn't want them thinking about their father calling another man daddy for kicks, or have them judge us, even before they had a chance to meet Declan and find out how much of a daddy he was, and that it was a damn good thing.
"So tell us," Oscar prompted. "What's his name, and what does this guy do?"
"His name is Declan. Declan Moore." I watched for any reaction out of them, but only saw James's eyebrows shift north. At least he was aware of who Declan was and what the name meant. He's a businessman, and we've not been together very long. I'm telling you about it now because it's become serious, and I would like you to meet him."
"Well, that's not much information,"
Oscar pointed out, talking around the piece of bun he had stuffed in his mouth.
"How about telling us where you met this guy? If you just met him, why is it so serious? What's the rush?"
"Yeah," Augie agreed.
"Aren't you always telling us to take things slow?"
I frowned at them, almost wishing they paid less attention to me. "When you get to my age, slow means an entirely different thing."
"Sorry, Dad," Oscar said immediately. "I call bullshit. You've been single for over 15 years, and suddenly you have us believe some guy just sweeps you off your feet?"
If only he knew just how accurate he was. "Declan's an amazing man, okay?" I told them. "You'll see that for yourself when you meet him. We've spent a lot of time together, and we're in love." I refused to feel intimidated by my kids and my ex as they stared at me like I was without a clue. When they met Declan, they would begin to understand what he meant to me.
"So, when do we meet this Declan guy?" Augie demanded. "We want to see him and approve of him if he's going to date you. A lot of things have changed since your time, Dad, and, well, people can't be so easily trusted."
I didn't know whether to hug him for being worried about me or scold him for treating me like a kid. "Ouch, Augie. I'll have you know I'm not as old as you're letting on. I still have a lot of good years left to make somebody happy." Before he could answer, the doorbell sounded. James rose to his feet so quickly, I knew he didn't want to be here to listen to the twins grill me about my relationship.
"I'll go get it," he answered. "Please don't wait on me. You can continue the conversation."
With James gone, it was just me and the boys, who hadn't wavered in their quest to know the current man in my life.
"Does he have kids?"
Oscar asked. "No, he doesn't."
"Lives alone?"
he continued. "Yes, but what do these questions have to do with anything?"
"I'm trying to get a feel of the guy,"
Oscar answered. Augie nodded his agreement.
"I agree. Have you had sex yet?"
My mouth fell open as I stared in horror at Augie. My face had to be red. Why the hell did he have to ask that question? Snippets of Declan fucking me before his surgery and what we had engaged in a few days ago flashed through my mind. Boy, did we have sex. "I refuse to answer that," I remarked, getting to my feet. "It's really none of your business. I don't ask if you guys are having sex. I only tell you to keep it wrapped up."
"Well, based on the way you're acting, we hope you're keeping it wrapped up,"
Oscar added. I couldn't take another second of their inquisitiveness. They were making me regret having told them the truth. I never expected them to go this far with their questions, though. Having never introduced or told them about a partner before, I had no idea how they would react. For sure, I didn't expect these blunt questions from my boys. "That's it. Discussion closed," I told them. "My sex life is off limits to you. Ask me anything else, and I may answer. Otherwise, you'll meet Dex soon enough." A little part of me felt guilty for not telling them the whole truth. Like I wasn't just dating some random guy. I was dating a wealthy man who was almost half my age. Telling them that would only invite more questions, though, and I was already at my limit with the ones they were asking.
"We only have your best,"
Augie started to say before an angry shout carried to us.
"You left us! How could you?"
Summer. I froze, forgetting about my conversation with the boys. That voice definitely belonged to Summer, and she sounded upset. The soothing tones of James's voice followed, but I couldn't hear his response. What do you expect from me?" Summer continued to cry hysterically. "I don't even know you." Damn. I hurried from the kitchen. Augie and Oscar behind me as we followed Summer's hysterical cries to the front door. She had at least made it inside, but she hadn't moved a foot further from the door. "Summer?" I called to her, and her head snapped in my direction. My heart tore for her as she sobbed louder when she spotted me. Rushing past James, she ran toward me, and I grabbed her as she buried her head in my chest, holding on to me as though for dear life. She trembled violently, her sobs loud, hacking sounds that tore at my insides to see her hurting so much. Hey, calm down. It's okay." I tried to soothe her, patting her back gently. He's not Mom," she stammered. "Come on, hon. We talked about this before," I told her firmly. "You need to calm down so you can have a rational conversation with your dad." Chapter 24. Owen. I need my daddy right now. I watched the little circle beside my message spin around twice before a soft bubble-popping sound disturbed the peaceful night. Checking that Oscar was still fast asleep on his side of the bed, I changed the ring volume on my phone to silent and waited. Maybe I shouldn't have sent that message to Declan. Knowing him, he would probably be in Columbus by morning if he thought I needed him. Hell, I've just told him that I need him right now. He was as good as here tomorrow morning. I couldn't even feel sorry for pulling him away from home. Tomorrow was July the 4th. We had an awesome holiday all planned out, but after today, I had no idea what tomorrow would turn out to be. It had been one of the longest, most emotionally draining days of my entire life. It had been James leaving us all over again, and Summer crying for her mommy. When is Mommy going to come home? Her response had hurt James, and I'd found myself thrust in the middle between both. Of course I was going to stick by my child, so I had helped to calm Summer down, taking her to one side to talk to her first. It had taken me about 2 entire hours before she had been up to speaking with James. She had only consented to speaking with him if I remained in the same room. She hadn't wanted Augie nor Oscar in the room with us, but the boys had only seemed too happy to get away from all the drama. It had been brutal, watching the interaction between them both. It had taken a lot out of me to be quiet as I listened to the hurt spill from Summer's lips. I hadn't been able to stop silent tears from running down my cheeks. I felt her pain all over again, for James walking out on us. I, of course, knew that his departure had affected the kids, but I'd had no idea the extent until I'd heard Summer's anguish. "Why do you think I don't want to get to know you now? You left the little girl who needed you? For years, I thought I had done something wrong. I blamed myself that if I had been good, then maybe you wouldn't have left us. Why weren't we enough? Why wasn't I enough?" I blinked back the tears and tried to push Summer's words from my mind, but I was haunted by them. Nothing I could have done would have erased the hurt of James leaving. I had tried, but it wasn't my place to erase a blemish that I hadn't created. Only James was able to do that, and God, he had tried today to reach Summer. My wonderful, beautiful, but so stubborn daughter hadn't been in the mood to understand or hear James out. All her intentions had been to vent about how she had felt growing up. "I told myself we were better off without you if you didn't care, but no matter how often I tried to believe it, I couldn't. I cried myself to sleep the night before my graduation because I knew you wouldn't be there. Despite graduating with honors, I still felt like shit, like that little girl whose mother never wanted her. And now, you think I should forgive you? Everybody else might have,
but I'll never forget the way you left us alone. Never."
I had barely gotten her to calm down before she left. Then, James had locked himself in his room, depressed as fuck over his interaction with Summer. He had refused to come out. The twins hadn't been much help either. Eventually, when he opened the door, at my request, and I tried talking to him, he'd only sat at his bedroom window, staring out. I'd stayed with him until Augie and Oscar joined us. And then, he had cried and apologized all over again for leaving us. No wonder my soul felt so raw. The day had been one heck of an emotional upheaval from one extreme to the next. I hadn't spoken to Summer, who was once more refusing my calls. But Penny had assured me she was home and all right. I'd accepted that my daughter would need some more time to heal, to learn to forgive. I felt for her as much as I did for James. He had fucked up, and he knew it. But this would destroy Summer if she didn't let it go. She would turn bitter, and she had already complained about pushing Penny away. My phone lit up, and I sighed, glancing at Oscar to ensure he was still sleeping. I had no idea why I was still here. I could have gone to a hotel, but I couldn't leave now, when they all needed me. Even James. He had barely touched his dinner that the boys had helped me to prepare. We had all turned in early tonight, sober. "Declan, what happened? I've been waiting on you to call today." My fingers flew over the keys as I typed and sent my message. "Owen, I'm sorry. Things didn't go according to plan. Summer showed up." "Declan, shit." "Declan, it didn't go well?" "Declan, are you okay?" My heart warmed at his series of texts worrying about me. My kids would love him when they met him. They simply had to. There was no other option. I couldn't see myself dating someone my kids didn't get along well with, but I couldn't see myself leaving Declan either. Please, dear God, let them get along. "Declan, call me." "Declan, and that's a direct order." I peeled back the covers and carefully got out of bed. I pulled the section of the cover that had draped off Oscar and was trailing on the floor, up to cover him. He didn't shift, face relaxed in sleep. I had to refrain from ruffling his hair or kissing his forehead as I used to do when he was younger. I loved them so much. I hated they were hurting, and despite how they had accepted James and moved on, they had also been hurt by his decision. Maybe time would dull the ache, especially as they moved on to find their own spouses and settled down to form their families. There weren't that many places to have a private conversation without disturbing everyone else. The house was quiet as I made my way to the bathroom and shut the door. Earlier, Oscar had interrupted me while I was inside, but with everyone in bed, I should be good on the phone for at least half an hour with Declan. I stifled a groan at the idea of sneaking around and talking to my boyfriend like I was back in high school, hiding my bisexuality from my god-awful parents. I rang Declan, who answered on the second ring. "What took you so long?" "Everyone's asleep," I told him. "Had to find somewhere quiet to speak to you." "Okay. How are you?" "I'm fine," I answered, struggling not to tell him how much I wished he was here right now. He was always good for a snuggle, and for making me feel good. I could do with that right now. I could even be deliberately bad for a spanking. I could almost feel the sting of Declan's hand on my ass, feel the way my skin burned for a while afterward, making it uncomfortable to sit. "I can tell you're not fine," he answered. "You've had a stressful day, haven't you?" "Yeah," I answered, shoulders slumped and no longer pretending. "It was awful, but I guess needed. Summer came, and she said what she had to. Hopefully now she can move beyond this. "How is she?" he asked, and tears pricked my eyes as I remembered him swearing by protecting my kids and being there for them, simply because they were a part of me. "She's more fucked up by James leaving than any of us could have thought," I answered. Maybe I should have had them into counseling when he left, Declan, but I didn't even think about it. I thought what I was doing for them was enough, that they would know how much I loved them. I expected that to be enough, but clearly it wasn't. "Ah, baby, don't be hard on yourself. You did a good job raising them. I'm sure they'd agree with me about that, too. You're a bloody good father, Owen. If Charles had been half the kind of father you are to your kids, our relationship today would have been better for it." "Thank you for saying that. It means a lot to me, Deck. I just wish that—" I trailed off, not bothering to express my thoughts aloud. "What do you wish?" "Nothing. Never mind. Come on, boy. Don't let me have to drive all the way to Columbus to get it out of you. Tell me what you were going to say." I sighed. "I wish you were here. I could really use a little comfort from you, Deck." Do you know what I'd do for you right now, if you were with me?" "What?" "I'd run you a bath with those pink crystal bath salts I got from Japan that you enjoy so much." I moaned at his words. I closed my eyes and pictured the huge jacuzzi tub in Declan's bathroom. We would both hold very comfortable inside, and even though my fantasy was to have him fuck me there, I'd be patient until he was better. Just sitting in the tub in his arms, like I was fond of doing, would be good enough for now. "What else?" I begged shamelessly, wanting to hear more of how he'd pamper me. He did it so well. "After your bath, I'd take you to bed," he continued. "Have you relax while I massage the tension from your body, kissing you in places that are guaranteed to make you mellow, touch you in places I haven't touched you in a while. Do you want that?" I groaned. "Are you kidding me? Right now I'd go straight to the touching just to feel your body on me, to feel your cock inside me." "You want me to fuck you, Owen?" "So much," I said, lowering my voice. "It's been a while, Deck. That dildo wasn't nearly enough. I want to feel your lips on my neck as you thrust inside me. I want to feel the weight of your body pressing me down into the bed." His breathing deepened over the phone. "Owen?" "Yes, Deck?" "Tell me your deepest fantasy." I was at a loss for words, not anticipating what he was about to ask me. "Do you trust me?" he asked. "Yes, I do." I did. How could I not, after all that we had been through together, all the growth that we had done? "Then tell me what your sexual fantasy is." I gave a soft laugh, then cleared my throat, glad he wasn't here to see how red I had gotten. I did indeed have several sexual fantasies, and they were all because of things he had done to me. Now I wanted things to go further between us, especially the more the trust between us grew. "There are a few," I finally said. "Okay, such as?" I swallowed hard, and then just blurted it out. "Fisting. I think I'd like to try that sometime. Not necessarily right now, but I've thought about it." "That can be arranged," he said. "But it won't happen overnight. We'll need to prep you for it over time." I closed my eyes, relieved he hadn't been turned off by my fantasy. "Okay. I'd like that." "Good. What else?" "You know how I love you spanking me?" "Yes. You want more of that?" "Not just more," I answered, now that I had started, unwilling to reinsert my filter. "I want you to do it with me tied up, maybe blindfolded, even gagged. We'll have to establish safety rules for these things," he remarked. "That comes first in everything that we do, that I don't hurt you." "Maybe I want you to hurt me a little," I whined. He chuckled. "I will, but in the way that feels good. I don't want to scar you in any way. At the end of the day, you're the man I'm going to spend the rest of my life with." There he goes again, launching me feet first over the moon. "Anything else?" he asked. I hesitated at this one. "Maybe." "Let me hear it." You know how sometimes you tell me not to come until you give me permission?" "Yes. What about it?" I want more of it," I answered, rushing to explain while I closed my eyes. "I want you to use me like that's my purpose. To serve you. To take your cock and make you come. I want you to have more than one load inside me before you finally permit me to climax." I heard his groan from the end of the line. "You'd like that? For me to use you like you're just a body for my pleasure?" "Yes," I stammered. I'm so happy to please you, Deck. I love knowing how much pleasure you get from me. It makes me feel so high all the time when you tell me how good it is as we fuck." "Yes," he said on a moan. "Do you know how hard I am right now? Just thinking about pounding your ass, Owen. Coming inside you over and over again, while you squirm and beg me to make you come. Oh, God, I want it so much. Fuck," he grunted. "Give me a few minutes, and I'll call you back." "Declan," I moaned in protest, reaching for my cock. I wanted to hear his dirty words in my ears while I fantasized about what he wanted to do to me as I jerked off. "Just a few minutes, Owen. Trust me." I sighed in frustration. "Okay. I'll stay put and wait for you to get back on the call and help me with a very hard problem of mine." "Don't you dare touch that cock of yours, Owen." I kept my hand on my dick because how would he even know? "Do you hear me, boy? Hands off my property. In fact, I want you sitting on your hands. Will you do that for me?" Do it." I complied, sticking the phone between my shoulder and my ear while I sat on the closed toilet lid. "Okay, I'm doing it." "Good boy. Now stay. Don't move until I call you." "Okay, Daddy," I moaned, because I had no idea what he was up to, but my cock throbbed, and the anticipation had me soaring, desiring, wanting whatever he was about to do. Chapter 25. Declan. As Silas slowed down before the unfamiliar house, I redialed the last number I had called. The phone rang and rang before he finally answered it. "Sorry, I wasn't sure if I should get off my hands to answer the phone," came Owen's sulky tone over the phone. He didn't like the fact that I had given him the no-touching talk, but hearing him say what he wanted me to do to him, I had to ensure that he didn't go ahead and do it himself. "You didn't touch yourself, did you, Owen?" I asked calmly. Silas could hear every bit of our conversation from my head, but I didn't worry one bit about it. He was a confidant, and discreet. He knew possibly everything that went on between Owen and me since he was the one who escorted us around. I couldn't take my hands off Owen, so he had seen a lot of fumbling and kissing in the back seat. "No, I didn't," he answered me. "I was waiting for you to tell me what to do." "I want you to go outside." "What?" he asked. "Now?" "Yes, hurry." "I thought we were going to have phone sex," he grumbled, but I could hear movement in the background. "What's going on, Declan?" "You'll see. You have a minute to get outside." "A minute?" he squawked. "Yes." "I have to move slowly," he answered. "I don't want to wake anyone." 59 seconds. He groaned at the back of his throat, but didn't argue. "Are you sending me roses in the middle of the night?" he asked, trying to make a guess. I glanced over at the seat beside me, where his bouquet of roses was. If only he knew what I'd had to do to get my hands on those flowers. They hadn't been for sale, and I had to hand over a couple of $100 for them to change ownership. I needed the flowers to soften him up, in the event he didn't like the idea of me driving here to Columbus without talking to him about it first. I'd had every intention of giving him space, but when he had texted me that he was going to tell the kids about us, I thought it best to show up, in case he needed me for anything. I hadn't expected him to need me, but after talking tonight about what his sexual fantasies were, I couldn't pretend I was far away. "Owen?" "I'm almost there." From my vantage point in the car, I watched as the front door of the house opened, and Owen stepped out. He paused, the light illuminating his look of confusion. "Declan, what am I—" He spotted the car as he turned. "Declan?" He wasn't moving, just staring at the vehicle like it was a UFO ship that had landed ready to take on humanity. He couldn't have been more wrong. I had come for just him. My kinky older man who wanted me to use him in the bedroom to sate my needs while forbidding him to do the same. "Baby," I said into the phone when it became evident he wasn't moving. "Come to Daddy." Owen ended the call and moved toward the steps, his strides lengthening as if he wanted to get to me in the shortest time possible. I wanted to scowl when he first stopped at the driver's side of the car, but I only smiled instead. "Hey, Silas. What are you doing up at 1 a.m.? Letting the boss man drive you crazy?" Silas chuckled in response. "I thought I'd get the two of you out of your misery." Owen laughed as he continued to the passenger side of the car, and I opened the door for him. "Get in." He slipped into the car, pulling the door shut behind him. I extended the roses toward him, and he took them with a smile. "You crazy man. What are you doing here in Columbus, stalking me?" Even though he asked the question, he didn't even give me a chance to respond. He was on me, kissing me without mercy. I grabbed a hold of his t-shirt and reversed our position, so I had him up against the door, tongue stroking his for now. But later, hopefully, I'd be stroking the rest of his body. "I can't believe you're here," Owen murmured in between kisses. "What are you doing here?" I pulled on his hair. "If you stop kissing me, I'll tell you." He groaned but sat back, cheeks flushed in pleasure. "So? What are you doing here? When did you get here?" "I didn't like the idea of you having to deliver the news to your kids about us by yourself. I could at least be there for you in the event something went down." In response, he nuzzled the side of my neck, and I wrapped my arms around him, holding him to me. He relaxed into my touch. "Thank you," I needed you so much today, but I wasn't sure you wanted to be involved in our crazy family drama.
Hey, if it's your family, then it's my family. You don't have to do anything on your own. You need me? Never hesitate to call me.
Okay.
He planted a kiss at the side of my neck.
I still can't believe you're here in the flesh, but you feel so good against me that it must really be you.
I chortled at his words and kissed his temple. Want to go back to the hotel with me? He straightened up at the question, looking from me to the house as he chewed on his bottom lip. I saw the dock, I added, sneaking in that information to help sway him. He gulped, eyes widening.
And
we're all in the clear. Normal activities resumed as of this morning, 11 a.m.
Really?
Yes. So, are you going back to the hotel with me? He chewed on his bottom lip.
You'll have to get me back here before everyone wakes up.
I can do that. He groaned.
I'm sharing a room with Oscar. If he wakes and finds me gone, he might worry.
Then leave him a note explaining where you are. You did tell him about us, didn't you?
Yeah, they know.
Good. He nodded.
All right. Let me run inside to change and leave a note. Hopefully I'll get back before he knows I went out. He tends to sleep like a damn log.
Owen slipped out of the car and headed back for the house, while I waited patiently for him. His ex's place was modest, similar to the one Owen and he had shared back in Cincy. I wondered which he preferred better, the coziness of a small house like this one, or my sprawling house with acres of land he could appreciate. It took Owen 15 minutes to return to the car. As soon as he entered, I pulled him into me and instructed Silas to drive. On the short drive to the hotel, I listened to him as he told me in detail what had transpired between James and Summer.
This is not how I expected the 4th to turn out,
he said on a sigh as Silas braked in front of the hotel's entrance. I leaned into him before he got out of the vehicle. Don't worry. I'll show you fireworks tonight.
I can't wait.
I took his hand in mine as we bid Silas farewell and entered the hotel's lobby. We headed straight for the elevator, which, to my disappointment, we shared with 3 other people. On my floor, we came off and moved quickly to my suite, both of us impatient.
Hurry,
Owen murmured. I reached behind him to cup his ass and squeeze hard. God, I missed those firm buns in my hands while I fucked between them. Shh, don't hasten me, boy. He apparently thought I would lead him straight to the bedroom once we were inside. I didn't. I'd promised him a bath, and so I led the way straight for the bathroom.
Declan, I thought you brought me here to fuck me like we've both been dying for.
You're doing exactly what I just told you not to do, I answered with a frown. I promised you a bath, and that's exactly what we'll be having. He wanted to argue. I could see it from the look on his face, but I cocked an eyebrow at him, and he swallowed whatever argument that had come to his lips. Or it might have to do with the bottle of lube he saw on the edge of the jacuzzi, marking my intention. After the private jacuzzi was filled, temperature adjusted right, I gestured for him to undress, which he did with haste. I watched him as I removed my own clothes, my mouth going dry at the sight of his body. Soon he will be mine, every delectable inch of him. I settled across from him in the jacuzzi, and we watched each other. Seconds ticked by into a minute, then another. Instead of relaxing, Owen was tense. He had only one thing on his mind, me fucking him. I intended to do just that, but I would give him his fantasy first. I couldn't fist him right now because I didn't have the supplies.
Neither did I have that much patience tonight. "Why don't you come over here?" I asked him, suggesting the space between my legs. Wasn't that where he wanted to belong? He eagerly moved from his position and crawled toward me, slipping between my open legs. I already had a semi, and by the time he was all brushed up between my legs, I wanted to unload a first batch inside him like he wanted. I hadn't had sex in so long that I knew I had a few loads in me tonight to satisfy him. "Kiss me," I ordered him. He moved closer until our lips touched. I placed my hands on his hips, drawing him even closer so our cocks brushed. Good. He was just as hard as me. I deepened the kiss, and Owen moaned as I reached behind him for a handful of that delectable ass. This time, when I held onto his cheeks and left the blunt impression of my nail prints, it was knowing his ass was going to be mine in just a few. I released his lips, and he kissed down my neck, moving restlessly against me. "Dak," he groaned. "Please, I want you." I placed a finger beneath his chin and raised his head so he could observe me. "You've been jerking off without Daddy's permission," I reminded him. I was glad to see the flush in his cheeks, confirming what I already knew. "And tonight, I'm reserving the right to play catch-up. You don't touch yourself until I tell you to. Is that clear?" His breath hitched on his apparent excitement that he was getting his heart's desire. "Yes, Daddy." "Good boy." I stroked his hair before shifting to accommodate him more. "I'm going to use your holes until I tire for the night, and then I may decide you can come, if I feel like you did a good job and deserve it." "Oh, I'll do anything to please you, Daddy." "You're going to help Daddy through his first climax," I told him. I needed to get the brunt of my desire out of the way, so I could handle Owen with the care he deserved tonight. My boy wanted to be used and denied an orgasm, then that was exactly what he would get. "What do you want me to do?" he asked. My nipples tightened as I thought of the task I wanted him to complete. I'd only had one guy who had been interested more in New Age play, but he had taught me one thing I loved. "It's time I tell you one of my fantasies," I whispered. "Yeah? What?" At first, I hesitated, not certain if he'd even be interested. But then, I remembered the way he had honestly told me about wanting to be fisted. The least I could do was be honest with him as well. "I want you to suck on my nipples while I jerk off," I told him, my sensitive nipples already budding at the idea of being provoked. Owen blinked a few times before he regarded the top of my chest, which was above the water level. "You don't want me to jerk you off while I'm at it?" "No, I'll take care of the hand stuff. I just want your lips around my nipples and suck." "And that will make you happy?" he asked me. "So fucking much." That was all he needed to know. Owen kissed my collarbone and placed kiss after kiss down my chest until he reached my nipple. I wasn't even aware of the breath I was holding until his lips enclosed around my engorged left nipple. A loud moan rippled from my chest at the sensation of his wet mouth touching the sensitive flesh. His tongue scraped over the bud, and my cock jerked, reminding me of my intentions. At first, I didn't even touch my dick. I basked in the sensation of having my nipples suckled. A hesitant Owen eventually got into it, the strokes of his tongue more deliberate. I combed my fingers through his hair and said gently, "Less stroking, more sucking." He complied, tongue retreating, as he curled into my chest and sucked. The tugging motion of his mouth went straight to my cock. I slid a hand between my legs and cupped my crotch, pulling on my hardness. "Yes, baby boy, just like that," I encouraged. Chapter 26. Owen. Nipples were sensitive little points. I understood that enough. I enjoyed having my own licked and sucked just before I was fucked. But what I was doing to Declan was far beyond that. He had me worshipping his nipples, sucking on the twin peaks simultaneously. Almost immediately, the usual flat points hardened in my mouth, his moans filling the bathroom, prodding me to suck harder, to please him. Declan liked his nipples sucked. He liked my mouth plastered to his pecs as I captured his nipple over and over into my mouth, applying pressure to increase the suction. I moaned, quickly adjusting to the feel of sucking another grown man's nipple and driving him insane with just my mouth. On a whim, I nicked his nipple with my teeth. "Ah, fuck," he gasped, hands tightening in my hair as he pressed my head closer to him. Where he took pleasure from the action, I quickly found a comfort I never expected. There was something different, vital, needy, so right, with my place in his arms, which came around me to hold me to him. His hands roamed the expanse of my back, caressing me, making me feel loved, cherished. I sucked harder, lapping at his nipple, while I brought my hand over to the other to toy and tease him. "Fuck, boy, you do that so well." I slowly released his nipple after one long, sexy lick. I glanced up at him to find him staring down at me. The look he was giving me was hot as fuck. I wondered how long it would take him to fuck me, how long before he stuffed himself inside me and gave me the first of his seed. My ass ached to be claimed by him. "You like how I suck your nipples, Daddy?" I asked, just to hear him confirm as I massaged his pecs. His hands in my hair, he guided my mouth back to his right nipple that glistened wet from my saliva. "Fuck, don't stop. Be a good boy and make Daddy come." The thought of being good for Declan and being rewarded after was enough incentive for me to return to kissing his nipple. I had never spent as much time on any one part of a man's anatomy before. It was addictive, tugging on the tight bud with my lips, strumming it with my tongue over and over. Declan fished between our bodies to grasp his cock. His hand moved between us, and I shifted to give him more room to jerk off. His eyes closed, head moving back to rest on the edge of the tub, and shallow pants burst from his parted lips. He looked so fucking hot like this, his face red from desire as much as the steam billowing about us from the jacuzzi. I licked, stroked, licked again, nipped, sucked, and sucked some more, all the while watching every emotion that panned across his features. He caught his bottom lip between his teeth, moaning, hand moving faster between our bodies. His breathing grew harsher, his groans louder, the fucks falling from his lips too numerous to make note of. I was invested in his nipples and helping him to reach that climax, but he tugged at my head until I reluctantly released him. His eyes flew open, and he pulled me up to kiss him, holding me by the scruff of my neck. I moaned into his mouth, so fucking turned on at the way he kissed me hard and deep, biting into my bottom lip. He found my lips, released, nipped my bottom lip, released, kissed me deeper again, tongue dancing with my own. I chased after him merrily, too happy to let him lead and take my pleasure after, although I was so stiff my cock ached. Declan released my lips and stared into my eyes. All the time, his hand continued stroking his cock, fast. By the dilation of his pupils, he was about to fly out the edge, and I couldn't wait to stand by and watch him, knowing I was the reason for it. He licked at my lips, and I gave him my tongue, which he sucked on. "So close," he ground out between his teeth. "You ready to take my first load tonight, Owen?" My cock twitched and my heart pounded. "Yes. I want to hear you beg for it," he gasped, nipping my chin. "Tell me what you want and where you want it, before it goes to waste, boy." My breath hitched at his growl. Seeing Declan so out of control was better than an aphrodisiac. It was an aphrodisiac. "Please," I heard myself begging with want and abandon. "Please come inside me. I want you inside me so much." I did. Wanted to trap his seed inside me for as long as I could. I wanted my hole sloppy with his cum before he took me one last time and permitted me to come for him. I want. Oh, fuck, I want. On your knees. Declan shifted and rose to his feet, moving for me to take the position where he had been. I scrambled to the end of the jacuzzi, kneeling with one leg over the edge as I presented him with my ass. I reached for the lube and passed it to him. "Fuck, Owen." He kissed my neck, my ear, tongue lapping at the lobe as he uncapped the bottle and coated his fingers in his cock before he coaxed my hole to loosen for him. He nipped at my shoulder, sucking on the tender flesh as he positioned himself behind me, grasping my hip with one hand. With the other hand, he continued to stroke his cock. Caught up in the moment, I reached for my cock. My hand had barely enclosed around the thick girth when Declan bit into my shoulder, hard enough to hurt. "Let go," he commanded, using his tongue to soothe the bite. "I don't remember giving you permission to touch. This is what you wanted, isn't it?" I whimpered, but let my hand fall to clutch the edge of the jacuzzi. "Yes." "Good." He stamped a kiss in the center of my back. "What you have permission to do for me is to work your hole open with your finger, so I can pump you full of my cum when it's time." My disappointment in not being able to touch myself faded, and I eagerly reached behind to toy with my slick hole, just like he wanted. "Be gentle," he warned when I moaned at handling my body a little too rough in my excitement. I gentled my touching, slowly pressing a finger in and out. "Good boy. That's it." He buried his face into my back. "Fuck. You want me to come in your ass?" "Yes," I hissed. "Please, Daddy." "Oh, fuck yes, I'm going to come inside you, baby boy." I removed my hand as he fumbled beside me to press the tip of his cock into my ass. For a man who hadn't come in several weeks, he showed considerable restraint in entering me slowly. He pumped his hips with shallow thrusts, just the head of his cock reaching me before he was panting, clinging to me from behind, spreading my cheeks. His cock slid in and out of me fast and manic, his tempo falling completely off the rhythm. "Holy fuck, Owen," he grunted, fingers digging into my sides as he pressed closer to me. "Feels so fucking good inside your ass. Fuck!" He hissed a breath, emitting a long, satisfying moan as he spurted his long-awaited seed inside me. "Oh, God, yes," I moaned. Just the knowledge of what he was emptying inside me turning me on. My cock throbbed, and I desperately wanted to have release. "Can I come now, please?" I begged. Fuck my fantasy of him filling me up with several loads of his cum before finally permitting me to have my own release. I wanted him now. "Not yet." Declan cupped my head, shifting us so he could kiss me. As was his habit after sex, he kissed me gently, softly, as though reminding me that despite using my body the way I had asked, despite refusing me my climax, he cherished me. That's just round one. I had 3 loads of Declan's cum pumped deep inside my body before we both collapsed on the bed into a deep sleep. The second time he came, he'd fucked me while I knelt in a delicate armchair in his suite. For sure it was sturdier than I had thought. With the back of the chair propped up against the wall, I'd been on my knees with my feet spread on both arms. After what had happened in the jacuzzi, I'd fully expected Declan to fuck me hard. Surprisingly, he had been gentle, his strokes a caress to my insides. He'd damn near driven me to the brink on so many occasions before stopping, allowing me to catch my breath, so I didn't come without his consent. Then, the gentle bucking had continued against my ass once more, his balls slapping my taint with each languid stroke. By the time we had crawled into bed, I had been trembling from a cock full to the point of leaking pre-cum all over my thighs. That time, when he had come, he had been buried to the hilt inside my ass. I had felt every throbbing inch of him. Despite my growing frustration at not being able to come, I had never felt more alive. My skin crawled, and not in the bad way. The electrifying current of my need danced on my skin, making me sensitive everywhere he touched. He'd given me a break for us to eat. We hadn't spoken much around the food, and I only understood why, after. He had been replenishing, conserving his energy. The third time he came for the night had been identical to the second. His sweet, tender love-making had me burying my face into the mattress, my ass tilted in the air by all the pillows beneath my pelvis. I'd wept into the mattress after begging him over and over to make me come, and having him deny me. "Not yet," was all he said, as he took pleasure in my body, using me, owning me, dumping the fluid of his desire inside me without allowing me to do the same. Before falling asleep, I had wondered if I had been too foolish to ask him to do this to me. It was torture, but I loved it. There was the anticipation of wondering if each time we had sex would be the time he'd allow me to come. The anticipation alone made it worth it, I think. I had no idea how much time had passed while I slept before I woke up groggy and moaning at the sensation of Declan between my legs, spreading my ass cheeks and licking my sensitive asshole. "Fuck," I moaned, gripping fistfuls of the sheet as my sleepy brain gave way to the sensations of what was about to happen. Insatiable. Declan was insatiable. How did he find the stamina to still want more after his last powerful climax? I tilted my ass up higher for him, not one to complain if he wanted more. After all, he wanted me. Perhaps this time he would even allow me to come. I could hope. He bit the inside of one ass cheek, and I jumped, yelping in surprise. His tongue flicked over the area to soothe the slight burn from the nip, and my asshole absorbed his moan when he buried his face between my cheeks. "Oh, God," I grunted, humping the bed, because once more he had me hard. Fuck, had I even softened before I had fallen asleep after the last time we had sex? I was certain some of his cum was oozing out after all the loads I had up there, but he didn't seem to mind belching my ass. "Are you ready for another round?" Declan asked, already grasping my thighs even before I answered. "Always," I answered, wondering which position he would want me in this time. "You said you wanted me to use you," he murmured, climbing off the bed and pulling on my feet, dragging me to the edge of the bed. "You sure that's what you still want?" "Yes, Daddy," I moaned. "Use me." He rubbed my hole with 2 fingers. "You're not too sore, are you?" "No," I gasped, pushing my ass back for him to stop teasing and to enter me with his fingers. I was so desperate that I would gladly take just his fingers. Oh, dear God, please let him make me come this time. I can't. Lube. He used plenty of it to get me prepped, which I was grateful for. A generous serving rubbed onto his cock and around my hole. He slapped my ass. "Do you know how much I've wanted you these weeks, and what it did to me, that I couldn't have you?" He growled at me, teeth sinking into the fleshy side of one ass cheek. "So many nights I woke up beside you, knowing how ready you'd be for me, but unable to touch you. I couldn't resist this time when I woke up to you naked, your ass begging to be fucked, again and again." I panted and rose to my knees at the prodding of his hands. He pulled up my torso to kiss me hard, before placing the heel of his hand in the center of my back and gently pushing. I followed his directive, chest to the expensive silk bedsheets, ass poised in the air for him to use, again and again, always his to use. I was his, all of me. Declan stood on the floor next to the bed, one leg brought up to rest on the bed. When he pried my ass cheeks apart and plunged inside my heat in one hard thrust, I cried out, knowing this time would be different. There was little gentleness in his strokes themselves, even though his caresses were meant to soothe. "This is how you've been wanting it all night, haven't you?" he growled, releasing my ass to grip my shoulders and grind deeper inside me. "Oh, fuck," I grunted at the squishing of his cock among all that cum inside me. "Or perhaps you want me to make love to you slowly again," he stated. I shifted restless under him, moving my ass in an attempt to fuck myself on his cock since he wasn't moving. "Please, hard. I want you to fuck me hard." He withdrew completely, and I felt his cum dripping down my taint. Messy, sloppy. I fucking loved it. "Oh, fuck yes, Daddy," I moaned. His hips jerked, strokes deeper, harder, the sound of his pelvis slapping into my ass filling the room. Declan climbed up onto the bed, pushing me flat on my stomach as he lay on top of me. He gripped my hands above my head, and I clung to them as he fucked me hard into the mattress. "Oh," I grunted, grasping a bundle of sheet into my mouth. I lifted my ass, spread my legs, giving him better access. His breath was hot at the side of my cheek. "Holy fuck, that's good," he growled, licking my earlobe. "My cock feels so good and all that cum inside your ass. I could feel it squishing around my cock. Can you? I garbled a response around the sheet in my mouth that equaled a yes. Declan pulled out, climbing off the bed once more to stand at the edge. I was finally able to spit out the sheet and breathe. Deep breaths. Declan slapped my ass hard, and I moaned, raising my hips to present him fully with my ass. He chuckled. You miss that, don't you? My hand spanking your ass? Yes, I panted, leaning my head to the side so I could watch him take his sweet little time around my ass. I muffled my cry at the sharp slap that cracked against my cheeks in a different place than the first. Yes, what? Yes, Daddy, I moaned. Another sharp slap after another, and I was riding the waves of endorphins. My cock was making a mess of the bed, leaking pre-cum, begging to be released. Please, Daddy, I begged him. Please, I want to come so bad. Do you think you deserve it? He asked me. Yes, I answered desperately. I've been good. I can't hold it much more. I'm so fucking hard it hurts. Poor baby. He might have meant it to come out as mocking, but the words were full of tenderness and care. He stroked the flat plane of my back, trailing his fingertips down my spine and to my cheeks. Grasping his cock in one hand, he rubbed the head around my hole instead of entering me. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed at my cock, sighing in contentment at the tight hold I had on my dick. Just a stroke, and it should be good enough. He clucked his tongue at me and grabbed at my wrist. I thought you were a good boy. I'm sorry. I just need... Deck, I can't. I want. To my embarrassment, tears leaked out of the corners of my eyes, and the only saving grace was that he couldn't see me, because my back was turned to him. Hey, Declan said gently, grasping my shoulder and helping me to turn over. I kept my eyes tightly shut, hoping he didn't see the tears. But they were there, evidenced by the big wet streaks that disappeared into my beard. Now he will think of me as a wuss, unable to take exactly what I've asked him for. Declan leaned over, and I felt his lips softly landing on my eyes. He licked the tears from my cheeks and planted a kiss on my nose. Hey, sweetheart, look at me. At the gentle endearment, I blinked my eyes slowly open to find his face full of concern. You don't need to jerk yourself off to get your pleasure, he said softly. I'll make you come. Thank you, I whispered, overcome by a bout of shy awkwardness. He leaned forward and kissed me, short, sweet kisses on my lips, over and over until I melted against him, my embarrassment forgotten. I wrapped my arms around him, my legs wrapped around his waist as he reassured me with his kisses, calming me down like a skittish stallion who needed a gentle hand. His gentle hand. This is all about you, he murmured in between kisses. All about what you want. Another short, sweet kiss. You asked for my loads. You got them. A nip of my bottom lip. Now, I'll make you come so hard, you'll see it was all worth it. I moaned into his mouth at that. He continued kissing me as he reached for his cock and guided himself back into my body, which gave way easily to his slow, deliberate thrusts. I clung to Declan, sighing into his mouth as he rocked in and out of me. "Good?" he asked me, peering into my face. "Yeah, but you can fuck me harder," I told him. "This okay?" Fuck yes, it was. Harder. Owen grasped my legs, pushing them up to my chest before taking my arms to trap my legs between our bodies. I held on tight to him as we found a new rhythm. His cum sloshed around in my ass, providing enough slick that, though hard, his thrusts didn't hurt in the least. What they did, though, was to echo shards of pleasure shooting up my spine each time he hit my prostate. "Now you come for Daddy," he remarked, releasing my arms so he could reach for my cock. The second his hand wrapped around the thickness of my aching cock, I was a goner. Not even 2 seconds after, head thrown back, toes curling toward the ceiling, I tripped over the edge and was further pushed by Declan's pounding strokes inside me. "Oh, fuck!" I shouted hoarsely, my cry loud in the bedroom. "Thank you," I heard myself muttering over and over again as I continued to issue my spend all over his hand and my stomach. "Oh, thank you, Daddy. Thank you." "Fuck," Declan groaned. Releasing my dick, he grasped my hips and fucked me into a damn near climax coma. I had thought that was it for me, but my cock twitched, spurting more cum onto my stomach. "Oh my God," Declan groaned when he slowed down his hips to a halt. He leaned over me, wrapping his hands beneath my head to cradle me to him. "You were awesome," he praised, raining kisses over my face. "I'm sorry I pushed you too hard the first time. I should have let you come before we went to sleep." I shook my head. No, it was perfect. Every minute of it. He smiled down into my face, resting his forehead against mine as he stole the sweetest kisses I didn't mind losing. "Then I made one of your fantasies come true?" "You sure did," I answered. I know it might not have seemed like it, especially at the end, but I loved every second of it, of not knowing when I'd be allowed to come. "Ah, I guess that means you want me to do it again." I nodded. "If you're not put off by my almost meltdown." Another kiss landed on my nose. "Why would I be put off? Sometimes that happens, and if it does, I'll be here. It's important for you to know that if I delay your climax, I'll take responsibility for ensuring that it's good when it happens. You should also know that all you ever need to do is tell me no, or to stop, and I'll do just that." Wonderful, perfect man, I thought, staring up at him. I pulled his head down to me and kissed him, but my thudding heart was a betrayal of the words I refrained from saying. "Clean up, then bed," Declan said against my lips. "We should be good for a couple of hours of sleep before we take you back." I groaned and pulled his head back down, wishing I could stay with him when I thought of all I was going back to. Chapter 27. Owen. "Owen, wake up." At the touch of Declan's lips on the side of my face, I tried to contain my snicker while I pretended to be asleep. I was a sucker for his attention, and I wasn't ready for us to part just yet. The night had been too breathtaking, and this morning, waking up to shower with Declan and sex again, it left me feeling so mellow I was debating whether or not I could walk out of the car that I could feel slowing down. We had arrived. Late, but we were here. "I know you're not sleeping," Declan whispered. Busted. I didn't bother to contain my grin as I snuggled up to him. Just another 5 minutes of comfort in his arms before I had to face the turmoil of my family again. I could hardly be begrudged for wanting 5 more minutes with him. "I should be," I mumbled. "It's too early to be up." I leaned in closer to his ear and whispered, "Especially after last night. My ass is sore, but I could not be happier right now. And not to burst your bubble or anything, but what would you say if I told you that your kids are all out on the porch right now?" My head snapped up from his shoulder, and I peered at James's house. He wasn't joking. All heads swung in the direction of our approaching car. Fuck. Even Summer was with them. What was she doing here? She had come back. Unless there were things she had felt she still had left unsaid between her and James, what the hell had I missed by going off with Declan last night? "What am I going to do?" I asked, unsettled. The twins knew about Declan, but not how young he was. I couldn't have Declan drive off without introducing them. I wasn't ashamed of him or anything. "We can let you off here, and I'll see you when you get back to Sensi," Declan told me, reaching across my lap to take my hand and squeeze it. "You don't have to do anything you don't want to right now." I glanced at him, saw the face of this beautiful man who loved me. I had no doubt he did, just as I had no doubt we belonged together. 2 pieces of the same puzzle fitting together at last. "No, I won't do that," I said, feeling calm now that I had made the decision. "I want you to meet my kids, and vice versa." "Are you certain? You can't take this back after you do it." "I don't plan to." I leaned forward to kiss him. "You, me, you're the family of my heart, Declan. And you need to meet the family of my heart and blood." Silas came around to open the door for us. I alighted from the vehicle, and Declan was right behind me. "You don't mind the change of plans, do you, Silas?" I asked the chauffeur, knowing he would wait on Declan forever if that was Declan's wish. But it still felt polite to ask. Declan might be a bit longer than he planned to be here. "No problem at all," Silas replied with a kind smile. "All the best." "Thanks, Silas." If Declan and I hadn't lingered in the shower this morning, more than likely we would have gotten here before anyone else knew I was gone. Since Oscar rarely stirred once his head hit the pillow, I had been hoping to get back in before he woke up and snatch the hastily scribbled note I had left for him. No one would have needed to know that I had gone out, but now everyone watched Declan and me as we made our way toward the house. At least I wasn't taking my walk of shame alone. I didn't feel ashamed whatsoever at the things Declan had made me feel last night. Whatever we had done had been in love, and I refused to be ashamed of wanting him to use my body. I knew he would never do anything to harm me physically. He had completely earned that trust from me to commit my body to him. The kids and James weren't the only curious ones. I was just as inquisitive about what they were all doing outside on the porch, and why Summer had stopped by. After her tirade yesterday, I thought she wouldn't come anywhere close to 100 yards within reach of James. "What's going on?" I asked as we came to a halt before them on the porch. "Why is everyone out here instead of inside?" "Summer dropped by," Oscar answered, his gaze fastened at where Declan's hand disappeared behind me to rest on my back. If Declan noticed my son's frown, he gave no indication by trying to move away.
"She refused to come in if you weren't here,"
Augie added. He wore the identical expression of his brother's on his face.
"What's going on?"
Summer asked, sounding frustrated.
"I came here because Penny and I talked all night. She convinced me that I needed to give James another chance, that I should at least spend the day with everyone and, well, see where things go from there. But I got here and you were gone."
"Where exactly were you, Dad?" Oscar asked, his eyes traveling back to the car.
"Your note said your boyfriend made an unexpected visit to Columbus. Isn't he going to get out of the car and introduce himself to us?"
"What?" I blinked at Oscar, trying to figure out what he was saying.
"What boyfriend?"
Summer yelped.
"Dad has a boyfriend?"
Augie stepped forward.
"Well, he's not making a good impression by being in the car when we should be introduced to him. Maybe we should go introduce ourselves." "Nobody's going anywhere," I said aloud, so they could hear me over the ruckus they were making. "Let's all go inside. The neighbors are probably having a field day watching us. Everybody inside now, and then I can do this."
They tried to argue, but I herded them all into the house, glancing back over my shoulder at Declan and whispering, "Sorry." He only grinned at me and rubbed my back before letting go. I missed the warmth of his touch as we all piled into the living room, and everyone found seats. Summer wedged herself between her brothers, refusing to sit beside James, although there was more space on the couch where James was seated. "I'm sorry I had to go out last night," I told them. "I did explain it in my note. I had no idea Declan was here, and after yesterday, I needed to relax."
"That still doesn't explain why this Declan guy is still sitting in the car instead of joining us,"
Oscar argued, then frowned at Declan.
"And who is this?"
I swallowed, glanced at Declan, who smiled patiently at me. "You don't have to do this right now," he said softly. "No time like the present," I replied for his ears only, but then leaned forward and kissed him for the eyes of the entire room. Everyone fell silent. All murmuring ceased, which was the perfect opportunity to be heard. "This is my partner, Declan Moore." I introduced him, then gestured toward them individually for Declan's benefit. "That's my ex, James. This currently scowling child of mine is my daughter, Summer. Augie and Oscar, as you will have already figured out. They no longer dress alike, thank God, so you should have no difficulty telling them apart. The only person missing from this dynamic right now is Penny, Summer's girlfriend." Declan didn't seem fazed in the least by the lack of response from everyone who stared at us in shock. Summer's mouth was wide open as she kept staring from me to Declan. "Hi, everyone," Declan responded to the introductions. "It's nice to finally know everyone in person. Owen talks so much about you individually that I feel like I already know you."
"Why am I just knowing this?"
Summer asked, breaking the ice.
"I didn't even know Dad was dating. I'm always the last to know these things."
"Honey, I told everyone the day before yesterday, when you were supposed to be here," I said gently. "I couldn't break the news to you yesterday because it would have been unfair to distract from what was already going on between James and you."
"Summer, can it?"
Augie tossed to his sister, rising to his feet.
"I know it must suck right now to no longer be Dad's favorite, but the world doesn't revolve around you, okay, kiddo? Give Dad a break."
Pride swelled in my chest when Augie extended a hand to Declan and smiled at him.
"Hello, Declan. Nice to meet you. I'll just come out and say what everybody else is thinking. You're a hell of a lot younger than our dad, but I don't think it's any of our business. Our dad seems to like you, and for that, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt."
"For now,"
Oscar added, getting to his feet too and shaking Declan's hand right behind his brother.
"Nice to meet you. I'm the troublemaker twin. Augie's a smart one."
Declan chuckled, That's brutally honest of you. I like that." To my horror, Oscar turned red. Thanks, I guess."
"Summer, please go save him from embarrassment,"
Augie stage whispered loud enough for us all to hear.
"I think Oscar's about to crush on Dad's boyfriend. Probably can't believe that Dad's boyfriend is hotter than his."
I could gladly choke my boys, but I suffered through the introductions, as Summer reluctantly got to her feet.
"Are you a gold digger?"
she blurted out.
"Because I can tell you that you've been digging in the wrong mine."
"Summer!" we all scolded at the same time. For the first time, James spoke, offering Declan a handshake.
"I hope you forgive our daughter,"
he said in apology.
"I'm sure she didn't mean that, because everyone who knows anything about business at all should know that Declan Moore is the heir to $1 billion business."
$1 billion? Oscar barked. "Holy cow!" Augie cried.
"You're kidding me!"
Summer finally added.
"Is this true, Dad?"
I frowned at all of them. I can't believe how impolite you're all being right now. I'll not discuss Declan's wealth with anyone. That hardly matters. In agreement, Declan's arm slid around my waist.
"I love your father. I've no problem admitting that. And I know it will take some time to get used to the idea of us. But this, what we have, is pretty much it for us."
I smiled at him, his ease at confessing his feelings for me in front of my children, making me relax even more. "I hope you'll be able to give Deck a chance," I told them. "For my sake, he means a lot to me."
Ahem.
James cleared his throat, snagging our attention.
Well, it's the 4th and all. Since you're already here, why don't you join us for the day, Declan?"
I swallowed nervously, because an introduction was fine, but I couldn't predict what spending an entire day with the kids would be like. Would they grow to at least like Declan? Or would they get to know him more only to hate him? Declan clasped my upper arm as he addressed James.
"I can't. I mean, I shouldn't intrude on your family time like this. It wasn't my intention at all, and you should get back to your plans for the day." "Seriously, you should stay," James pressed. "It would give us a chance to get to know you."
Declan raised an eyebrow in my direction, and I knew he was asking my opinion on the matter. I glanced at my kids, who were waiting for us to arrive at a consensus as what we were going to do. We had a few activities planned for the day, the first of which was a firecracker trot to begin in the next hour. "What do you say?" I asked him. "Will you celebrate the 4th with us?"
Chapter 28. Declan. Staring after Owen's back as he and Summer stood to make their way through the crowd to get refreshments, I almost called to him to wait up for me. His boys were slick. I had to give them that. They'd made me feel like a part of the family all day, roping me into all the activities they took part in, from the firecracker 5K run James and the twins had participated in, to attending the Columbus Gay Men's Chorus. I wondered when Owen's kids had bonded together to scheme this whole thing of getting us alone. To the best of my memory, they'd been with us all day. Owen and I hadn't been able to get out of their sight for a second. They watched us, and at first, it was unnerving. But sometime during the day, I had relaxed under their eyes. Once I stopped holding back to just be myself around them, I had felt better about agreeing to spend the day with them. The twins didn't intimidate me. Not even Summer, with her spoiled pouts and the way she'd been plastered to Owen's other side for most of the day. I actually found it amusing. I was waiting for any minute now, having to explain to her that I had no intention of taking her dad away from her. Owen stopped, as though just catching up with what was happening. He turned to me and glanced at my relaxed stance on the blanket where we had gathered to watch the fireworks at the riverside. All around us, families were doing the same.
"You coming with us?"
he asked,
frowning at his twins. I wanted to say yes, but I gave him my most relaxed smile. I ate high-profile businessmen for breakfast regularly. I could hardly let Owen's sons intimidate me. Still, they were his sons, so I couldn't use that same bossy approach I did in the boardroom. They weren't about to work for me. They were going to be my family, and I wanted them to like me. Running away when they obviously wanted to be alone with me for a few was hardly any way to impress them. I'm good. He nodded like he didn't believe me, but Summer grabbed his arm and they were off. No sooner had they gone when James rose to his feet. "I think I see someone I want to say hi to. I'll be right back." I chuckled and shook my head. Real smooth. I waited, wondering which one of the two would start the interrogation. I had my money down on Augie, although Oscar seemed like the usual mouthpiece for the pair. I'd quickly summed up the members of Owen's family. Summer was the baby, in every sense of the word. She had sweet smiles, but behind the acceptance, there was a lot going on with her. Augie was the most level-headed of them all. If I ever needed to reason with someone, it would have to be him.
"So, you and our dad, huh?"
Augie asked in a roundabout fashion, plucking at a blade of grass.
"You don't find that a bit odd?"
"How so?" I returned, giving him the opening to be frank. "I care about your dad. I can't see what makes that odd."
"Yeah, but why?"
Oscar asked, hitting the nail on the head where his twin had skirted the real issue.
"I know I said earlier we didn't care about the age thing, but that was mostly for Dad's benefit. We need to know if you're taking advantage of our father. We wouldn't take kindly to that."
"Well, I think you've ruled out me wanting your father's money," I said in amusement, recalling this being their first impression of me.
"Yeah, dude, what gives?"
Oscar asked, twisting around so he could fully direct his attention to me.
"You're freaking Declan Moore. We might not have known who you were at first, but we looked you up and, well, you're freaking Declan Moore."
"Money isn't everything," I muttered, because he was looking at me like I was somehow different from the lot of them.
"We're not talking chump change, man,"
Augie remarked.
"You're like a billionaire heir sitting on a warm blanket with a man twice your age and his quirky little family. So, let's hear it. What gives? Are you really into our dad? Or does this thing between you two have an expiry date and you're going to leave him heartbroken?"
I didn't answer right away, giving myself the time to think of a comprehensive answer to settle their minds. I wasn't offended in the least by their concern for their dad. They were looking out for Owen's best interests, and I liked seeing that. A family that was close and would fight for each other. I craved being a part of that. To be one of them. I could only imagine what Christmas and Thanksgiving were like for them. My very expensive holiday parties, I bet, would be nothing on what they had going on as a family. "I'm sure you both know your dad is a wonderful man," I answered, facing them, so they could see how serious I was. I didn't make my own billions by being fickle with my choices. I am a financial analyst. I know how to calculate the odds to make a fortune for clients. But there were no calculations needed where Owen is concerned.
"I guess you're trying to say you love him or something?"
Augie asked, scratching the back of his neck. "That's exactly what I'm saying. Owen means the world to me, and that's not going to change. I hope everyone accepts that, as I believe I can make him happy. I do make him happy. And I think that's what matters to you guys, right?"
"He deserves to be happy,"
Oscar stated firmly.
"He does. I hope you don't get offended by us talking to you like this, but he's been hurt before, although he didn't act like it when we were growing up. He was always strong for us, not allowing himself to get sad when we were around. He was devastated when our other dad left him, although he tried to hide it from us. We were too young then to know better, but if you hurt him, we'll fuck you up, regardless of your fat bank account."
Augie placed a hand on Oscar's shoulder to calm down his twin, who was almost hyperventilating with frustration.
"Usually, I'd be the one to get him to back down," Augie said to me. "But this time, I have to agree with him. You haven't earned our trust as yet, but we're willing to give you the benefit of the doubt, especially after the way we've seen you treat Dad today. I promise you, we're not barbaric boys picking for a fight. We won't stand in the way of Dad's happiness, but we're not going to let you hurt him either."
I could flay them alive with words. I could show them just how worthless their threats were when it came to what I could or couldn't do with regards to Owen. I almost did, because I didn't allow just anyone to speak to me in this manner. But they were Owen's boys, being sincere about their love for their father. They had said what they had on their minds, and I respected them for that. "Listen," I started. "You may never understand the full extent of my relationship with your father. But if there's one thing you can be sure of, it's that I'd never do anything willfully to hurt that man. I know when I've got a good thing going on, and the past few weeks having your father living with me while I recuperated from my surgery only proved to me how much I wanted him in my life. Permanently."
"What? Dad's been living with you?"
Oscar squawked.
"This is serious. Like, extremely serious. You weren't kidding about that?"
"I don't play with matters of the heart," I confirmed. "It's only been a temporary situation until I got back on my feet. He offered to stay with me and help me get around."
"Sounds just like Dad,"
Augie replied.
"He's always quick to help out other people."
"But I will be asking Owen to move in with me permanently," I added, making my intentions clear. "I'm not asking him to sell his home or anything, but I want your father living with me, and I hope I have your blessing on that. Not that I needed their permission or anything. A yes from Owen was good enough. But if he was living with me, his kids would more than likely stay over when they visited him. It would be better for all of us involved if they were comfortable with the idea of Owen living with me."
"You live in some type of mansion, huh?"
Oscar asked, and Augie didn't bother to hide poking his twin in the rib with his elbow.
"Ouch! I was just asking what we were both thinking."
I chuckled, sensing we had moved from the uncomfortable topic of my intentions with their father. For now, they seemed to have accepted that I cared about Owen, and had no ulterior motive. Maybe they wouldn't have been so easily convinced had my pockets not been lined, but I would take that as a blessing. Most people's first opinion of us would be blown right out of the water when they realized I was the one with the fat bank balance and not the other way around. "It's fine," I told them. "I have an estate. I guess you guys will see it when you visit us for your father's birthday. You'll come, won't you?"
"We wouldn't miss it for the world,"
Oscar answered with a grin. Augie frowned from his twin to me.
"You said the living conditions were only temporary. What makes you think Dad will even want to move in with you permanently?"
I didn't need to think about it. I had the aching wound in my gut as proof of where Owen wanted to be. In my bed, pleasing me. He would allow me to ground him while he waited patiently for me to make him fly. "He will," I answered confidently, at the same time as someone cleared their throat. Without looking up, I could tell Owen and Summer were back. James had intercepted them at some point and had returned with them. A glance at Owen's red face said it all. He had heard at least some of our conversation.
"Food's here!"
Oscar cried, oblivious to what was happening as he scrambled to his feet to relieve Owen of the snacks in his arms. I slowly unfolded myself from the blanket, wincing slightly at the ache in my stomach. I probably shouldn't have fucked Owen so hard and so often, but it had been completely worth it. "Can we talk?" Owen asked, tugging at the hem of his shirt. I wished I knew how much he had heard, because he looked suddenly nervous, and I glanced from Summer to him, wondering if she had said anything on their short trek to have him change his mind about us. Sure. I turned to Augie, who was watching Owen and me. You're in charge of having Oscar not eat all of our stuff while we're gone. Oscar's head snapped up and he scowled at me. Hey, that's not even funny. He slapped his dad's upper arm. Thanks, Dad, for dating someone who sides with Augie instead of me. Like you needed that. Owen's chuckle was half-hearted as we picked our way between reclining families to find a quieter area for us to talk. It was hard to do, given the crowd. It was as if everyone in Columbus had gathered for the culmination of Red, White, and Boom at the riverfront. In all my 25 years, I'd never felt the excited energy surrounding the 4th as I did here in Columbus. I was usually at a high society function to support charity, a very pretentious and pompous affair of the wealthy rubbing elbows and donating to charity as another means of a tax write-off. As Owen and I waded through the crowd of people who sat together under booths and folding chairs they had brought with them, others lounging on bikes, I took in as much of this side of life as possible. I had been raised wealthy. I'd had little reason to rub elbows with anyone outside of our circles, and while I wasn't a snob, it was just the way I had been socialized to find people of similar upbringing to befriend, to hang out with. There was something attractive about how freeing the people around me were. Friends and families laughed together, chatted, bonded. I so easily grew bored with the monotone of the wealthy at events. Designer outfits, the exclusive parties, tournaments only the rich could afford, country clubs, vacations. The list went on and on. This is what I found with Owen. This realness is what I will have to look forward to after a day dealing with pretentious wealthy assholes like Owen's clients. There was nowhere completely private for us to have a conversation, but when we reached a tree almost as tall as me, I grabbed a hold of Owen's arm to stop him. He turned to look at me, and I decided, regardless of who heard us, I could no longer wait to hear what was on his mind. What happened? I asked him, and he moved closer so he could hear me above the noise of the crowd. I thought today went well. It did, he answered. Then what's wrong? I demanded. Don't pussyfoot around the issue, Owen. Tell me now. He leaned into me, and I held on to his waist to support his weight. Do you really mean it? He asked. Frowning at him, I resisted the urge to kiss away the vulnerable look in his eyes. This look was the reason his kids were so worried about him, about me breaking his heart. I wasn't the only one who saw it then. He still needed reassurance, still needed such an abundance of care to chase away the uncertainty and doubt that were his demons. Do I mean what? I overheard what you and the twins were talking about, he stated. You said you were going to ask me to move in with you. Was that just for their benefit? I immediately released his hips, leaning on the tree to take his weight, while I held his face between my hands to ensure he was looking at me. You know what I feel for you, I said, just loud enough for him to hear above the crowd. From the rise and the chatter, we were close to the countdown of the fireworks. Sometimes I placed a finger over his mouth to shush him. Owen, you know. You know. I allowed that to sink in for a few seconds, until he let out a long breath and nodded. The uncertainty in his eyes gave way to excitement, and a smile caressed his lips. I traced the bow shape of his mouth before removing my finger. You want me to move in with you? He said, this time not phrasing it in a question. I can't go back to the way things were before you moved in, I told him. I can't go back to only seeing you now and again. I want your heart to beat next to mine when we sleep. I'll not be satisfied with anything less. That sounds like an order, he said, smile widening into a grin. Who am I to turn down Daddy's orders? I glanced around us, but no one was paying us any mind. I dropped my hands from his face, hooked my fingers in his belt,
and pulled him even closer while eyeing his lips, my target. "You definitely cannot do that," I confirmed. "What Daddy says goes." He was just as eagerly watching my lips, licking his in anticipation. "Okay. I'd love to move into your bed permanently. As soon as we get back to Cincy." "Yes, okay. But what about the house? We'll explore the options you have. If you don't want to sell it, that's fine. You keep it in the family in the event your kids want to move back to Cincy one day." "Okay. I guess we don't have to decide now." "Exactly. There's only one thing you have to decide right now, boy." A shiver ran through him. I made that happen. To this big, beautiful man. "What?" "Whether I kiss you now, or wait until I get you back to the hotel." "Definitely now," he answered immediately. "But also, again, once we get back to the hotel, I want you again, like last night. I don't want to come just to please you." I inched my head closer to his, intending to kiss him. Boy, this Daddy could not be any more pleased by you. I didn't hear his moan, but I still felt it reverberate through his body. "Please, kiss me, Daddy." A hair breadth away from touching his lips with mine, the prelude of the Star-Spangled Banner started. We both groaned at the same time, grinned at each other, then sobered for the playing of the anthem. The majority of the people around us were respectful enough to stand. Much of the chattering ceased. Both Owen and I brought our hands over our hearts as we waited out the anthem. I didn't break Owen's gaze. I didn't attempt to step back from him. He made no move to get away either. "Whose broad stripes and bright stars, through the perilous fight," Owen sang, his words causing puffs of breath to leave his mouth and hit my lips. I slightly parted mine, trapping his breath in my mouth before swallowing. He missed a couple of words of the anthem before he continued, his breath caressing my lips. "O'er the land of the free, and the home of the brave." We needed no prodding. At the end of the shortened version of the anthem, we moved in tandem toward each other. Our lips smashed into each other's and fireworks exploded around us. Oh yeah, the actual fireworks did too. Lost in Owen, our need for each other acted like noise-canceling headphones, blocking out everything else around us. I lost track of how long I kissed him, and how long he let me. We weren't in any hurry to get anywhere fast. Owen hadn't been the only one to grow into us. I had too, in ways I never thought I needed growing. I'd been so hell-bent in taking care of him and everyone else around me that I had almost forgotten how to take care of me. I released his lips. "I think you deserve a reward," I told him. He breathed hard, still eyeing my lips like we hadn't gotten enough. "Yes, please." "Don't you want to know what for?" He finally raised his eyes to mine. "Sure. What for?" "For taking care of me when I was recovering from surgery." "You don't need to reward me for that," he protested. "You would have done the same for me. How could I now return the favor?" Yes, how could he not? And yet, there have been people in my life who had only taken and never given back. I pressed my lips back to his, aware that we were missing the fireworks. But it didn't seem like such a great loss when we were busy making our own. This concludes Take Care of Me by Gianni Holmes, narrated by John Solo. Copyright 2019 by Gianni Holmes. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Gianni Holmes and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.